Hello, hello. I'm gonna keep the music on because I love this music, dude. Like, I'm gonna be real with you, dude. Sega just cooking with their music, man. Oh, dude, oh man, dude. My bit rate dropped a lot. I wonder if it's because I'm downloading. I'm gonna pause it. See if my bitrate comes back up. Well, as soon as I paused it, the bitrate shot right back up, dude. That was crazy. All right. I think I'm all right now. I guess I'm all right. I guess it was downloading or something there. But I hope you homies are doing rad tonight. I got one more thing I got to do real quick, but I can at least talk. Where did I put my phone? It's over here. Oh. Dude, this song is so good. Dude, I tell you, dude. They were absolutely firing. They were cooking with that, dude. No choppiness on my end. Awesome. Well, thank you, homie. Yeah, my bitrate went down a little bit. I'm downloading a game, which I'll actually mention this because it was just posted today, so I don't mind mentioning this. What do you call it? Yeah, let's change it on over real quick. We're gonna go just chatting real quick. Hiya, homies. I hope y'all are doing right. Let's back it up. Okay, wait. I feel like it's too close. I feel like this is way too close. It looks nice though, but like, I feel like it's way too close. Y'all are way too close to me, man. It's fine. I guess we're like having a conversation, you know. But yeah, what do you call it? Speaking on the AI stuff here, let me post on Instagram real quick, because I post on my story, like letting homies know that I'm live and stuff. That way the homies on Instagram are like, dude, no way. Here, I'm gonna do a picture real quick. There you go. That is the goofiest looking thing ever. Oh my lord, dude. Alright, hold on. Let's see. Live, cause we playing Paper Mario, and it's Friday the 13th, and it's on the spooky map, which is funny. What do you call it? Yeah, I like this song a lot, by the way, because this song here is just so good. Sonic was cooking with this music, dude. I'm telling you. There we go. All right. That is the goofiest face ever, bro. I ain't gonna lie, man. I don't care. All right, and what's funny too is the camera looked all like jagged and stuff because of stuff. But yeah, anyway. Just to let you homies know, your boy is going to be a part of a really cool VTuber SummerSlam thing, which I think is really cool. This is shaking way too much for my liking. Is it good now? That is so scary, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Hold on a second. I don't like that. I don't trust that at all. Hold on. Don't worry, homies. I'm not choking you or nothing. All right. That's not too bad. It's not. I'm not like kicking my desk or anything. Hold on. They're calling your name. I guess it's not too bad. As long as I'm not like hitting my desk, I should be okay. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. All right, I just had to make sure. So anyway, yeah. I just wanted to let you guys know I'm gonna be part of a VTuber SummerSlam thing. Don't tell anybody. I may not be a VTuber. Just letting you know. But I'm gonna be a part of a thing that the homies at Game Grotto, Armor of Faith, and Cranberry are going to be doing on their streams, which is a charity event. So I'm going to try to shout all three of them out. I might end up forgetting after shouting one of them out. But I'm going to shout out the homies at Game Grotto, just because they're primarily the ones that are... Okay, I was like, where did it go right there? But yeah, for those of you on YouTube, by the way, I just want to let you know that I will be a part of a charity thing, just letting y'all know. Like, I shouted people out over on Twitch, but some of y'all on YouTube might be like, what the heck you talking about? Some homies of mine, Game Grotto, are going to be doing a charity thing, and there's a couple other streamers doing it too. I'm going to be a part of it, but I won't be streaming it. So I'll be recording just because... I think it'd just be better if I recorded, just because I'm in the nicest way possible. There's just a lot of stuff to go through, and it's a little last minute, so I'm not going to, like, you know, try to pile up all that on there. Plus, I think it's better if it's just I don't stream on that. Also, hiya Hearts, how you doing tonight, homie? What charity? It is Gamers Outreach Charity. So it's going to be a charity that helps hospitalized children. I'm semi-familiar with it, with Gamers Outreach, just because when I first started going around different people like within the Christian community and stuff like that. There were a lot of VTuber-esque people doing charities for Gamers Outreach. Even Abby, if y'all remember Abby, I know that she was also doing some for them as well. So there's a lot of people that I've seen work with it and stuff too. And I think the homies at Game Grotto have been with them before too. So this will be my first time being a part of like a bigger streamer event thing for charity. Usually the charity stuff I've done on streams have been like I've only done 2 charity-esque kind of stream things. One was for the missionaries over towards the like a Mozambique-ish area over that way. What do you call it? Oh, I forgot the name. Oh, it's gonna make me look so bad that I forgot the name. I have a letter from them somewhere. Hold on a second. Something outreach. I know it's outreach. I know it's kind of funny to say that, but is it this one? No, it's not this one. I have it somewhere, homies. I promise you. Hold on. There's somewhere. Is it this one? I think I found it. Yeah, I think I found it. I hope I didn't dox myself. Okay, I didn't dox myself. All right, let me see real quick. All right. No, that's not it, bro. It's a. Dude, I don't know where it is. Y'all, I'm looking like a liar right now, dude. All right, well, whatever. I had a letter from it somewhere, but anyway, it was the outreach place for kids, for the kids outreach as well. I think if I'm not mistaken, hold on, I can pull up a DM. I have a DM buried in the ether of my DMs. I have a DM that has where Cranberry had sent me a link to it. Hold on. What do you call it? Let me go back over here. It's called, what do you call it? It's called Children's Relief International. It's CRI is what it's called. That was the only one I've ever done before, other than, the other one was, tornado damage from Nashville. So, which is ironically the first charity I ever did, by the way. I raised $52, which I thought was really funny. So I was like, you know what? I guess God was really doing something with that right there. But yeah, so those are the only 2 charity things I've done before. So I'm not well versed in the charity world. But from what I know, Gamers Outreach is one that is a pretty prominent one within the within like not just streamers, but they're pretty cool with just being helpful in regards to streamer homies as well. So that is really fun and super cool. So I'm gonna be on Game Grotto stream, Cranberry stream, and I think Armor of Faith stream, like all 3 of their streams. I don't know how we're gonna do it yet. We'll do something. You'll find out. I'm not gonna speak on it because I don't know yet. But primarily is we're all gonna play a game. It's gonna be with Megan Dawn, Cranberry and Big Spoon, Armor of Faith, Rico, Splat, and me. I think I nailed everybody's name. So it's a lot of people. But the game we're going to be playing, I've never played before, but I watched a streamer play it, and all he did was cut down a wall, walked in and blew up on a mine, and I was like, that's so funny. So I was just like, you know, it's a survival game, that's all I'll say, because I don't know if like I'm allowed to say it or not, but I'm gonna be with them on there. I'm gonna be recording the stream, so for me, while I'm not streaming it, I'm gonna be recording myself playing it, because this is a big reason why I'm gonna be recording and not streaming it, because you know, you might be like, well, why aren't you streaming it instead of just like, well, the big reason I don't want to stream it is I have to go through a lot of hoops, and it's just a lot of stuff right now for that. And here's the thing: if I stream while they're streaming it, I'm basically like taking away from the charity and stuff, because my system isn't set up to where it's for the charity and stuff. So that's why I'm also just going to be recording it, because that's kind of what I did with the Mansion at Midnight. When we were playing Mansion at Midnight, I chose not to stream that just because I didn't want to take away from Game Grotto playing, if that makes sense, because that's their game and kind of the deal, and I think that they need to have in the nicest way possible, that they would need that, you know, the viewership kind of the deal. Not that I like they need it like in that way, but like it's their game. I think it's proper to be like, hey guys, I'm over here, check out this game they're making, you know. So it's kind of the same thing with this, is that like, you know, except in this case, I don't want to take away from the charity. Obviously, I want to be a part of the content, so I'm a part of the content, but I don't want to be a thing that prevents like kids from getting the money just because I'm deciding to stream and not being a part of the system, you know. So that's one of those things, kind of the deal. So just to let y'all know, if y'all are like, well, that's just weird, Derpy, why aren't you going to be streaming it, you know? I just wanted to clarify that with you homies as well. It'll be in 2 weeks. So in 2 weeks on the 27th, I think 27th and the 28th is when we're going to be doing it. The 27th is going to be kind of like a shorter stream, I think. I'm going to be a part of that still. I'm going to be recording most of it anyway. And I think that'll be pretty cool. And I'll make some edits of stuff. I don't know how the game's going to work yet, but we're going to play the game and it'll be pretty cool. I also think it'll be a really fun and awesome opportunity just to, you know, be able to help kids. This is the first time I will be a part of like the Gamers Outreach thing, which I think is kind of fun because I've always seen some fun stuff about that and what do you call it? And I think that's cool. So, and they've got some fun incentives as well. I actually here, if y'all have Twitter, I can give y'all the tweet. Hold on, let me see. I can send y'all the tweet if y'all would like to go see it, maybe retweet it as well. Because Meg just posted it, kind of the deal like today. Bum, 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 ba-da. But also the homie Meg made a fire promo art for it too. And your boy's in there, and I was like, dude, it looks fire. So y'all should definitely go check those out if you can. I've sent links in both chats if y'all'd like to. But yeah, so it'll be pretty fun, I think, just in regards. Which is funny is originally I was a little concerned that I wouldn't be able to like afford the game, just because of the fact that like I didn't have the money at the time. Conveniently, within this last few weeks, I have won a giveaway for $70. I got a Twitch payout, and then I also got paid for editing for a homie. So I was just like, I guess God wants me to be able to play it, I guess. I don't know. So it was just because originally I was just like, well, I don't know if I'm going to be able to. And then I was able to get stuff. So, which I think is pretty cool. So anyway, that's pretty rad. I just want to let you guys know that that's happening in 2 weeks, 2 weeks from now. So I'm going to try my best to be there for most of it, if not all of it, just because I think it'll be really fun and super cool. And we'll get to see how funny things are within that. So I think it'll be cool. Another thing I want to share is today is Friday the 13th, which I think is kind of funny, by the way, that today's Friday the 13th of all things. I didn't even know until I saw that Cherry was live and Charito was on there, and I was like, oh, snap, dude. So Cherry's dead, but I didn't even know it was Friday the 13th until I was like, wait a minute, dude, no way. So I was like, so it's Friday the 13th, which is funny today because the reason it's funny is because the last time I left off in Mario, like Paper Mario, was the Spooky Town. So we're going to be playing on the Spooky Town on Friday the 13th, which I just thought was kind of like very on the nose for it, you know? So I'm excited to play that. I thought it was really funny. It's on the nose for it. So perfect time for content on that. Tomorrow I'm going to be over on the homie Ubu's channel. And he's going to be doing some Legos, and I'm going to be reading his chat and stuff. I think I know what Lego set he's building, but I guess you got to watch the stream to find out as well. Here, let me shout out the homie Ubu as well. But yeah, I'm going to be on his stream tomorrow. I also, might be visited by a homie from online tomorrow. There's a small chance. I have no guarantee on that, but there's a small chance. And that'd be pretty cool if that's the case. I did let my parents know that I might be meeting somebody just for lunch, though. But so your boy might be meeting a homie from online again. I have met a total of 3 people from online before in my life, and what do you call it? It is pretty cool. There's still 2 other people I really want to meet online that I've known for such a long time, and I still want to meet. Which I got to make some time to meet them as well at some point, but yeah, so if things work out, your boy would have met at least 4 people online right now. So I've met Ubu online, I've met Aspen, and I've met one of my homies from the past on there as well, so, or from online as well. And I've had very positive interactions so far, so I'm choosing the right people to meet, so that's a good thing. But yeah, so anyway, I also wanted to bring up some stuff as well in regards to like Yugi Yasha. You'd mentioned this earlier about you'd mentioned about like the whole AI thing that I had brought up and stuff, which I thought was which I totally forgot I even said stuff about it until you mentioned it. But no, I think that's a very important thing to kind of bring up as well. I kind of brought that up. I brought that up a little bit on Wednesday. I think it was either yesterday or Wednesday when I brought it up, but I didn't really have like a good like stance. Not stance. I just didn't really have a good motivation to talk about it again. But today kind of felt like that. Kind of felt like a bit of a difference in that. So I wanted to kind of express what I was talking about in regards to AI that you were talking about, Yugi Yasha, about. So I made a post on Twitter recently about like AI stuff. I'm a very like neutral standing ground when it comes to AI things. I know AI art is a very hot topic where everybody's like, huh, like, did you just say AI art? I'm about to pull the Glock out. We're about to kill people. You know, like it's that kind of subject. But at the same time, it's also like, you know, my stance on AI is still very like in the center where it's like, I think AI is cool, but also at the same time, it can be very dangerous, right? So it's like it's a tool. That's what AI should be used as a tool, not as something of a, you know, way of getting out of work or, you know, like in this case, nefarious reasons, stuff like that, right? So it's like there's a lot of different things that go into that. And I wanted to kind of just talk about a little bit of that. Like, mainly my concern is video AI rather than just like art AI. I'm very in between on art AI just because of the fact that like depending on how you use the AI art, it equates to being bad. Like for me, I can use AI art for memes. I use it for Jedi Gumby until I can fix my my streamer bot thing that has decided to mess the heck up. I cannot use Jedi Gumby at the moment right now. I have turned him off right now. But at some point when I fix this streamer bot problem, I'll get Jedi Gumby back. I'm so sorry, homies. I really wish I knew what the code was wrong with streamer bot not connecting to Twitch for some reason. So I don't know if I have to just reset the whole program. I don't know. We'll have to find that out. But in regards to like video AI and stuff, I'll give a stance on like AI in general. I think AI is cool, but like there's a lot of it's murky waters, right? It's kind of like a lot of things with life. Like money's cool, but what you do with the money is the problem, right? So it's like, you know, like you can use the money for good, and you can use you can use AI for good, right? So it's like a very very flippant area. So my thought process with stuff like AI is more of like, I think it's fun to make goofy things with AI. I think that's great. You know, like for me, I made Jedi Gumby and it was the most atrocious thing on the planet, which I can show you guys, I think, if Jedi Gumby is on here. Hold on, let me see. I don't even know if it would pop up over here. Do I have a Jedi Gumby on this one? I'm pretty sure I have Jedi Gumby somewhere on here. Or Star Wars Gumby, wherever it is. Where is Jedi Gumby? Brother, you mean to tell me I don't have Jedi Gumby over here? Alright, let me go over here real quick. This is Jedi Gumby. Let me show you, because he's over here. I know he's over here. That's hilarious. I have no idea where Jedi Gumby is. Where did he go? There's Dial-Up Derpy. Okay, that's on here. I'm an absolute goofball. All right, hold on. Let's do this real quick. This is Jedi Gumby. That's Jedi Gumby, right? So he was made with AI, right? This guy's a goofball. I don't mind. I don't mind stuff like that. That is hilarious, right? Obviously, I didn't make that, but that is hilarious. That is hilarious, right? That is AI used for fine reasons. I think it's great. I think it's even fine if someone uses AI to, you know, like make like a reference or something, or try to get a vision for what they're trying to do, right? My problem when it comes to certain things like AI art is when somebody is like, hey guys, I'm an artist. I work just as hard as the people who take the time to learn about art. And you know, I mean, I don't like that. I think that's kind of like you're you're kind of pretending you're on the pirate ship when in reality is it's a paper boat in the water, right? Like it still moves, but it's like, yeah. So that's my issue. It's not to say that I'll be like, oh, I'm gonna be like, I hate AI artists or anything like that. But yeah. Also, hi Ice, how you doing tonight, homie? I hope you're doing well. So that's kind of my thought process with like AI art and stuff, is that like I think it's wrong for the people who are very anti-AI to go and just be like, you know, anytime someone uses AI and makes a post about it, to scream up and down and just cause problems. Like I think that's wrong, but I also think it's also wrong if a person who does AI art or does make art using AI to also claim that they have the same kind of thing going on as artists who actually do the work of trying to do it, whether it be a digital or traditional kind of the deal. So so I just wanted to say that, like, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I'm very in between. I don't think it's right for people to freak the crud out on people who are doing, because there's fun things of like making your own little action figure. Like, people have fun with making AI stuff. It's not that, like, you know, and I think it's a busted argument to say, well, they could just go commission somebody for it. If they're trying to make a meme, they're not going to pay us money to make a meme, right? Like, more than likely. Now, I myself wouldn't mind paying money to make a meme, but like it's one of those things where, like, realistically, you have to understand that, like, if people want your art, they're going to go for your art, right? Like, it's not about like it's not about the idea of like someone using AI art that they could have just commissioned it. They weren't going to commission it in the first place, right? And then there's fun, goofy stuff like that. There's a puppet guy that I watch. He's really cool. And he's really cool in the aspect of like, where he talks about apologetics, and he's really cool too. And most of the time, I'll be honest with you, he's open about being a Pentecostal. I'm not the biggest Pentecostal fan, but he is someone that I see that like goes beyond his Pentecostal belief, right? Where it's like, it's not that he uses his denomination of being a Pentecostal to dictate his life. He's like, he understands there are some things with the Pentecostal church he doesn't agree with, right? So I respect that a lot, and I think he's a really cool person with the stuff that he talks about. And so I do think that is also important to also be careful of like stuff like that, because people were railing him just for making funny AI art of him messing around with the Muppets. Like, I'm like, and then someone says, you could have commissioned that. I'm like, brother, you're gonna really, you know, say he could go commission himself being drawn in with the Muppets and stuff. Like, he wants it, you know, he wants to just post something for fun. He's not sitting there trying to make a business decision, you know what I mean? And I think, like, we have to understand that, like, as people, is that, like, you know, and here's the thing, I'm a video editor. I'm not, you know, an artist, right? I'm a video editor. I'm an artist in a different sense, right? I don't agree with going after people like that. I think it's wrong. So that's why I'm very flippant on the whole AI art thing. It's like, yes, I agree. There's a too much, and then there's a okay, we're doing something wrong, right? Also, hiya Dabster. I hope you're doing rad. I don't know if I said hiya Dabster. I hope you're doing rad earlier or not, but I hope you're doing rad. Let's see. Ice. You said what hurt my brain is a lady presenting a program she wrote with AI. One of the first things out of her mouth was, she had no idea how the program worked. Yeah, and I think that's another thing too, is that, like, I think it is important to understand what you're doing when you use the AI as well, because we can't just magically like trust like AI to do everything. And that's another thing too, is reliancy, right? So what you're talking about, there's a big reliancy thing where it's like they are, I would even say this because I watched this, a content creator kind of like say this before, they're kind of codependent, where they're dependent on the AI to do it for them and not know how the program works. It's important to know how something works. Like if you allow an AI to do it, that's fine, but you need to know how it works. Don't just rely on the AI to do everything like that, because at some point there might be some faults in the system, right? Let's see. Yugi said, not only that, but I also believe that the image that Antichrist will bring to life has something to do with AI. Like any technology, it does have a few good aspects, but more than any other technology, I think it has the potential for much deception. Yeah, and so that goes to the topic of video AI, which is honestly a good leeway into what I have a big issue with. Also, hiya Shariah. Hi, that's a cool name. I like that. It's a cool name. Hiya Shariah. Welcome in, homie. I hope you're doing all tonight. But also, I'm glad you're doing good, by the way, Dapster. How are you guys doing? I'm doing Mighty Majestic today. I ain't gonna lie. It's a pretty fire day. It's Friday the 13th. I didn't know that. And also, we're on a spooky level in Mario in a little bit, so I think it's funny. So in regards to video AI, right? That's where I'm like, you know, AI art, I'm very like, you know, I'm very like back and forth where it's like, yeah, I see this side, I see that side. Video AI, I'm straight over on like, no, dude, this ain't cool. So video AI is the scary stuff because while there are slight goods in video AI, there are more bad problems with video AI than good, right? And the reason I say that is, yes, you can get a concept for something. You can see like, okay, this is how something would look if I tried this. Sure, you could say that, hey, I can make some funny memes with video AI. I think that's great too. However, when it becomes the issue of we live in a human world where people do not give a crud about other people and there's a lot of the times where people, to fit their agenda or to try to look right, does not care if they're deceiving people, will gladly do it, right? And I think primarily video AI as a whole will have more destructive tendencies than good things. Now, granted, here's the thing. All you need is common sense. However, even common sense is going to be a little bit harder with that new Google AI that came out, where it was like the video stuff. Stuff like that's going to be used for nefarious reasons, like bad reasons. I'm not talking about like, you know, and I'm not trying to scare anybody. I just want to clarify. I'm not one of those boogeymans of like, the end times is coming. You're going to freaking die. But what I'm saying is that like people are going to use these things and they're going to use it for bad, because now we're moving into a day and age where, you know, we used to be able to rely on video evidence. Now we can't. We can't, and that's scary. Now, I did see quite recently Google is implementing some kind of like AI tracking system, which is cool, but like still like, you know what I mean? Like how would you, like, you know, if this is the reason why I think this is a little confusing to me, is that if someone uses a program to make AI, right, and then proceeds to put a video over on top of this AI thing, how would Google just be able to scan this thing and go, yeah, that's AI, bro? Like it seems like it'd be cool. It'd be fine in the case of like, you know, like maybe the VO3 thing can like understand what that is. And that's cool, but like it's still weird, right? Like it's like I don't think with how broken and fallen humanity is, video AI is going to have a primary good. It's going to have a primary bad. That's what I think, right? And I agree with what one of these other guys said as well that I watch. I think his name's Pirate Software. He had said, don't believe anything you see online, like in general. And I'm like, yeah, I agree with that. I think you probably shouldn't believe anything online. I mean, it's funny how we say that, and like we've known this forever. Don't believe everything you read online. But like now it's to the point to where it's an actual like problem, where it's like, you know, like, yes, obviously people can just move on with their life, for example, and, you know, ultimately not be totally deceived, but still be deceived online. But now it's like to the point to where it is like a now it's to the point to where it's like you can't rely on video evidence. You can't rely on what do you call it? You can't rely on the aspect of seeing something online now, because it could be leading people astray. And what was interesting about what Pirate Software said, also, hi, Bellavari, I'll see what you said in just a second, by the way. What interesting what Pirate Software said too is he said we might even get to a point to where like you don't even have to convince a little bit of everybody. You just have to convince some people. And here's the thing is he gave this 90-10% thing, like the split, where it's like 90% of people are going to believe this, but if the 10% of people believe the AI thing, they're going to think that they're the ones in the know, and that they're going to be like the ones that's right, and they're against like the whole like status quo thing and stuff like that. And it's wild. It is going to be wild to see that. So it's going to be weird. It's going to be an interesting thing that's going to be coming up with this. Now, granted, I'm gonna be real with you. I think it's gonna be chaotic. Like I know for a fact that the drama streamers and content creators and stuff like that, they're gonna have a literal like heyday with that. They're gonna be making bank off that. But like, it's It's really wild. It's an interesting time we're going to be getting into right there. So I'm hoping there's something that's done about it, because, you know, what's going to stop somebody from saying, you know, taking like a video of me saying or doing some crazy stuff and then blammo, look at that, now I'm in a lawsuit for nothing. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that. Like, I think it's going to be crazy, you know? Which I'm not trying to say that, like, what do you call it? Like I'm not going to say that that's going to happen, but like that can be a thing that goes into the future, you know? Let's see. Yeah, AI is annoying. Yeah, I think video AI primarily is the one that's like kind of scary, you know. Belavari said usually Europe clamps down on stuff like that. I'm hoping that's what's gonna save us here. Usually gets implemented worldwide too. E.g. charging cables. Yeah, I got you. And yeah, I hope that something's done about it too. I think that's really cool, and that's cool that like Europe will seems to be clamping down on stuff like that, because I do think that's important. Because here's the thing: is that like while there might be some countries that do it, I think that like at least the major countries should crack down on it, at least in the idea of using as court evidence. You know what I mean? Like, if I think it should hold the same amount, if not more, of like being considered as doctored evidence, right? Like doctoring footage, doctoring something, right? It's like the same thing as like Photoshop, right? Like for me, when it comes to Photoshop, because I mentioned this before also with like, you know, like my ex, for example, had mentioned in the past, whenever I was with her, she'd mentioned that one of her friends had used Photoshop and photoshopped a text message thing, then sent it to a girl he liked, so that like it would get another guy in trouble, even though he never said anything, just so he could date her, right? And like that's just a minor scale of like what people could do with that, but that's just Photoshop, and that was like 2019, I think 2019, somewhere around there. So it's kind of a little wild right there, you know what I mean? So I do think it's also important to just to be careful of that. Like for me, like with something that's photoshopped, for example, more than likely I can probably tell if something's photoshopped, but if they know what they're doing, I won't be able to tell if it's photoshopped. That's what's scary about it, right? And it's the same thing with video stuff. Like for the most part, I can tell if something's video edited, like edited to look different, but like if they know what they're doing, it'll be a lot harder. And I think AI will go into that, you know, and it's kind of wild, you know. Technically, anyone can code an AI video editor, or trying to detect this stuff will be a game of cat and mouse. Yeah, I think that I agree completely. By the way, what do you call it? That like it'll be a game of cat and mouse, where it's like it's the stuff that we can kind of catch on the surface, you know. So I'm really hoping that like there's something that's going to combat it at least before it gets too bad, you know, because I don't want to live in a dystopia, I'm gonna be honest with you, which I'm not saying it will happen that quick, but it definitely does seem like it'll be a wild thing for sure. So like, yeah, I do agree with what you also said, Yugi Yasha, earlier about like there's some good aspects of it, but it can definitely be used for mass deception, you know, because here's the thing, it won't be hard to, you know, video AI some confident speaking pastor, and then he starts leading people astray with some whack doctrine. He's probably going to be like, guys, if you eat with your left hand, you're going to be blessed among men. It's like, that's, you know, it's weird, right? It's like weird stuff like that might actually, you know, in the younger generation is going to be like, really? You know what I mean? And it's like, you know, it's going to be kind of harder for people to really get it in their head that's like, this stuff's fake, you know? Let's see, because yeah, soon enough you're not going to be able to tell AI from real life. Yeah, exactly. Like only you, like being outside and going where you're going is going to be the genuine proof. You know what I mean? So I think that is what do you call it? Like that's a little wild, especially online, in the online area. I think that's important to know, is that like that. Also, Hiya Zero. I don't know if I said Hiya earlier, but I just wanted to say Hiya, and I hope you're doing right, homie. Let's see. But yeah, I do think that like it is important to just be careful of stuff like that. Like this is like Photoshop but times 12, where it's like it's not just Photoshop, it's like genuine video stuff now, you know. It's easy to say, oh, the image is fake, right? But like it's even harder to go, well, this video is fake, you know. Now it's easy to tell if people have got like 6 fingers, right? If they got 6 fingers, then yeah. Let's see. Zero, you said Europe goes too hard on censorship, though, so hopefully we find a good balance, and if we implement something along the same lines. I got you. Yeah, I think it's good to have a balance. I don't don't think something should go too far. Now, I'm not someone who's familiar with Europe's like economy / culture, environment stuff. But I would assume that like a balance would be good, rather than just going full hog, you know. Yeah, it should be considered forging evidence because that's exactly what it is. Yeah, exactly. I think it should have a bit higher, especially if depending on how good at forging it is, right? So I agree, though. I agree. I think that like I think that it should be considered as forging evidence because that's going to be a big thing that's going to come up, you know. And it stinks too, though, I think, for the non-tech savvy people and the younger people, because like they're not going to really understand that, right? They're going to, like, you know, the non-tech savvy people are probably going to be like, I don't know how to defend myself. And the younger kids, they're just now, you know, getting into the world and stuff. They're not going to know how to either tell if it's real or not, or be able to go against that kind of deal. So I do think that like if there's an accountability for it, I think it'll be really cool. But yeah. Belvar, you said, I got away with photoshopping an email for class because I was late and I made them believe it was an internal school mail error. Actually happens sometimes. Oh, I got you, homie. I got you. I was anxious for days, though. Well, I got you. Well, that's a risky move, homie. I ain't gonna lie, because especially if it's in college, because I knew some people in college who didn't do it like that, but they claimed they did work that they didn't do, and they got kicked out of school for it. You know, there was a guy that came in who said he was designing a Phoenix tattoo for somebody, and what do you call it? And he was tracing the tattoo, and it turns out one of the people in my what the crud, my pop filter. One of the people in my class, ended up finding out that he was, like, you know, Photoshop. Well, he didn't Photoshop this, but he took someone's image and then just claimed it was his, and he was going to make a tattoo and make a sale off of it. So that classmate ended up calling them out on like Facebook and stuff about it. And I remember like sitting in the class, and the guy goes in one day and he just tells the instructor, he was like, yeah, I want to leave. I don't want to be here anymore, kind of the deal. And he was like, okay. And he sent him on his way. So the next day, my instructor, he was like, yeah, this guy, you know, he said, it's better off not to call this out like on Facebook or something like that. It's better to address this in person with people. And you know, I don't think that like my instructor had a bad heart about it, but stuff like that's real deal, and stuff like that can happen in schools where, you know, like that. I don't know if he dodged the law, but that was like really close to where, yeah, you could have gotten in trouble for sure right there. So I would recommend. I understand though, like, you know, at the time you didn't want to like probably fall out of class, but for future stuff anyway, definitely it's good to avoid that, just because it's like there's big repercussions for stuff like that, you know. And that'll definitely be on someone's record for sure. But yeah, and we've had some other people too. I had one girl, well, I wasn't there, but there was one girl in college who claimed she did a speed art, you know what I mean, and was doing speed art and stuff like that. And someone found the video of that speed art, and it wasn't her name or anything. And then I had people message me and be like, yo, Derpy, hey, since you do YouTube and stuff, right? Can you change the date backwards on a video that you uploaded? And I sat there and I was like, no. What do you mean? So the other person basically claimed that like when she uploaded her speed art, she uploaded it later, but then changed the upload date. You know what I mean? You know how weird that is? Like she claimed when she uploaded the video, for her project, right? When they found the original video, she claimed that she actually posted the video, but backed the date back to that certain date that it was, right? And you know, and I love my instructor. I think he's a great guy, but you know, from what I know, that he did end up believing that. But the reason he did is because, you know, like, you know, I'm gonna be real with you, like, you know, he didn't know much about that, and he was probably blown away with what he saw. And then, you know, when he found out that it was like fake, it probably wasn't fun to find out, you know. So, but like, yeah, there's been 2 people in college that have done that before. It is wild, man. It is some wild stuff. I've never heard anybody say, in my life anyway, that like, you know, they uploaded a video and then like, you know, they uploaded the date backwards. But yeah, so it's gonna be weird. It's gonna be weird stuff. But like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that like that happens for like big nefarious reasons and stuff. And that was just claiming like now we're gonna have different stuff kind of going on. So it's gonna be wild. Let's see. You two man just got here. Well, welcome in, homie. I hope you're doing right, homie. Let's see. Even higher if it actually results in a false conviction. Oh yeah, definitely. If it results in a false conviction, dude, I literally think this is what I think. If you get someone in jail falsely, and this is just in my opinion, obviously, I'm not gonna, you know, say that that's the case. If you use AI, like video AI, to falsely convict someone to go to jail, you should get the same punishment they got. Like that's just the real deal, because that's the best way you can scare people out of not doing it. Is okay, since you did this false thing, you're gonna take the heat that this person was gonna take. You know, like that's just the best thing to do. Now, granted, I will say in regards to a non-legal system, obviously, like there is an act of love in regards to like, should you have that? I think in the result of this, it's a lesson that has to be learned, right? So there are some things that like, and I don't think that the person should have to push that, right? I think the moment somebody gets in, what do you call it? The moment someone gets convicted, it should be legally binding to the point to where it's like, okay, if this is found out to be false and you lied, you're going to take this punishment, right? Like this is something you need, because I do think that that is a very important thing to do, because that is a dangerous field. And if you play with that kind of fire, you'd better be willing to take that kind of fire as a hit, right? Because that is one of those things where it's like kind of wild. So now granted, in the case for like most cases, I don't agree. I don't agree with, you know, I don't like the idea of giving somebody what they're due depending on what it is, obviously. Like there's a time for the act of love of it, and then there's a time for you have to learn the lesson and reap what you've sown, right? So it's like, it's really hard to say where I would fall into that area of like, would I push that if that happened? It really depends on like where God took me in that regard, where it's like, okay, well, it just really depends. Like, I'm sure everybody's different in that regard, so I can't really be like, well, this is the right way to do it. You know what I mean? 'Cause I haven't experienced that yet, so. This music's pretty fire. I like it. Let's see. Now, Belivar, you said it was something like I had to send a presentation before the date. I really just forgot. I had to do it. I had to do it if I wanted to take the exam at the earliest date. I was studying for the exam, so I really felt like it'd be a waste if I had to wait like 3 months. Oh, that's a long time. I got you, homie. I understand that. I will say, just, you know, obviously I'm sure you've grown from that, but yeah, definitely that is a very risky area, homie. I appreciate the honesty in it though. What do you call it? Let's see. AI art has been a problem in the art community a lot lately. It's to the point where people are blaming artists to actually draw their art of AI when it looks clean. Yeah, like I see, that's the problem with like the whole AI art, like anti-AI art trend, is the whole like, well, now if somebody makes some good art, everyone's gonna be like, that's AI, you know what I mean? And so it's like, you know what I mean? So that's why I don't like the whole like calling things out for being AI art. Obviously, yes, if you're claiming you're, you know, making this and it's AI art, yeah, it should be like noted, but like, you know, I don't know. I agree though. It's become a problem because it's a both side problem too, where it's like, obviously you shouldn't be relying on AI to do these things, and then there's also at the same time where it's like the artist also, by the way, shouldn't be trying to like death row them, you know what I mean, going crazy and be like, I've got to kill an AI user, you know what I mean? So it's like it's a back and forth with that. That's why I'm very in between on it, because it's like both sides can have their problems. Obviously one leans more on more problematic, but you know, that's not necessarily always like, you know, equated to also being just like a really terrible thing, but in this case, that's how I see it. Excuse me. Perhaps whatever they got plus 50%. I also feel like that helps in regards to people not doing it. That's like, you know, that's why I also feel like murder is not a very big, like, hefty thing right now, is because when you murder somebody, you get like I think you get like a life sentence or like 20 years in prison, stuff like that. Like that is like something nobody wants. And so it's the incentive to not do it. Now, granted, yes, people do it, but primarily a lot less people do it because of that punishment, right? Because they're aware of that punishment, you know? So I do agree that maybe the extra 50% would be like, okay, I'm going to get that and more because of the fact if I do this. So yeah, obviously I used murder as an example. That's the most extreme, but there is the, you know, the lower parts of that. Let's see. I wouldn't even say AI. If you accuse someone of a crime and it's deduced that you did it on purpose, you should get that sentence. No, I agree completely. No, I agree. I think it's important that, like, if someone does that to you, now granted, there is an act of love, I want to say within this as well, where, like, if someone accuses you of said crime and you didn't do that thing, that yes, they should receive that punishment. But I also think that, like, in the case of who you are as a person, like, you know, is there an act of love of where, like, are you going to let someone take what they have, dude, right? And it's like, that's a little bit of a dicey road. But I think at some point, at least of an overall jurisdiction of how the world is, kind of the deal, overall, like, the legal system, I think, would benefit heavily in the results of, if you're someone who accuses somebody of a crime, you shouldn't be let off the hook, because that is, like, serious. You know, I remember some voice actors got into some crud, and it was just because of what do you call it? A bunch of voice actors claimed one guy was doing stuff inappropriately, then he wasn't doing these things inappropriately, and it was just a big fiasco. And, like, you know, nearly ruined his career. They were calling, like, conventions and stuff to shut his, like, contract down, break his contract, tortious interference, stuff like that. It was wild stuff, right? And so it's like, I feel like if, like, he didn't get, you know, he obviously didn't go to jail or anything for this kind of thing, but there is obviously a livelihood that's at stake, kind of the deal. So and now, from what I heard, the guy won the lawsuit in that, but it was still kind of wild that stuff like that happens, though. I just think stuff like that should be accountable, just because it's like you're deceiving people and you're trying to benefit off of that. You know, that's why I'm also not a big fan of the whole, like, Me Too movement thing or anything like that. And it's not to say that, like, I'm not saying stuff like, you know, like, oh snap, don't believe all people or anything like that. You know, like, here's the thing. I don't believe anybody. Like, that's just where I'm at, where it's like, you know, if a man or a woman does something whack, I'm not going to sit there and assume I know the person or anything like that. And I'm not going to assume that they're right, because I have no idea. Usually you can tell with how people are acting if they're in the right or not, but sometimes you just can't. And it's what's important, you know. I think it's toxic to have this mindset of, well, I'd rather believe this person than that person. It's like, what? You know what I mean? You know, I remember someone said this in the past. They were like, well, you know what? And I'm not going to say this entirely because I don't want to get, like, you know, trouble with YouTube, but I'll say the other term on here so I don't get in trouble. I'd rather believe a woman than a forced uponist, if that makes sense, if you get the idea. And here's the thing, it's like, I understand the sentiment, but, like, I would rather just stick to the truth and not believe either or, because here's the thing is, if you believe the woman and she turns out to be a liar, well, now you've just supported the guy's life being ruined. And so it's like, you know what I mean? Like, you've got this, so you're fine with a guy's life being ruined if he didn't do anything wrong, just because of the fact that it's a woman. It's like, that's not cool. And I'm not trying to say I'm not being sexist, I promise. I think it's vice versa for men or women, all right? But, like, stuff like that, like, there needs to be, like, an equal accountability, right? Oftentimes people like their own little side of the coin that they're on, but, like, there needs to be an equal accountability. Like, it needs to be equal of the accountability of that. So we need to not be, like, instantly jumping on the gun just because, oh, well, these people, their feelings might get hurt. It's like, I don't care if your feelings get hurt. Sorry. And, like, when you're wrong, you're wrong. Like, I mean, like, granted, like, if it'd be different if, like, your feelings got hurt for a reason of, like, you just didn't know better or something like that. But when you're doing something wrong on purpose, I don't care if you're crying about, because it's like you're doing wrong. You need to learn this lesson, right? Like, it stinks that you found yourself in this situation, but if you do wrong, like, at the end of the day, you need to own up to that and do that, and you know, either own up to the wrong or, you know, face the thing that comes with that wrong, you know. Because if you just keep doing the wrong, at some point it's going to mess you over, you know. I love this song, by the way. It's great. Let's see. Dabster said, I'm not a fan of AI art, but I'm not going to judge those who use it as long as they're not predicting they've made it themselves. Yeah, I think that's an understandable thing. Like, I don't look at AI art and go, man, I love the way this looks. I never do. But I will say, in regards if people do, what do you call it? I do think that like people can have fun with it if they're wanting to. But it's also important not to be like, I can't believe this is going wrong. Like they're hurting other artists doing this, and it's like, I agree to an extent. Like, I think that if they're ripping off your style, yes, that's a problem. Probably should get some kind of sentiment or like paid value from it in some way. But yeah, I agree. It's like it's when you use the AI art to pretend like you did all the hard work, when there's people out there who actually draw and actually like take the time to study the body and want to draw these things. Like then at that point, like, you can't claim you're on the same playing field. You know, your foundation is very different from the other one. So yeah, I agree. Let's see. Aisha said, yeah, we have a system of innocent until proven guilty, and people shouldn't forget that. No, I agree completely, because there's a purpose in that, you know? And there's a reason for that too, because someone can easily forge evidence. Someone can easily make a narrative, right? That's what's important about like stuff like narratives, right? Is that I don't trust a narrative. I trust what's there, and I need to figure out, all right, well, what is something we're not seeing here, right? Because anybody can paint a narrative with the right kind of evidence, right? But here's the thing, right? It's like, just because you can paint a narrative with some pretty good evidence doesn't mean the narrative's right. You know what I mean? A big thing that I love in one of the books I read called Character Matters, it's about honesty, is that you can have true statements and still paint an untrue lie, like, you know, or not an untrue lie, an untrue statement, right? So a true statement does not always mean it's the truth, right? So you can say, yes, Obama said, yeah, man, I like Zimbabwe, right? Sure, he could have said, I like Zimbabwe, right? But, you know, maybe you don't have the context for why he said he liked Zimbabwe, or maybe you don't have another example, or maybe the way that you use this in the way that you're using this in some kind of situation could be for the wrong narrative, right? So it's like, you know, there's different things that you have to be careful of, and it's important to know that. So I love the way that the guy puts it, and I'll share the story a bit here. He talks about how, like, there is a bus boy or something like that on a ship, and there's the captain, and he talks to the captain and says, hey, captain, how you doing today? And he goes, I'm doing good, or something like that. And so this bus boy, or whoever writes in this journal, he wrote, the captain was sober today. Well, here's the thing. Just writing the sentence, the captain was sober today, already implies that he has a drinking problem. He could be sober every single day, but the fact that he wrote that the captain was sober today implies that he was drunk, right? And then when called out by another person saying, hey, does the captain have a drinking problem? I see that you wrote this down and said that it was said that he was sober today. And then the guy who wrote it down just shrugs it off and goes, like that, and doesn't really say anything. There, he also told a lie, believe it or not. He may have not, you know, vocally spoken a lie, but he not changing that narrative kept that narrative to flourish, right? And so at the end of the day, while he wrote a true statement, the captain was sober, he was painting a lie that he was an alcoholic by doing that. And it was just a really cool story. I think it was just like a scenario, but like that scenario is very like eye-awakening of like, wow, just how intricate little things that can be said can be painted as a lie is a very very scary thing. But like, you know, that's why it's important to be careful in that. So a lot of people like to draw the line of, well, I never said anything. Well, I never lied. I'm okay. You know, like people do that, but they do that because they know that they've danced the line, right? See, like, there's a line, but you know that someone's still doing something for some pretty bad reasons if they're still dancing on that line, right? And that goes for a lot of things, whether it's sin, whether it's someone lying. I mean, lying is still sin, but you know what I mean, like in the sense of lying for personal gain in a bad way. There's a lot of stuff like that where they try to make these little guide rules on the side, and they're like, well, I didn't technically do that. Well, you may have not technically do that, but your intention behind that was to tell an untrue statement. So you used a true statement that you made, but it had implications that it was wrong. So it's important to be careful of those things. I love that book. It's a great book. It's called Character Matters by Mark Rutland, by the way. I think it's Mark Rutland. It's either Mark Rutland or Mark Batterson. I think it's Mark Rutland. Mark Rutland wrote that book. It's a good book. Very good book. Talks about characteristics and that we need some characteristics. And honesty is a slam dunk. Because I love what he talked about with honesty. If someone is accusing someone of something, then it should be properly investigated before any conclusions are drawn. I think that's great too. I think that's a great example. And I think we as people should adhere to that, if that makes sense. So. Let's see, with the Me Too movement, I'd be fine with having like a restriction order going on if it's like iffy evidence. Yeah, like I think like a restraining order is fine in that. Like if you don't have enough evidence to really convict somebody, but you have enough to where it's like, yeah, you're a little odd, you know what I mean, and you're making this person uncomfortable, then yeah, restraining order for sure. Yeah, as in we're gonna try to legally for you to not interact anymore. Yeah, I think that's cool. I think that's fine too. Like, you know what I mean? Like I think legally someone should be allowed to put a restraining order on somebody. Just depends on like how much of the iffy evidence we talk about there is. But yeah, I agree. I think it's something that like if you got a stalker on your hands and like obviously the stalker hasn't really done anything, he just shows up where you're showing up or something like that, then yeah, I think that's in line for a good restraining order, you know. So that way, like, because, you know, let's be real, some people know the law, and what they'll do is they'll like dance on it, you know. They'll be like, well, technically I didn't do this, right? They try to Better Call Saul the law, you know. And so that's why I think happens with that too. So yeah, I think I agree with that. Yeah. If there's kids involved, it's a way more complex, and I don't know what the answer would ever be. Yeah, that's also harder too, especially if it's like if it's divorced parents. I think in the case of divorced parents that like it should be a it should be a little bit different, but like, you know, in the case of like if kids are involved in it, there should be some form of that, you know, or the restraining order, especially if it's like someone who has kids and doesn't have like a husband or father figure in their life, and there's someone like stalking them and stuff like that. Yeah, I think there should be like you cannot go within 100 feet of this person kind of a deal, you know what I mean? So what do you call it? So yeah. An untrue lie, so a truth, yeah. An untrue lie is a truth. Yep, there you go. That's so mind-boggling, you know. So yeah, anyway, that's kind of my big thesis. My thesis on AI, homies, and stuff is obviously we went a little bit into like the law, like legislative system, but like that's like my big like turnaround with like AI stuff is that like I think primarily AI art is in that in-between area where it's like I think you can call it out and be fine. AI video, however, with how realistic things are starting to look with that is where I'm like, yeah, I can offer more opinion than that, and I think it's primarily going to be used for bad. I don't see on any way in this earth with how with how many people identify themselves with like politics and all these different things. I do not see it not just everybody just being hunky-dory, kumbaya, you know. Hey, I'm okay, you know. I'm not going to use AI to claim someone said something they didn't to get a political advantage, you know what I mean? Stuff like that's like, yeah, I think that should be a problem, you know what I mean? I remember in the past, I think in America, they were trying to make Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube held accountable in regards to like, since they're like a general public of information now at this point, that like they should adhere to like honest journalism and stuff like that, you know, or coverage of things, just so it doesn't cost like a massive problem in the world, you know. So it's like I think stuff like that might be equated just over with AI. I think, you know, the only good AI video I could see is if it's used to make movies or something used other or something, but other uses seem too nefarious. Yeah, I think primarily it's nefarious reasons. I think in regards to AI video, funny memes are great. I think if you want to make a movie, sure, it's probably gonna suck, but if you want to make a movie, go for it. But like that's the only thing where I'm like, yeah, AI video could be cool. Or if you need to make something pretty quick, I guess, to help someone understand what's going on, but you don't have the resources to design the stuff yourself, then sure, I can understand that being a thing. But even then, like, you know, at that point, you'd probably just have a better off hiring an employee who knows this stuff that you can just hand the work off over to. That way you can get stuff done. But I understand AI also has that timely manner on it where it's kind of odd. So, but no, I think primarily it's nefarious. So it'll always be, I think primarily it'll be used for bad just because people tend to do that, you know. People tend to use it wrong, you know. Oh, I said about the kids as in couple dispute. If there's no kids, I'm fine with just a restraining order if we don't know what happened for sure. But if there's kids and like, oh, you're restraining a person for, yeah, okay. So yeah, no, I agree in that point. Yeah, it's like, you know, like you shouldn't stop them from seeing the kids, but like you should let them. It just really depends on the whole situation. Yeah, so it's really hard to tell in that case. Yeah, because restraining a person from seeing their kids is kind of whack, you know. If a man or woman says that they're getting abused in a relationship, just issue a restraining order with no evidence, because who cares? Yeah, I think I get that. Yeah, that's an understandable thing. You know, like, I agree. There's no easy answers as well. Yeah, so I think like, especially if there is something abusive going on and they don't want to be around them anymore, yeah, a restraining order for sure. Yeah, because there are a lot of like, there's a lot of stuff like that, or there's like, you know, there's cases like that. So what do you call it? So like here's the case too, is sometimes, and this is a big maturity thing for people, sometimes people just have to realize that they're just either not good for each other or that they just don't need to be in a relationship, because if stuff like that happens, you know. And in the aspect of a restraining order, I would assume they would have something worked up if it's not enough to prove like there was something, like it's an endangerment to the kids, then it's a bit different, where it's like, okay, like they can probably have some workaround of like the kids get dropped off to the parent kind of the deal, you know. Dude, I ain't gonna lie, we should like have like I feel like we're like lawyers, you know what I mean? Or I feel like we're lawyers, or like, you know, bailiffs or something, you know. We're like talking about the law and the stuff. It's pretty funny. Well, I shouldn't say it's pretty funny, but like, you know, it's pretty cool. Like, you know, I feel like we're all intellectual when we talk like this. I ain't gonna lie. Obviously we are, but like not in the sense of like, I feel like a bit of a big brain Jimmy Neutron talking about these things, you know. Let's see, couple disputes with kids are often extremely messy, as is certainly no easy answers. Yeah, definitely. My cousin has one. It's been going on for like 3 years. The dude was sent to prison and had the sentence elongated because he's whack. Dang, dude. Now he's out. They still got to do now that he's out, he's still got to do court stuff. I got you, homie. Yeah, it's kind of wild stuff. Like, you know, it is crazy that like that dude was a lot, like, you know, had his sentence like even like longer just because of how crazy that is. Yeah. And here's the thing too about some people in the world, something's up here that's crazy, right? And here's the thing is that like, while yes, primarily we can stop a lot of the like, you know, primarily we can like stop a lot of the stuff with the laws that we have, there are still these whack jobs who are just like, you know, they don't care about the law or nothing. They're like, whew, you know, they'll go right through it, you know. So it's wild. 99.9% of the time he'd never get custody, but just the law process is draining for. Yeah, I can understand that. Like having to be in the same vicinity, or like having to still deal with this guy consistently for like over 3 years, for example, like that's got to be like emotionally exhausting too, you know what I mean? Every time there's a hearing, she has to take a week or two off just to get herself together. Yeah, like that's rough. Like I get that. Yeah, definitely. And then there's people who know they will never get custody and just do it to be a pain to the other person. Yeah. That's messed up. Yeah, dude. Like that's kind of wild, man. Like, yeah, that's the thing too, is there are people who know the law system pretty well, to where they're like, well, you know what, if I can't have this, I'm just going to become a menace even more. And it's like, it's messed up, you know? So yeah, must be extremely rough for the kids. Yeah, I think that's kind of crazy, man. I'm sorry that your cousin's been dealing with that. Do you mind if I don't mind praying for your cousin and stuff if you'd like. I don't mind that at all if you'd like to. Just because, you know, I know it's kind of random to do that, but I do feel like that's important, especially if she's been dealing with this for over 3 years and stuff. Like, you know, like I'd be more than happy to pray for her. You know, uh, yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about that, man. That's rough, dude. Yeah, that's some strong stuff, man, for real. Like that's like, um, what do you call it? That's some scary stuff for sure. Like especially if he's been doing that with at the age of 12. Yeah, yeah, I don't mind here because I do feel like that's important to pray over for sure. You know, at certain point cases should just be thrown out. Yeah, I agree. I think at some point, you know, there shouldn't be this kind of fight. There should be like, yeah, like at the end of the day, it's just better for her to have the kids kind of deal with stuff like that. Because that's like, you know, like if there's traumatizing stuff like that going on, and you know, with like with the possibility chance of like abuse and stuff, then yeah, like I even more than likely, I don't even want to say possibility. It seems like it more than likely happened. If not, he was just crazy, but still, like that's still like insane, you know. So, but yeah, I'm sorry for that kid too. That stinks, man. That stinks. That there's like that trauma built up right there. So here, well, we're gonna pray real quick for the homies, for the kids and for her as well. Just because that's some scary stuff to be honest with you for sure. So here, we'll pray real quick. Lord, I just want to uplift Bellavari's cousin for you, Lord. That you just ask that you just be with her and just help her in regards to just the trials and stuff that she's been struggling with for these last few years. Lord, especially for the kids, Lord. Lord, especially the one that's been you know what Bellavari said here, Lord, and we just ask that you just help this family, Lord, be able to get through this. Lord, we just also ask that you also just help this problematic person just be able to realize that they have to not only own up to their own mistakes, Lord, but to also just for their own safety, God. I just ask that you just change this person's heart, Lord, into the way that where they're able to see that at the end of the day they're causing more problem than helping, Lord. And Lord, I just ask that you just heal this situation, Lord, to help this family, and that you just uplift them, to give them the strength to be able to get through this. And God, I just ask that at some point, Lord, that this will be not only a growing thing for them, Lord, so that they can grow from this and to become stronger as a family. But Lord, I just ask that you also just um, help them get to the point to where they're able to breathe easy and to have that peace, Lord. Lord, I just ask that that you just help them not let this person rob them of that peace, God. That this person definitely doesn't seem like they're okay. And Lord, that at the end of the day, Lord, that we all need you in some way, somehow, Lord. So Lord, we just ask that you just help them with this situation, and that you uplift them, and that you just calm their hearts and their minds, Lord, and that you just help them get through this legal process, and that at the end of the day, Lord, that you bring some healing on this family, God. So we love you and we thank you, God. In Jesus' name we pray. It will be done, Lord. Amen. Thank you, Lord. Love you, God. Alrighty. But yeah, I'm what do you call it? Sorry that your cousin's been dealing with stuff like that. Like um it is kind of crazy to have to like, you know, have family members just going through some rough stuff like that, especially. Excuse me. I've been to doctors, no physical stuff. I got you. Well, it's good that it's not been anything physical then, but you know, even if it's not physical, it's definitely like, you know, definitely some like mental trauma for sure. Because a lot of times, like even though like, you know, when I was a kid, even though I've never been like, you know, beat up or anything like that, and primarily my family never was beat up, but just hearing yelling and stuff and like, you know, screaming and slamming stuff, like it's enough to freak me out like mentally and like, you know, have some like stuff messed up in my head because of it, you know. So yeah. Could also be that the muscles controlling that are just taking a long time to develop. That would make sense if it was if it was persistent, started a year or two before the divorce. Probably some crud at home. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. And Twitch rudely crashed. Bro, I hope it didn't crash during the stream right there. That stinks if that happened. That's all right though. Thank you for the prayer. No problem, homie. No problem. And if you've got anything you're struggling with as well, homie, I'd be more than happy to pray for you as well. No problem at all. Especially with rough stuff like that, man. Like that's like, you know, most, and this isn't a bad thing to say that, but it's a sad thing to say this. Most families don't have to struggle with that, and it stinks that seems to be the that seems to be the that seems to be one of the someone that you know kind of deal. So. Let's see. That sounds like trauma in his case. Yeah, it sounds a lot like trauma to me. It was on my in your. I know yours. Okay, thank you. I think I appreciate it, homies. Worst part is his family and him are like super religious. The kind that hates anyone that's not the same as them. I got you. So it's kind of like the what do you call it? So it's a big wombo combo of like you got a crazy father, and then you've got you might be right, Zero. You might be right. And you got a whack belief system almost, it seems like. So yeah. So just to clarify, for those of you who don't know, West Bureau Baptist Church is the God hates gays people, for example. So like they're the ones that like scream up and down, picket fence, stuff like that. They're not a good representation of Christ in the slightest, you know. While yes, I heavily disagree with gay marriage, for example, that doesn't mean that I'm going to sit there and be hateful to somebody. It doesn't mean that I'm going to go out there in a picket fence and make fun of somebody or berate somebody just because they live in a different sin than I do, right? Like for me, my sin that I struggle with is lust, right? It'd be heavily wrong for me to sit there and berate somebody for doing that, for example. So just to clarify, if you're wondering what West Bureau Baptist is, they are kind of whack. They're the famous ones for doing the whole like, you know, like the picket fence stuff and stuff, you know. I love what one of the voice actors, funnily enough, the voice actor that was accused for a lot of bad stuff, I love what he did when he defended some people when these people were basically holding signs up saying that like, you know, if you're sinning, you're going to hell and stuff like that, and just basically showing the wrath of God basically. And he walked up to him and told him straight up, he was like, how in the world do you even expect people to turn to God when you keep trying to show them the wrath of God instead of the love of God? And I was like, amen, hallelujah, dude. Like, I'm tired of people like always thinking, you know what, God's gonna send you to hell, you know. It's like on what, your authority, you know what I mean? Like, granted, obviously yes, sin does lead to that, but like you mean to tell me that just because one rando with a picket fence sign out in the public says you're going to hell, you know, you're gonna go to hell? It's like, yeah, no, it's like, you know, I if I was approached by somebody like that, I wouldn't want to be a part of it either, you know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, definitely. So let's see. So it says all Catholic here, but probably applies. Yeah. So my thought, and this is my thought process on it. This isn't to say I hate Catholicism or people who are in it. So when we refer to the term picket fence, sorry, I'll talk about Catholicism in a second. So picket fence is like, you know, when people like go on strike and stuff, and they get like a wooden sign kind of the deal, and they got a sign and they're holding it up doing stuff like this kind of the deal. So in America, I don't know if it's a big thing within the that's what I thought. Okay, no, you're good. So basically picket fence is kind of like that. So it's like people are like doing this, but instead of like actual problems, they're using this to divide people and try to get people like they're trying to I don't know if they're trying to get people to God. I think they're just trying to be like, I'm right, you're wrong, you're going to hell, you know, stuff like that. So it's not cool. Like, granted, I don't mind people, you know, protesting or something like that as long as it's peaceful. But like when it comes to stuff like that, when it comes to the church and stuff like that, and they say stuff like that, I'm not on board with that basically. So when people say picket fence, that's kind of what they mean, is that they're doing that, you know. In regards to Catholicism, I'm not saying this is the case for everything, but I do know that like Catholicism is primarily in like stuff like Europe or those like countries around Europe, kind of the deal. I'm not the biggest fan of Catholicism, but I do know that there are a lot of there are people who have a good view of Christ. It just it's kind of murky water to define, right? So a big thing about Catholicism, for example, is it is a very, very religious thing. Like and people don't want to say this, but it is very dress up, do a lot of stuff, very traditions based, right? And there's a lot of stuff within Catholicism I'm not the biggest fan of, to the point to where I question if and this might sound mean, but I don't mind saying that, I question if there is a godly heart or not. You know what I mean? Not saying every Catholic's like this, just letting you know. But there is a lot of stuff that's within Catholicism that, like, foundationally it can be a problem, right? And there's a lot of stuff that encourages people with traditions, right? And it's a very big tradition thing. Now, granted, I will say, also, hiya, Jolly Lad. How you doing tonight, homie? Catholicism is religious. Facts, yes. Now, granted, I do know that me saying this will probably light a fire under some people and be like, how dare you, Derpy? These people, we are the same. We are the same as everything. And my heart about that is, like, you know, you don't decide if you're the same. Your heart towards God does. And so that's where it's like, it's really hard with that. I'm not saying every Catholic church is like this, but primarily when it comes to stuff like Catholicism, while yes, there should be the foundation of Christ, there is a lot of differentiation in it, and a lot of it doesn't get talked about, and it does get talked about. It's just really weird responses and stuff. So I've even seen a Bible scholar who is an atheist, for example. So he's a guy who became an atheist and still studies the Bible, and even he is someone who disagrees with Catholicism. Like it says that Catholicism doesn't really like follow that, you know what I mean? And so like that's where it's like I think is important, you know, where it's like it depends on the person primarily, because like I said earlier in stream, some of y'all may not have been here for this. I'm not a big fan of Pentecostal church stuff, but a guy I follow on Instagram, he is a Pentecostal pastor, but also acknowledges the fault of like there's Pentecostal churches that focus on the feeling of God rather than actually going towards God, for example. So that is where it's like, okay, so I can't assume everybody in Catholicism falls into that aspect, if that makes sense. But there are people who do think beyond that. So I do think it just depends on who you are and if your relationship with Christ is in the right spot amongst Catholicism, just like how it's the same for stuff like that. So primarily, I think that like it can breed more problems than help, but there are the rare few that don't, right? So. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear about that though, that like you've got like, you know, there's that conglomerate of things going on for them, you know. Let's see. Said granted there's an actual fence type called a picket fence, which is a type of wooden fence. Oh, okay, that's what I meant. But I got what he said too. Okay, I got you. Yeah, so yeah, when I say picket fence stuff like that, that's kind of what I mean, yeah. So yeah, I got you. Let's see, let's catch up. See, that's why the term picket, that's why the term is picket fence, because they use the same wood to make their signs. Yeah, definitely, I got you. Excuse me, you said I'm Catholic in theory. I can tell you here that's just default because you were born here, and like 80% don't practice it ever. Yeah, that's what I've kind of heard with stuff like Europe and I think it's primarily Europe, like the countries over in Europe. But like is that Catholicism's like a big thing. And the reason I think Catholicism's really big over there is because it is a very old like religious belief system. And I think that's like a big reason why it's over there. And that seems pretty par for the course, you know, like, you know, primarily in America, you know, supposedly a lot of people are Christian, right? But like barely anybody practices it. You know, you got a Bible in your house, but nobody uses it, kind of the deal. So yeah, it's kind of similar in the aspect of America. Now, granted, there is still Catholic churches in America, but like, yeah, it's not as prominent as it is over in like Europe, for example, from the little that I know of it anyway. But yeah. See, I just don't believe in popes and the hierarchy of their church system. Yeah, that's where I'm at too, where it's like, yeah, otherwise I've met a lot of Jesus-loving Catholic brothers and sisters. Yeah, so I've met one myself that was pretty good, that was in just regards of acknowledges that there are some things in the system that are completely wrong, but they still love, you know, their focus is Jesus and Jesus alone. So like, that's where I'm kind of like, primarily I think it breeds a lot of bad, but like there are people, like you'd said, that are Jesus loving, and I think that is important. And Ice, you'd said my main issue with Catholicism is the idol worship and stuff added that's not scriptural at all. No, I agree completely. See, that's one thing about Catholicism I don't agree with. Like, if you are Catholic and you don't abide by the whole Mary thing, the intercession of saints, Pope stuff, and maybe purgatory. I don't know. Purgatory's not really mentioned in the Bible, so it's like, I don't know. I feel like that's added too. So it's like there's a lot of like murky waters in that. And now I will say this in regards to Catholicism, because I'm not one of those people who wants to re-spout things that other people say. A lot of the times when it comes to the intercession for saints, oftentimes in their viewpoint, they don't see it as praying to the saints. However, in the nicest way possible, it's pretty close to it. It's pretty close to the point to where it's like, you might as well just say it is, right? And so it's like, you know, I get it. But like there's things in our Bible, like if you read Hebrews, Hebrews also proves that wrong, where it's like, you know, people like, well, we have to intercede for other people to pray for us to Christ. Well, if Christ is the high priest and Christ is the only thing that we need, why is it say it in Hebrews? You know, like there's stuff like that. When it comes to Mary, for example, Mary being apparently the mother of God, why is she the one you're talking to instead of Jesus? You know what I mean? And even in the scripture, literally in scripture, by the way, what do you call it? In scripture, it literally says that someone called out to Jesus and said, "Hey, your mom and your brother are here." And his response wasn't, "Oh, that's so awesome. I love my mom and my brother." His response was, "This is my mom and my brother," pointing to like his followers and his disciples. He says, "Anyone who follows me would be considered my mom and my brother," basically. So when I hear that, I'm like, that's a little weird that Jesus said this. You know what I mean? So it's like, so not weird in a bad way, but weird in like, you've got this belief system, but there's a lot of stuff that's counteracting in that. You know what I mean? So that's where I'm kind of iffy in regards to Catholicism. Now, if they have a genuine relationship with Christ and want to have a conversation with that, that's great. I think that's awesome. Like, I think that's a great example of someone's not allowing their belief system to dictate their relationship with Christ, which I think is great. Your belief system shouldn't always dictate that. And I think that's is an example for me from being non-denominational primarily, but I don't sit there and be like, guys, I'm a non-denominational Christian. I just see myself as a Christian. I'm not sitting there. I don't adhere to everything my pastor does at my church, because I think for myself, right? And I think that's what it should be for everybody, is you think for yourself, you make the conscious decision yourself to follow Christ, and then he's going to show you the different ways to believe, right? Or the right way, I should say. If he's got it for you, he'll get you there, you know. That's why I'm not entirely crazy about like the whole, like, you know, I used to be very upsetty spaghetti about Catholicism, but I've gotten more and more into a better heart about it, of like, you know, like there are people who do genuinely follow Christ. And I've even talked with some people who were in the Catholic Church, and they don't agree with a lot of what they do. You know what I mean? So, what do you call it? So, let me see. Let me catch up real quick. Yeah, Catholics are as varied as anyone else. Yeah, definitely. So that's where it's at. It's like, you know, I kind of see, and I know this is gonna ruffle some feathers, but I don't care. I kind of see Catholicism as a little bit similar to Mormonism, where it's like, obviously Mormonism is a step in a terrible direction, because Mormonism, you believe you become your own God. Your foundation on Christ is in the wrong spot. Even in the Bible, it proves that, you know, that Joseph Smith's whole story is already a false gospel if you read Galatians 1. So there's stuff like that where it's like a no-go. With Catholicism, I treat it similarly, but not the exact same, because it's not necessarily that it's like heresy. it's more of like it's real close to it. That's where it's like I can't say it's enough to where I'm like, yep, that's heresy. But it depends. Like, you know, I don't believe people born into Mormonism are consciously Mormon. Just like how, like, you know, like what you said earlier about Lavari, about like people who are born in like Europe or something into Catholicism. I don't think that they are, you know, molded by that system, you know. And so it's like I think everyone thinks for themselves most of the time, for the most part. So I do think that it is important to know that, as well as you deciding like to follow Christ on your own thing, not just because another belief system does it, you know. See, I know in the US it's very different, but most of you use just default. Yeah, that's what I've heard, is that like most of it's like default because it's something that you've grown up in, kind of a deal. Which it's similar in America, but a bit different, you know what I mean? Because it's like similar because there are church systems in America that people grow up into, but it's so diverse in America that it's really confusing for a lot of people. So I do think that is important, just to kind of address, is that like the one thing to a benefit of having every church kind of being a similarity is it doesn't become this conglomerate mess that it is in America. But at the same time, it's also like it's better off to read the word for yourself and not kind of base things off of tradition and stuff, you know. Let's see. Let me catch up real quick. You said Catholicism comes before the time where people could read the Bible for themselves. Yeah, and I think that's a big thing why Catholicism is probably so big, because back then we didn't have the printing press. And so the printing press was a big thing, that we got these big hunk of junks of Bibles, you know what I mean? Which is funny, I wasn't thinking of doing a God talk today, but we were talking about God a bit here. But now that we've been able to read it ourselves, we're able to have our own interpretations of it. This doesn't mean, by the way, that your interpretation of the Bible is always right. I want to clarify that, right? But it's able, so you can read it and interpret yourself and then discuss with other believers if this thing is a right belief or not, or if you kind of come to an understanding, or if someone has a better understanding of it. That doesn't mean that we're always going to understand the Bible front and back, but there's going to be some times where it's like, well, I don't know how to explain this, and that's okay. You know, that's what makes it cool, though, you know? So I do agree, though, in the case of what you said about, like, you know, it was before people could read the Bible for themselves. Now that people can read the Bible for themselves, they're starting to realize there's something like not right with certain belief systems. And I think that's kind of what's like a result. Like back then, people thought Mormonism was Christianity. And nowadays you see a lot of people calling it heretical and calling it out the things that should be called out in Mormonism. Now, I don't think we should go screaming up and down telling people in Mormonism that they're heretics or anything like that. Like why resort to name calling? Just help them understand, hey, like this is the reason why this isn't a good belief system. Or have a nice conversation with somebody, because sometimes people don't want to be told that they're wrong. They just want to know that someone cares about them, right? So that's another important thing to understand too. Is like, while yes, people are calling these things out, don't become this negative Nancy and go like, you know what? I'm going to stand on this hill and be a prideful piece of mess myself, you know, because then you're just working backwards, you know. But no, I agree. I think reading the Bible for yourself has monumentally changed a lot of things, for sure. Let's see. The doctrine of purgatory comes from a verse of the Bible that was rejected as part of the Bible, if I recall. Okay, I got you. Was that one of those things of... Also, good night, Jolly Lad. Thanks for being here, homie. Let me see real quick. Let's see. Hi, Ping. How you doing tonight, homie? Bellavari, you said, I haven't ever heard the New Testament. Is there hell mentioned there too? I would say that there is. The wording of it isn't like fire and brimstone. I know a lot of people say that. I'm not trying to say that, oh, well, hell's not as scary as what it seems like or anything like that. But they refer to like the gnashing and teeth and stuff like that, which, you know, we don't exactly know. I don't exactly know where the whole like depiction of hell came from, you know what I mean? Like I know that there's a lot of different areas where people have their own version of hell. Like for all we know, hell may not even be the fire, like, you know, fire going off, but from what it's worded as, it's more of about like, is this feeling of being in hell feels like you are left away from God, and that everything good is like just you're agonizing. That's basically what it feels. So it may not even be a fiery place where you're gonna burn alive and be tortured for the rest of your life. Maybe the fact that, you know, that decision that you made to be where you're at is something you have to reflect on for the rest of eternity as well. You know, I mean, and it's just will destroy you. You know, there's a lot of different ways of looking at hell. But personally, from what I know, New Testament mentions it as the gnashing of teeth and stuff like that, which obviously I don't think that hell has teeth in it. I think that's like it's like a metaphor of how it feels. You know what I mean? Or like how it would feel to be there, if that makes sense. So I just wanted to clarify on that too. So like I don't have an exact point, but there are other homies that probably know where it exactly is on there where it mentions hell. But hell is definitely mentioned, and it is definitely real. However, I think a lot of depictions of it may be over the top, but still at the end of the day, it's still agonizing regardless. I just think that people have their own viewpoints of how it looks and stuff like that, which is fine to have a discussion about, you know what I mean? So, but yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with that, where it's like, there might be someone who knows more about it than I do. At this point, you need a hat that says non-denominational. I guess so, man. I guess so. You know, I don't know if I need a hat that says it though. You know what I mean? So I'm just kind of like, you know what I mean? So I don't want to say, hey guys, I'm non-denominational. You know what I mean? What denomination are you? So I don't adhere to a denomination. I am what a lot of people just call non-denominational. Now, I'm not prideful about being non-denominational, though. That's a big thing that's important about it, because oftentimes people might be like, well, I don't need a denomination to worship God because I am better. You know, like, that's obviously not good, right? So there's obviously a problem within that area there, but yeah, I don't have a denominational approach to anything. I'm about to get spicy with this. This is my denomination, straight up, just the Bible. That's where I build my life on, and that's where I'm still reading. I still got a little bit more to read, and I'll have it read all the way through, but I'm still gonna obviously read beyond that. But yeah, so I don't have a I don't have a one that I follow, because this is my viewpoint and I will always stand with this viewpoint. However, I just want to clarify when I say this, it doesn't mean if you are in a denomination that I despise a denomination or I think that it's not valid, right? But the reason I say this is because I just think that it's what it is, and this is just my heart on it. Denominations to me are men sticking their fingers into things and trying to make their own thing of God. That's just what I think. That does not mean that if you're a Baptist, or if you're someone in Catholicism that's following Christ, or if you're someone, you know, in these different areas, it doesn't mean that you're not a Christian because you're under a denomination. That is completely up to you if you are a Christian or not, right? And that's following Christ. So my thought process is I don't like it when people try to stick their fingers in things and they try to make it their own thing instead of just letting it be what it is, right? That's why I like being in a non-denominational approach to things. Now, I'm not going to sit there and be like, guys, I'm a non-denominational person. I get tired of hearing people say this, though, when everyone's like, well, Derpy, that's a denomination itself, actually. It's like, come on. It's like, brother, we know it ain't. Now, it'd be different if I was following my pastor's viewpoint, because then it would be like, okay, I'm following even though it's non-denominational, me following my pastor would make it like, okay, I'm following his version of the viewpoint, right? But I'm not, right? So it's more of my own thought process. So that's the thing, right? Unless it's just some derpy denomination, derpy denominational, I don't know. But that's kind of where I'm at, is that like I don't really adhere to a denomination because of stuff like that. Now, that doesn't mean if you have a denomination, it's bad, right? It just means that like that's my thought process on denominations. I've had great discussions with people who are Baptist. I've seen some great, awesome talking Pentecostal people who, like a Pentecostal pastor homie who literally, not even lying, on Instagram, has a puppet and he shares the word of God, and it's an awesome way of sharing God. It's not like he's not shoving Pentecostal stuff down people's throats. He even says these things are wrong to make people chase a feeling instead of God himself. I think that's great. Like, that's awesome stuff. So like stuff like that, like these are people who I think go beyond their denomination and genuinely are just trying to seek God. And I think that's what's important about it. So that's kind of my thought process, is I don't trust a lot of denominations just because it feels like a man-made system. And that doesn't mean that if you go to a church that has a denomination that you're adhering to that system, because, you know, I go to my church and I don't agree with everything my pastor says, but I still go there because he's awesome and he shares the word in a great way. But, you know, there are some times I've disagreed with him, you know, so that's also a normal thing as well. So I think that's important. Let me catch up as well, though. I'm super far behind, but I wanted to share that. What time is it too? In about 15 minutes, I think. I think we'll probably get into Paper Mario, I think. Excuse me. See, different views or interpretations of the Bible, really. Yeah, oh no, I missed one. Sorry about that. See, I don't ally to any denomination either. I'm simply a Christian. Yeah, I think that's important too, is to be a Christian. Because guess what? Believe it or not, in the Bible, they didn't mention denominations. Just saying. I'm not saying that makes me better or anything. I'm saying they called themselves Christians. That was it. Nothing else. They called themselves Christians. They didn't say they were Catholic. They didn't say they were Baptist. They didn't say that they were non-denominational. They just said they were Christian, right? So that's where I'm kind of like, you know, like originally they weren't called that. So why are we now magically different things now, you know? Let's see. You know, I'm going to say all of them or whatever, but I'm curious why it's so different, why following the same book. So Bellavarii, in that, I would say this. If you have something really pure, I would say, or something pretty good in life, more than likely there are people who are going to take that thing and slowly turn it to something that it isn't, right? So deep down to the core, we'll say Jesus is like the purest thing, right? And over time, as time goes on, you know, you start the telephone game, right? And the telephone game is also sometimes a little bit of denominational stuff as well. And there's so many. So now there's so many denominations basically kind of breeding out of nowhere, right? And oftentimes I think it comes from people don't like what the Bible says. So they're going to say, you know what? I don't like what the Bible says. I'm going to make my own life and I'm going to make my own version of the Bible. And so that's kind of where things go, or my own viewpoint of the Bible. And so that's kind of where things go, right? That's why there's so many now. Like I'm going to name some, and I haven't even named them all when I name them. There's Presbyterian, Pentecostal, Catholicism, Orthodox, Baptist, Presbyterian, Episcopal. You know what I mean? Like there's more than that. There's Mormonism came from stuff like this. Latter-day Saint stuff. Jehovah's Witnesses come from stuff like this. You know what I mean? There is so many. And a lot of them are vastly different, you know what I mean? And so, like, there's so many, and it's like, it confuses people. So, like, you know, you asking that question, I think is a great question, because I kind of think in the same thing. Why in the world are there so many different versions following the same thing that we're reading? You know what I mean? It's because of humanity. Humanity is just... I don't like humanity a lot of the times, and I gotta get over that. Obviously, I get over that sometimes. And sometimes it comes up on me, and I'm just like, why are people doing this? You know. But yeah, it's definitely a reason of what do you call it? It's a reason of humanity. The humanity wanted to take their own spin on things instead of just following what the Bible says, kind of the deal. You know. Let's see. Disagreements on doctrine. Most of the points are fairly minor. Yeah, and I'll say the big majority of things, like we're talking about Baptist, Methodist, Pentecostal, stuff like that. Like usually these are minor things, but even then, like depending on how they are, it's what do you call it? But yeah, let me see real quick. I'm here as an interpretation that makes it good fiction, as in. I think it says Iliad and Odyssey. I've heard of Odyssey. I don't know if I heard about Iliad though. So, but yeah, I get that. That's okay. If you got questions about it, I definitely don't mind, you know, sharing stuff. What do you call it? Regardless of your viewpoint as well. I don't mind sharing about it. Let's see. I say, let's not find out what hell is like. I agree. Amen. Amen. Let's see. I'd be fine with being a passenger like Dante. Dante is in the Divine Comedy. Yeah, I would say, what do you call it? That is an interesting example. I will say this as well. This is another thing that I think is important as well. Stuff like Dante's, is it Dante's Inferno? I think, yeah, Dante's Inferno and Paradise Lost are like two big like literatures of like Christian fiction. And I think it's like where a lot of our stuff we get is from. So like, you know, our depiction of hell probably came from Dante's Inferno. So like, I mean, as a society, by the way, I'm not talking about like, oh yeah, we as Christians think it came from Dante's Inferno. But Dante's Inferno definitely did the whole like 7 circles of hell and some crud like that. And that's kind of where a lot of that came from. And then the whole like Satan being a worship leader and stuff like that, I think that came from Paradise Lost. So like there's different stuff which is like, I've never read the books, but I would like to read or like watch like a Wendigoon video on it and see like what he has to say on those. But like I've never really read those, but that's primarily what shaped a lot of society in like America, at least for that I know. It might be the world too. Is stuff like that. That literature is a big reason why people believe the certain things that they do about the Bible, right? Like I for one, I don't even know if Satan was a worship leader or not, nor do I care if he was or not, but it was a big thing though. Good night. Love you too. My mom's going to bed, homies. But yeah, so like that's a big thing, is that like a lot of Christians will get into these big discussions about things that don't really matter. Like, was Satan a worship leader, or all these different things and stuff like that. So that's kind of where it's at. My chat says good night. She said good night, homies. Thank you for saying good night. But yeah, so like I think that you bring that up is pretty interesting though, because I do want to like read those, because I think those are interesting. So from what I heard about those 2 books in particular, like the Dante trilogy thing, Divine Comedy thing, and Paradise Lost and Paradiso Gained or something like that, the other one, is mainly that it's Christian fiction, if that makes sense. There's no Satan and Dante stuff. I got you. So in Paradise Lost, that's where the Satan stuff is. So that's where the whole like Satan was like fell from earth and stuff like that. So Paradise Lost is also like that fiction stuff, like that Christian fiction, if that makes sense. So that is interesting that Satan's not in that for the Dante stuff though. So yeah, I definitely have to check out those things out, but those are definitely cool literatures to like to check out and stuff. Let's see, Ice, you mentioned that there is a lake of fire mentioned in Revelation, but I think that comes after the Great Tribulation and whatnot. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so there's like there's a bit off there, you know what I mean? So yeah. Let's see. As entertaining as the Divine Comedy as well. I only listened to a summary of it as well. As I was curious, and just wanted the cliff notes. It is completely inaccurate. Yeah, I will say, yeah, from the whole 7 layers of hell and stuff like that came from Dante's Inferno thing. So I don't know if it's really accurate at all. Like, I agree. Like, I don't think the depiction of these things would be very accurate, if that makes sense. But yeah. Let me see. Let me catch up. I should listen to a full audiobook sometime though. Yeah, I think that'd be a cool idea. I watched another guy, Wendigoon. He does some really good stuff on like reading stuff, and I might watch his, because he's done videos on Dante's Inferno and the Paradise Lost thing. Also, we'll start the game in just a little bit, homies. I love this discussion, by the way. Might be a surprise God talk. I ain't gonna lie, homies. Excuse me. Let's see. Yes, obviously he made it to represent his view of hell, purgatory, and heaven. Classic literature, though. Yeah, definitely. How do you feel about other religions? Just false. Primarily. The reason I say this is because within the confines of what I've read in the Bible, for example, oftentimes the other religions is man trying to make their own thing because they don't like God, right? So that's kind of where I'm at with that. So like, and it also depends on like, you know, what do you mean by religions, for example. There are reasons I don't believe in certain belief systems. Like we'll use Islam, for example. Islam is very self-centered. And while I'm not very like cultured in Islam, there's small things that make me go, that's a little weird. And one thing I don't agree with Islam is that they claim the crucifixion of Christ never happened. But we have historical documents of Josephus and Tacitus, who one was a Jewish a Jewish historian, and another one was a Roman forgot what they called him. He's some kind of Roman soldier, I think, or some Roman like centaur or centurion, I think, who wrote about it, and both of them wrote about Jesus in an indirect way. So it's like, you know, that's a big reason I don't agree with like Islam, is not only is it like, you know, through the confines of the Bible, but just from the little bit of what we have on Jesus, magically Islam said that the crucifixion never happened. So that's where it's like even if you didn't believe like Jesus being the Son of God, there's plenty of proof that he existed. So it's like, it's a little odd, you know what I mean? So like that's where it's like logically I've come to that conclusion that Islam just isn't true, right? So like now I'm not saying this for every religion that I've come to that, but like there's other things like that, you know what I mean? Let's see. Islam is too correlated to Jesus for me to talk about. Yeah, I gotcha. More like Hindu stuff, which is very different. I gotcha. I'll read the rest of what you said first before I get to that. But yeah, so like Islam, for example, like, you know, it's heavily involved with Jesus too. So it's very interesting that like that comes up like that. So there's different belief systems out there that do similar stuff. A big thing that I kind of bring up in regards to things that aren't related to like things like Islam or things related to Jesus are like the Old Testament. Like you've had the Philistines or Egyptian gods, for example. Or Egypt had Egyptian gods. You have Greeks with Greek gods. You know what I mean? A lot of these things were a lot of idolatry. So in the Bible, oftentimes you'll see something like maybe in Judges, you'll see people did what they thought was right in their own eyes rather than doing what God wanted them to. And oftentimes these idolatrous things would also be like a sense of pridefulness for people, and these pridefulness things aren't really good, right? Oftentimes throughout the Bible you'll see like God just proving himself that he's not these things and that he is only the one true God. So the belief system within Christianity is primarily that everybody who has their own God or different God did this because of the fact that they wanted something. Like there is this imprint in the human like mind or psyche, right? Or this like human life where it's like there is this want to worship something, right? There is this want. Now granted, there are some people who obviously don't, you know, believe that, obviously. But there is something like that drives them to do these things. So like in the Bible, you see at least I'll say as early as Exodus, but it might happen in Genesis as well. But primarily I'll say Exodus, when these people who are the Israelites who were following God, they didn't want to wait for Moses to get down from this mountain as he was getting the 10 Commandments kind of the deal. When he came back, they were already worshiping a golden cow, right? Like there's this thing of like in human nature where it's kind of like, you know, like you can agree that anger is not necessarily good because of the wrath it comes with. Like it's not good to go and kill somebody out of anger, right? So it's not good to be obsessed with these kinds of things. And so what stuff like that in the Bible kind of shows is that like oftentimes these people don't want to wait for God to do things or to do things with God. They want to do things themselves, and when they do these things themselves, they end up doing some whack stuff like dancing around a golden calf. Even though, by the way, they had somewhat good intentions, their mind was like, well, he's not back, so let's just go worship this golden cow and dance around it, right? So that's kind of the way I see a lot of other religion systems, is that's kind of what it is. Oftentimes other religion systems, oftentimes I say this, are primarily built on selfishness. Whether it's you get your own little Pokemon, you get your own little special Pokemon card kind of the deal, or you get to benefit from this, or you get to gain a lot from this, right? But in the reality of Christianity it's selflessness. It's not about like, oh, I'm getting a lot of stuff just because my homie in the sky is giving me stuff. It's more of I'm following God, and the thing I gain is God's glory, right? No, I don't gain God's glory. Sorry to clarify that. That's probably going to get out of context. That would get me canceled. I don't attain anything from this but giving God glory through what I do, right? It's pointing things back to God. It's not pointing things to where you get your own special piece of this cake, right? And I think that's a big thing a lot of people struggle with in regards to different religious belief systems is that like they're trying to have something themselves. Like if you want to look at something like Nordic mythology, right? Nordic mythology, they believed that if you followed whatever god that you had and you did the things that you were right, you were going to go to Valhalla and you were going to drink and be merry and you were going to get drunk and just do whatever the whatever. You know, it's selfish gain, right? It's selfish gain, right? So when it comes to Christianity, the goal is yeah, sure, when you get to heaven, there won't be suffering, but your focus isn't going to be pleasuring yourself and getting a big old mansion, flying around, having a nice little fun time. I know a lot of people say this, and a lot of people are like, oh, dude, I can't wait to get to heaven. I can't wait to get my 5-star mansion. It's like, you know, I think you're going to heaven for the wrong reasons at that point, you know, because you're building your aspect or your foundation of Christ on materialism. Like at the end of the day, that's not something we need. You know what I mean? So I think that's an important thing as well, that like, that even people with Christianity still, I think they get heaven wrong. You know what I mean? I think my music stopped. Did it stop? No, it didn't stop. Okay. I think people with Christianity even get heaven wrong, you know, stuff like that. So it's like, you know, more than likely, I think other people outside of that would as well. Let's see. Let me catch up real quick. Audiobook is 16 hours. That'll take me a while. I ain't gonna lie. I might just get it myself to read, but I'm kind of scared if I get it, though, that like someone might be led astray if I get, you know, if they end up reading the book, you know. See, God is only one true God, and there's only one way to heaven. Yeah, that's my thought process of all in there, you know. Doesn't mean we're ugly. People have different beliefs, so yeah, I got you. Still treat them with love and respect, while not compromising our own beliefs. Yeah, that's very Christian from you. Lots of people waging war on different religions. Yeah, it's not worth waging war on like different belief systems and stuff like that. Because you have to understand too, like even people who are Muslim, like they when they convert to Christianity, they're like, you know, they're just humans, just like us, trying to find the answer. And it's not worth going to war about it. You know what I mean? Even with Mormonism, like I don't like Mormonism, but like I have to understand that most people grow up into those systems and they have to, you know, they have to learn themselves the thing they grew up with is wrong while also still trying to somehow believe in God in the process of it. That's hard. Like that is some hard stuff. That's like a scary environment to grow up in too, you know? You had one way you grew up and then the other way different, you know? Let's see. Let me catch up. They're exiting hell. Okay, I got you. I didn't know if there was Satan or not in there because I haven't read it. So, not what Derpy is talking about, but Satan isn't. Okay, I got you. I don't remember that. I read it in high school because I had to do so. Memory can't be good. That's okay. Hey, listen, there's a lot of stuff from high school I don't remember either. So you're good. Let's see. Islam is too correlated. Okay, I remember that. So you're talking about like Hindu stuff. So Hindu is kind of like my thought process on you get your own Pokemon card because magically there's, I don't know, like as much as there is Pokemon, there's a Hindu god, right? And so that's where it's like there's so much to where it's like, is this even real or is this just stuff being added, right? Because it's like how do we know this stuff to be real? You know what I mean? Like this is one of those things where it's like, well, I'm not familiar with Hinduism. The fact that there's just so many things and that like you apparently get to have, I don't know if you get to pick your favorite god or not like that. It feels like it's a self-pleasing thing. It kind of feels like a religious version of someone making Pokemon cards. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be mean. I don't want to be mean and be like, I hate if they're a Hindus. That's crazy. But you know, Hindu is a big thing over in different countries. So it's like, you know, I can understand, you know. Let's see. How do you explain the popularity of certain religions based on geography? As in, you're born in India, you're likely to believe in Hindu / Muslim. If you're both in Europe, you're both in Europe and U.S. I think you're likely to be Christian. So with stuff like that, I think it's similar in the aspect of Japan, right? So in Japan, you're more than likely to believe in stuff like Buddha, right, and all that. So the reason I use Japan is the reason I'm going to bring up something that happened for stream. So in Japan, primarily, they don't believe like anything. Like they haven't even heard a lick of Christianity. And so in the case of something like Japan, I've had people who come in from Japan before who were trying to learn English, and they were just like they were just genuinely surprised. They're like, well, I've never heard of Christianity before. And you know, I would share these things with them. And at some point, you know, one of these people ended up getting a Bible, and she was really cool about it, very awesome. The reason, I promise there's a point to this when I say this. She was very awesome about it. She came in, was honest about her being in a lesbian relationship. She lived in Japan. Didn't know a whole lot about anything about Christianity, but we were still encouraging her and being loving towards her. Now, that doesn't mean that we agreed with the lifestyle, but, you know, at the end of the day, you're not supposed to see someone's lifestyle. You're supposed to see the person inside, right, who is struggling. Well, that homie ended up, what do you call it? Ended up reading the Bible more and more and became more and more receptive to it, right? I think the reason I have stuff like thought process about people in different countries, for example, is that I think at some point you will end up meeting somebody or someone different that has this different belief system in that. And usually, from what I've seen, Christianity is the true standing one that always just comes up on top. You know, even when people who are primarily pushed into stuff like Buddha, or in your case, like you mentioned, Hindu and Muslim environments as well. Like when you're searching for the truth, you're eventually going to find it. That's a similar story with a lot of people when it comes to Muslim, or even people in the case who didn't even know anything about it. So I think yes, being born in those like countries primarily affect who you are and how you grow up as a person and like religious-based systems. But I also do like to believe that there's still hope for those people, you know? Like, I'm not going to say that, oh yeah, God's going to burn them just because they didn't know. I genuinely think that God cares about them and sends someone sometime, you know? While I can't control that, obviously, I'm not like, you know, I'm not God. I can't give the answer entirely on that. I can say it was so receptive enough to someone who was in Japan who knew nothing about it, but saw the way that we acted towards other people, that we as a community, there was just something different. See, it's not just about, I want to say this too, it's not just about what's in the Bible. Obviously, yes, what's in the Bible is awesome. It's great. But it's not just about what's in the Bible. It's about how we receive other people who haven't read it or disagree with it. You know what I mean? So that's one thing that I think is important, is even in the case of that homie who was receptive to it, believe it or not, by the way, and I want to say this is kind of wild, but I don't mind sharing this on stream. She passed away a couple months later after that. They found out she had cancer, and she ended up losing her life. And it was a heartbreaking thing because everyone was happy to have her in the community. And a big thing within that is I genuinely believe God knew she was dying, and no one knew, but God was like, you're gonna need to read, or not read, but like you're gonna need to come home, you know, kind of the deal, right? And so she ended up reading these things. I think in reading it, and she ended up having genuine questions that were really strong, like, you know, why am I'm in a relationship, I'm married, I'm on a honeymoon, I have everything I wanted in my life, but why do I feel empty inside? Just one thing that she'd asked me. And the biggest thing is I could have sat there and I could have been like, well, it's because you're living a sinful life. It's because you're out here living in a lesbian relationship or anything like that, right? I could have pointed out her sin, but the only thing that I had to point out to her was, you need to believe in God and to trust in God. And that was the last thing I had a conversation with her about. Now, granted, obviously that might be mumbo jumbo. I apologize if it is, but stuff like that makes me very prominent in the stuff that I believe, because of the fact that if someone can come from a very Buddhist heavy place that doesn't know anything about Christianity, just stumbling upon some random goofball on a stream, and give their life to Christ more than likely before passing away, and even leaving the Bible in the hands of her, you know, of the person that she was in a relationship with, and the chance that maybe she might even change her viewpoint and how she is, there's a good chance that can happen for anybody else. So that's my thought process on people that have grown up in different belief systems and stuff. You know, we have an entire lifetime, and I think that, like, it's harder for stuff like in India and stuff where people have grown up in those systems, but I think that is important to bring up as well. And you said, are they just unlucky because they weren't born in the correct religion? No, I don't believe that. I don't like to think that they were just unlucky. I think there's always a purpose, right? So like with people with, like, in Muslim, for example, like the Muslim belief system, there's a lot of people who grow up in that belief system, and then when they turn to Christianity, their entire, like, their family, everything disowns them, everything like that, right? But they get to tell the story of something very strong, that they left this thing because they found the truth, kind of the deal, right? So there's always a purpose in that too. I don't think that there is a person out there who is personless. No, not personless. Sorry. Purposeless, right? I don't think that there's a person out there that's purposeless. Now, granted, I'm not God. I can't sit there and fathom that kind of, mentality of like giving every single person a purpose, but that's something that I always think about, is that, like, I really think that there's a purpose, even if they're born in a religious belief system that is very contrary to God. Even in the Bible, we have parts of the Bible where you have someone named Rahab before they get into the city of Jericho. She didn't believe anything about God or anything. She only heard about God. And she was a prostitute, believe it or not. But she still helped those people who were going to Jericho, and helped them not be captured, and was loving to them, right? And not only that, God used that person, Rahab, who was a prostitute, not in the lineage of, the Israelites or anything like that, to be in the lineage of Jesus to be born, which is really cool. If you think about it, it's a really cool, like, concept as well. So I don't think that there is someone that's, like, unlucky because they've been born in the wrong religion or anything like that. I just think that there's a purpose in that usually, and sometimes it tells a story. It's kind of like people who struggle with homosexuality, or struggle with a lust addiction, or an alcohol addiction. Like, it's to help other people who do struggle within that. Now, granted, do people get these things wrong a lot, and they're very mean towards other people who have a different belief system, different way of living? Yeah, definitely, for sure. But there are different ways of being told an awesome story and given a great purpose. So that's kind of where I'm at. Is I don't think it's an unlucky thing. I think it's personally just a way that you can't really choose the hand you're dealt, but the hand that you're dealt always has a purpose to it. Let's see. Wait, just checked. Most of the audiobooks are between 10 and 14 hours long. Still long, but not as I recalled. Okay, well, that's cool. Well, I might have to check them out at some point. I think that's that'd be pretty cool. Let's see. So you said that's probably a long and complicated story based on war, politics, and other random stuff. Yeah, there's obviously the historical aspect. Excuse me, sorry. There's a big historical aspect of it. But like I obviously couldn't tell you like the history of that. That's probably a lifelong of studying right there, is the history of that. But that's kind of where my thought process is on it, is that, like, primarily, yes, I do think it heavily affects people, but I also feel like there's always a way, like I don't want to give up on hope on somebody just because they do live over in India, just because they grew up in a belief system that they're familiar with, you know what I mean? Let's see. So Bellavara, you said, what's wrong with me then? I've read the Bible, I've dabbled in different religions, I still don't believe. Well, that's the thing. That's the matter of you, right? I'm not trying to say that, like, necessarily that, like, you're a terrible person. I'm not going to say that. But it's primarily a you thing, right? So a big thing I think about when it comes to stuff about, like, people who read the Bible front and back, and they're like, I've read the Bible. I understand different belief systems. I still don't believe. So what's wrong with me? Well, the Bible doesn't always equate to, being saved. If honestly, if reading the Bible meant you were saved, everybody would probably be doing it. But, but it's not, reading the Bible doesn't save you, right? You have to be able to receive what's open there. Like, if you're someone who's not open to receiving that, then, God's not going to force you to believe that, like, he's not going to be like, oh, you don't believe in me? Boom! He's not going to knock down the door and, destroy you, kind of the deal. This is one thing I believe about, God's love truly, is he's not a tyrant. Often people think it's a tyranny thing, but he would rather you come to him with open arms than to force you to come to him with like a knife and dagger, right? And he lets people have that choice, so that's one of those things too. Often, and hopefully this doesn't come off as mean, but oftentimes when people have struggles with that, with believing in God, it's usually because there is an emotional response, or there is a pridefulness of maybe there's something you disagree with. That's usually what it is. I'm not saying that's the case for you. Only you know that for yourself. But even in the case of that, I always argue. I don't want to say I argue because I'm not a debater guy. But when it comes to stuff like that, I always like to think about how someone someone can look at something like the Mona Lisa and not understand why it was painted or anything like that, but can admire its beauty, but doesn't actually get to know the artist of that. You know what I mean? Like, you can look at someone's art and think it's awesome, but if you don't really get to know the artist, then you don't really know what the purpose of it was being made for, right? And even then, like, that's kind of my way of saying that, is that, like, it's more about understanding, like, what is being said in it and why it's being said, kind of the deal. And sometimes if we have our own viewpoint, or there's things that we disagree with, kind of the deal, we're not receptive to those things. It's okay to ask questions, but it also involves believing. Like you have to, like, if you don't believe, then you're not going to have this understanding, if that makes sense. That doesn't mean that you should, like, be wild and crazy about it, or obviously, and just, it's not to say that you're a terrible person or anything. I come from the belief system of, like, we're all messed up people and we all need some help in some way. So that's just kind of where I'm at with it. I was going to say something else and it just left my brain. Sorry. Wow, she got saved just in time. I like to believe she did. I don't want to say that for sure she did, but I like to believe she did. I'm gonna have to agree with the struggle with homosexuality. I don't have the urge to go for men. If a person wants to, just let them. Who cares, lol. Well, I mean, yeah, I get that. It's the same thing with this. I don't have the urge to drink alcohol, right? But, like, people struggle with alcohol, right? The reason is that, like, I think what's important is within the Bible, it does say that is a thing of where it's not okay, right? Like, and that's not to be mean. You can disagree with it, but that is what the Bible says. That's what Paul wrote. That's what other people have written in the Bible, even Leviticus, right? Now, granted, it's not. I think primarily a lot of this comes from the aspect of, like, it's seen as love, and the aspect of that, right? And the reality is more than likely, and this is just my thought process, not saying this is the full thing, but there's always a purpose in why something isn't, like, cool, for example. So obviously I'm not going to use the idea of, oh, homosexuality is a sin, so guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to go out there and scream and yell like a chimpanzee and be like, you're a freaking sinner. I'm not going to do that, because that's not right. It's completely wrong to do so. The right way is to, like I mentioned about the person before who came in who was a lesbian, for example. She realized that, like, it's more about following God, and that at the end of the day, when you follow God, you realize there's some things in your life that you're just not actually happy about, and that's something that she had to face that, so yeah, I think in the aspect of that is that, like, I think that's more of an emotional response, if that makes sense, in regards to that, because I think oftentimes the reason that happens is because of desperation, what do you call it? Let me catch up. Let me see. So I just still go to hell because I don't believe. Yep. I know it sounds mean, but that's the reality. It's not just about belief, but, like, it's not about being a good person. So that's a big thing about the Bible, is a lot of people will tell you, well, if you're just a good person, you're just going to go to heaven. Well, here's the thing. We're all good to our own viewpoint of good, right? And not God's viewpoint of good. And so, like, that's one of those things where it's like, it is a matter of, do you believe in Christ? Are you going to follow Christ? Because here's the thing. It's more than just belief as well. I should say that as well. It's more than that, because, in the Bible, it even literally says, like, even demons believe that Jesus is real, but it's more of genuinely following Christ. So it's not that, like, God is going to force you not to go to heaven with him. You make the conscious choice to go away from God. If you don't want to be a part of God's kingdom, he's not going to force you to be a part of that, if that makes sense. So, let's see. Listen, to me, it's always been belief. Maybe at some point I'll believe. I got you. Well, it's a little bit more than just belief. It's belief then following, right? Because it's like, you can believe that Jesus is real. Obviously, we know that Jesus is a real man. But believing that he's the Son of God, that takes a lot of steps. That takes a lot of, what do you call it? That takes a lot of putting yourself down and putting God up, because oftentimes we build ourselves up on this pridefulness. We like to think that we're the one that knows what's up, but being able to admit that Jesus is the Son of God and real deal, even the people who were religious at that time couldn't even, like, fathom accepting that, right? it is a big deal, right? And so something like that is primarily like what that is. Like, you know, getting to know somebody is an important thing, and that's how you get to know Christ, you know, if that makes sense. Sorry if my wording on that's a little bit weird. Why are priests persecuted when they inappropriately do things to kids? Bible doesn't say it's wrong. Well, the Bible says a lot of things. Doesn't say a lot of things are wrong. You know, the Bible doesn't say in quote like what do you call? What's a good example? The Bible doesn't say you can't steal another person's dog. You know what I mean? It's still illegal. And yeah, definitely, yeah. It's still illegal, right? It's still illegal, and it still hurts a kid, right? So. Even in the case of like doing stuff like that, it's wrong because they're putting a stumbling block in front of kids. So that's a big thing with that too, is that like, you know, they're persecuted because it is wrong, right? The Bible, here's the thing, when it comes to the Bible, what do you call it? I don't know why I opened it up like I'm some fancy guy, I know where it's at. But when it comes to the Bible, there is law in there, obviously. There is like some law stuff. But primarily, like everybody knows to do righteous decisions, you're not supposed to mess with a kid like that. Like you'd have to be like a special like nut job to be doing that, you know. The Bible also doesn't say, you know, what do you call it, that you can't like you know, take somebody's house without them looking or something like that, like specifically. But overall, overarching like generality, it means that, you know what I mean. Also, hi Justin, how you doing tonight, homie? Romans 2 is, I think, what you're thinking of. I got you. Well, I'll open up Romans 2 if I need to. So yeah, like, so just because something's not in the Bible, that's also an excuse other Christians that are not good people, by the way, use to do bad things. It's not okay. So like, you know, the Bible also doesn't say you should trim your fingernails, but people do it anyway. You know what I mean? So I know that was such a stupid comment. What did I say that for? Everyone, like I bet anybody who heard me say that was like, trim your toenails, fingernails? What are you talking about, Derpy? I don't know, man. I was trying to give an example. I'm not trying to be weird when I say that, but that's what it is that like, we shouldn't use the Bible not saying anything as an excuse to do something, you know? And that goes vice versa, right? So it's like, you know, I think that's an important thing. Like, they don't specify cats, anything about cats in the Bible. I've never seen a word. All it says is beast, right? But like either way, you know, bestiality is still a problem, right? Like that's like a no-go. You don't do that. There's no like commandment that says these, you know. So that's my thought process on that, is that like, you know, they're persecuted because at the end of the day, there are commandments like, you know, one, the first commandment, the most important one, is love God above all else. And also two, by the way, is love your neighbor as yourself. Well, if you're messing with kids, you're not loving this kid as yourself. You're taking advantage of this child because you're trying to cope a feel, right? So you know what I mean? Like these things are obviously like, while they aren't explicitly said, overarching generality wise, it's self-explanatory kind of the deal, you know? Yeah, that's my point. If you have a book that tells you what to do and it's absolute, it has to be absolute. So, well, yeah, if you are legalistic, yes. Luckily for me, I'm not legalistic, but yes, there are legalistic things. There are some things that are like, the whole thing should not be taken in a legalistic sense, right? There are things that are, what do you call it? That are important to know in regards to living a godly life. And there's a lot of that mentioned from Paul and from how there's just written letters. Jesus mentions some things as well. So it's like there's a lot that says in there, you know what I mean? That's the thing to go by. So a thing that I want to talk about is like, I use scripture as main authority. However, I don't legalistically look at scripture in a way where it's like every finite detail is equated to this, if that makes sense. So what do you call it? And just to kind of give you an example as well, by the way, yes, homosexuality is wrong, but guess what? So is adultery. And with stuff like adultery, you would get stoned back then if you committed adultery towards somebody. Now, granted, obviously we don't do that, and I obviously do not agree with stoning, but back then that's what they did, right? Because that's the kind of like life that they were all living back then, right? So a big thing is that even homosexuality got you stoned back in those days. So did adultery, right? So here's the thing. I would be held under a lot of that as well because of, me dealing with lust. Now, I've never committed adultery, right? But let me tell you something. I've lusted after people. I've lusted after women who have been married before. Oh, I know I said something pretty crazy, but I'm going to be real. That's just real deal. I'm honest about these things because, let's just be real. Inside here, you might think we might think we're safe inside here, but here's the thing is when we let stuff run in our head too much, it's bad stuff, right? So it's like, it doesn't mean that these things are good, and I would fall right into that, So it's more about like, it's the aspect of these things don't lead towards the godly life. It's not to say that like, oh snap, if you struggle with this thing that you're going to be automatically taken from like to hell. Like all of us are condemned to hell. Like that's how it is. Jesus paid for our sins, right? That's our exit ticket, if that makes sense. So that's kind of the process of that, if that makes sense. Sorry if like it's confusing. I'm trying to like word it the best way I can. But yeah. Let me catch up real quick. So I was looking at this. Precisely how predators manipulating dogs. Consent doesn't exist when power, age, or maturity are so unequal. No amount of grooming makes abuse, and quote, not hurt. It just hides the damage for a while, and biblically still evil, still condemned, still judged. Yeah, that's my point. If you have a book that tells you what to do, and it's absolute, it has to be absolute. Well, I mean, excuse me. It depends on what is the context of what's being told, right? Someone can look in, I remember seeing a video of a guy looked in Psalms or something, and it said something about like dashing children across the rocks or something like that. The context of that is important because you find out that that's what people did who were doing wrong, right? And they were saying that as a saying, and when it was written there, that being written, for example, is not to say, oh yeah, it's fine to do that to kids. It's to say that this was something that was happening to them, what do you call it? So let me check real quick. I think it also falls under sexual immorality. Yeah, sexual immorality is under that. And here's the thing, sexual immorality isn't just, homosexuality. It is a big scope of that, I mean, there's a lot of that in there, So whatever it doesn't say, it has to be fine. Exactly, because it's absolute. Well, here's the thing is that, like, it depends on how you're looking at it, right? So, like, obviously, I look at the word, like I mentioned before, is that, like, I look at things, there are certain things in there that are absolute, but not every single thing that you read in there is an absolute thing. So, for example, livestock. Do you have livestock? We don't have livestock, right? So, my process in this is, there are laws about livestock that don't apply to us because we don't have livestock, right? There are different things in that regard, right? And so, so while it says these things about livestock, that's what's important, is to understand that, like, these things that are rendered as bad, right, are more than likely because of something that happens within that, right? And I don't know the full extent of why it was, like, the logistic reason of stuff like that, but from what I'm aware of, there's stuff like, that falls into, like, I heard that, like, primarily stuff like within homosexuality, you're more than likely to get, like, transmitted diseases, and particularly one that's HIV and stuff like that too. So it's like, there also might be reasons of that, right, where it's like these things are bad. But, like, I obviously don't know the full extent. It would probably be better to hear it from somebody who has struggled with that, because there are Christians who either struggle with that or have struggled with that in the past and have changed their lives around, for example. So that might be a better person to talk about within that case, but it seems like that's like the primary point, is the homosexuality part seems like the primary point, if that makes sense. Let's see. bestiality is explicitly mentioned as an abomination in Exodus. Okay, got you. I got you. Let's see. Let's see, in the Bible condemns sexual immorality pretty strongly. Immorality is subjective unless stated in detail. Well, I will say this too. It's like, well, we all know that, like, murder is wrong. Like, I mean, I don't think we need the Bible to say that murder is wrong, but I don't know. I said this to someone else in the past too, and I don't mean this as mean when I say this, so hopefully it doesn't come off as mean. The immorality is subjective, and where we get our good and evil concepts are from. I do think that can lead into this big giant paradox of, like, nothing burger, And the reason I say that is because with stuff like that, I really do think that like we're not going to try and justify certain things that aren't okay or healthy for us. You know what I mean? And I think that that might be one of those things that is, what do you call it? I don't think it leads to a conversation. I just think it just can go back and forth, if that makes sense. Context of scripture, basically, sexual activity is outside of marriage between man and man. Who decides marriage? That would be God. I mean, like, you can marry two people, or who defines what marriage is. I think it's like, I think at the end of the day, it's God defines the marriage at that point. You know, it's written in the scripture. At the end of the day, scripture is authority, but it's also like, you know, there's certain things that obviously are, depending on what you read in context, it's important. So while I don't have the like with every other sin, you can say, okay, this is bad, right? And with homosexuality, that's also one that you can say is bad, but I don't have like the finite detail of like, oh, well, this is why this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Like, I can name that with all these other things, but I think you'd have a better time talking to somebody who comes from that environment to be able to talk about it, if that makes sense. But yeah, primarily, I don't think good comes from that. I think oftentimes when homosexuality is brought up, this isn't to be mean to anyone who struggles with that. But a big thing I think homosexuality happens is because of desperation. It's either desperation or you want to do things your own way in your own life. So the moment, you know, God sticks the finger and says, this isn't okay, well, it's like, well, now I don't want to listen. You know what I mean? And I think that's kind of where that comes from. That's kind of where it is that like it was set by God, and that's kind of where it is. I wish I had a good conversation about that, but you know, I'm just a human as well, so I have conversations for certain areas of that, but like that one in particular, I will say in the past I was very judgmental about, but now I've changed a lot in my heart about it. But even then, though, it's that like it's still explicitly said in scripture, kind of the deal, you know. So like it just depends on the context. Let's see. Has livestock technically, all right, in your case it's fine, Ice, but like still, you know what I mean. I said, according to the Bible, marriage is something that God made in the beginning with Adam and Eve, and its root, let's see, it when a man and a woman become independent of their parents, partners, and God, in a sense, makes them one flesh. Gonna be rough here. Is the church marriage actually approved by God then? If yes, then it has to be okay to marry a kid, an adult, and that. No, I don't think that's the case either. You know, like that's one of those things too. Is that like I think that's like another excuse example. Like for example, we have like Islam. Islam, they probably would say that's a pretty good example. But like in Islam, yeah, that's like a big thing where it's like, you know, that might be the case. But what do you call it? But yeah, I obviously agree. Marrying kids is not cool. You know, there's a lot of things in the Bible, by the way, that do show that there are some things that people do in regards of marriage that isn't cool, you know. So it's like, you know, even with like Abraham and his wife, for example, he always pretended like she wasn't his wife because he was scared that they were going to kill him for some reason, and he was doing wrong in that regard, you know. So it's really odd then, like, you know, that like, you know, I'd say the same thing we define marriage is the same thing we define good and evil. It's the best way I can say it. So what do you call it? So see, we don't decide marriage. God already defined a covenant between man and woman, built on love, commitment, mutual responsibility, not manipulation, not abuse, not loopholes. If you need to twist to excuse hurting kids, you're not asking in good faith. I'm just asking, when is it fine? I would say I think a lot of the times it's pretty, I don't mean this to mean, but I think a lot of the times the line is pretty clear. When it comes to things that aren't okay and that are okay. Like, if your marriage is built off of obviously some stuff like that, you obviously have more ill intent in your heart, right? So it's like, at the end of the day, it's just like, you know, what's the foundation of your marriage built on? That's the big thing. So That's a thing, you know. And even in the case, like, here's the thing, and this is the nicest way possible, even people who are married, men and women, by the way, still have bad marriages, you know what I mean? So it's like, you know, it's not necessarily that, like, even if people do marry with men and women, they still might have a wrong marriage, right? So it's like, it's not necessarily finite in that regard too, but it's finite on how proper we are supposed to be, excuse me, within a marriage, if that makes sense. Sorry. Excuse me. Sorry, sometimes I have like a little like I don't want to say my throat closes, but yeah. Let's see, it's never fine. No, I agree. It's never, you know. See, a child shouldn't be really independent of their parents, so it kind of goes against the root idea of in marriage. Let's see. With that, at the end of the day, you going by feel? No, that's not at all what it is. The reason I say this is because if I went by how I feel, I'd just be going out sleeping with a bunch of random women I want to, right? The idea of following God is to deny the way you feel so you can follow God. That's a big reason why people don't like the idea that homosexuality isn't really okay in a godly life, because you have to deny the way you feel. That's what it is. So I can be wrong in certain areas, but I had to come to terms with the fact that I was wrong in certain things that I felt in, right? So that's kind of what it is. It's like, I don't feel that marriage should be these things. It's laid out, you know? So that's kind of where it is, you know what I mean? You're claiming hard proof with a book and then don't have other definitive proof. I mean, that's the best thing I can say there. I mean, like, the best thing I can say is that you're going to have to ask somebody who has struggled with homosexuality then, or something like that, so that they can give you something. Because for me, I have no struggling in that. I'm not a Christian who's been in that field. So if you'd like to, I might find someone who's able to, but if you'd like to, I can find some other finite proof, but I'm only going by scripture. So, and that is hard proof, because even in Greek translation, it says that's the case. So that's just where it is. You know, it's like, you know, it comes down to a field and it's not a belief, never proof of anything. Well, I mean, there is proof of it though. There's scripture. If I need to find the scripture, I can put the scripture there, you know? And I don't mean this as mean, but I think this is the real deal. I think primarily your issue is that it's homosexuality being wrong, right, in the Bible, right? Everything else is kind of like on board with, but the moment homosexuality is said is wrong, it's like out the window, you know? And that's not to be mean when I say that. Is there's proof in scripture that it has that. If you want scripture, I can give that. But if you're trying to find things outside of scripture that it's being bad, I can't really say that. It's the same thing of like, well, I can't find proof outside of scripture that someone gets drunk on every Saturday, even though their drunkenness is going to keep them inside their house, right? And they don't hurt people. It's more of a they're hurting themselves moment, right? It's where it's like, I see it as them hurting themselves. So and that's the best way I can word it, if that makes sense. So that's just kind of where I'm at with that, you know. But that's just, you know, that's just kind of where I'm at on it. The best thing I can say is that, like, it is a finite thing within Christianity, you know. A big reason it is not a feel is because if it was a feel, I would just be like, all right, well, I'm going to make my own religious belief system and then say homosexuality is okay, you know. So that's a big reason on that, you know. But yeah, so, but yeah, I think also, I do think it's also important also, by the way, homies, not to like dogpile. It is okay to, I think it's okay to have a disagreement, but I also don't think it's okay to dogpile, just in case. I just want to say that, just because I don't want to, you know, I don't want to make it feel like a dogpile, you know. Let's see. I'll just say, according to the Bible, we believe in, because that's really what defines our morality. We can try to prove Bible separately, but that's slightly a separate topic than according to Christianity. Is this wrong? Yeah. So according to Christianity, it's just wrong, right? So according to Christianity, what God has put through Paul and what just what's been said, it's in there, you know. I accept them, but I don't care in that way. More like inconsistencies. I don't know if that's like you quoting or something or not. I'm not sure, but like I think it's more the aspect that like I I accept people for who they are as they come in, but at the end of the day, I'm not going to accept the way that they are, right? Like that's who I am. Like if someone came in with drinking alcohol, it's the same thing where it's like, I'm going to still willingly accept them to be in there, like be within the community or anything like that, or walking through the door. Whatever you want to say in that regard, but like I'm not going to accept the sin, right? Like that's who I am. I accept the sinner, I don't accept the sin. That's just where it is. I don't accept my own sin either, with like lust and stuff. Like that's kind of where I'm at. That's just what it is. So I do care, and I think people are led astray by it, but I think ultimately it comes down to someone wants to have their own way of life, and they're going to live their own way of life because they don't agree with what the Bible has already put forth. I agree to every extent of like, don't sit there and be like super legalistic, but there are some things that are finite and that are a real deal, so yeah, so I think it's important just to not see somebody for the things that they do in their life and still offer that opportunity. I'm not going to say it's okay, and I probably will never say it's okay. That's just where it's going to be at for me. Will I ever be hateful to anybody? No, I'm not going to be hateful towards anybody. But it's the same thing with like, if someone's addicted to alcohol, I'm going to tell them being addicted to alcohol is not okay. If someone comes in and is sleeping with multiple women, I'm going to say it's not okay. Like that's just where my heart is. And it's not fun to say that, obviously, but that's just where it is like these things are not okay. While granted, yes, it may be fun to sleep with, 2 women and have 2 girlfriends, I still think having 2 girlfriends is still a problem. You know what I mean? So it's, while I don't have the finite thing of why personally, relationship-wise, it'd be wrong to be in a relationship with another person of the same gender, I do believe that is a problem. You know what I mean? So yeah. Let's see. Without judgment against sin, and don't withhold grace and kindness to anyone. Generally good advice. Yeah, definitely. Like, here's the thing is that, like, I can be ticked off when someone has a certain sin, but I can acknowledge the fact that's like, yeah, like, I understand that, like, it's a person behind that. It's not like this is who they are, right? And I think if your identity is the thing that you're doing, that's primarily a problem within you as a person, rather than, what do you call it? Rather than, what was I going to say? That's problem with you being the person rather than me pointing out a sin, So you love thy neighbor as long as you don't throw rocks at them and make them feel bad. I'm good. Well, I mean, here's the thing. That's the great thing about Jesus, and I'm not necessarily going to be like, being mean about it. Jesus also told people there was a rich guy in the Bible, went up to Jesus and said, Jesus, I did everything for you, man. I followed every commandment, all these different things. And he said, all right. Well, he said, all right. He said, what else do I need to do? And he says, all right, well, you need to give up all your money and give it to the poor, basically. And he went home and was sad. Jesus isn't here to make us feel good and feel happy. He's there to give us truth and also genuine love, though. That's the thing, right? It's not about making us feel good. Like I'm gonna be real. When I became a Christian, I didn't feel too good when God told me my lust problem was a genuine problem. I was like, what? I even ignored God. I even ignored God a lot when it came to my ex, because I was like, dude, a girl that likes me? That's what I like, And I ended up going against that, and I got hurt pretty bad for it because I went my own way, right? So it's not the idea of like, I want to harm somebody or hurt someone's feelings. It's the aspect that the truth is going to hurt people's feelings, right? And that's an ultimate reality, right? And I try my best to make it more approachable and digestible to people, but I know that sometimes that's not going to be the case. You know what I mean? Let's see. What's the point of that? That's Jesus talking to you or that person? Anybody, I would say at that point. Because it's an example, basically. Are you Jesus? No. The reason I say that is Jesus is someone we follow, and if Jesus, who was the perfect person, made people had their feelings hurt, kind of the deal, then at the end of the day, that like, even if I'm trying to approach the gospel in a great way to make it digestible for people, there are going to be people who are hurt by it rather than actually accepting it, if that makes sense. So in that case, that's what it is. So that's what the point of that statement is that like, following Christ involves not being the biggest friend of the world all the time, right? Like, I'm gonna try my best to, but if it involves backpedaling and trying to change my belief system in a way where it's contrary to Jesus and how he walked, then it's not worth it, you know. And at that point, if it hurts someone's feelings, I'm just gonna have to deal with it, you know. I can have a conversation, but it's like one of those things where it's like, that's a belief system I'm not willing to back down from, because that's like a hill I'm gonna die on kind of the deal. It's not a pridefulness issue. It's more of just a how I believe kind of the deal. You know what I mean? So if he said he's Jesus, that would be true. Yeah, I would want people to call me out, by the way, if I said I was Jesus, for example, you know. So Jesus kind of did that. It's different. In that case, I get that was a joke. I get that, but you're right though. Jesus did do that, and people did not like it. I agree. But in this case, Jesus had the authority to, because he had the right way to do it. Also, hi, Alpha Proto. How you doing tonight, homie? I hope you're doing right tonight, homie. Also, welcome in, homie. But yeah, that was a very healthy discussion, though. I will say that, like, I do think in the case that Jesus said that he was Jesus, it's fine. But anybody else that says it's just not right, all right? But yeah, so in the case, he had the authority to, right? So if I started saying it, I would want to be called out. See, that's the thing too, is about this, is that, like, if I kept acting the way that I was, and at some point I just kept being this, and people were just trying to be nice to me and say, well, what about this thing? I need to be told that I'm wrong sometimes too. You know, like, that's the thing for me, is sometimes I have to be told that I'm wrong, right? You know, and that's a thing that's going to hurt my feelings sometimes, but something I have to slowly accept over time, is that, like, when there's a certain belief system within, especially within Christianity, there's a lot of people who run away from that, and they're just trying to make their own viewpoint of it. But in this case, it's to say Jesus is loving, he cares, and he'll eat with sinners. But at the end of the day, I think it's important, what do you call it, to not even I think he was important to telling them basically that, like, hey, this sin is wrong, don't sin, right? But it was in a loving way, and that's what's important, you know. Saw people say Trump is Jesus. Yeah, I don't believe them people are crazy. Don't listen to them. Yeah, like, to them that makes sense. Obviously they're delusional. No, I agree. I'm also not on, like, I know people say that, like, you know, Trump is the Christian, you know, the Christian one you would follow. He's not. I don't agree with that, and I know a lot of people might be like, oh, Derpy, don't say that. He's a Republican. He's a Christian because he's a Republican. No, he's not. He can say he's a Christian all he wants, but you can tell by the way he is, and the way that the system is, that there's something that's not there, right? There's not the love of God there. And I'm not trying to say that he's wrong in certain decisions he's making, but I'm also saying the way he is, he does not portray Christ. He doesn't. It is plain as day. But there's people who care more about their political opinion than they do about God, so guess what? They end up thinking they're right when they're wrong. There's a lot of enemies in regards to Christianity, just letting you know. It is wild. But no, I agree. I think thinking a political reader, a political figure is not going to equate to Jesus, and never will. Let's see. Also, I love this song, by the way. Fire song, by the way, you know. I'm obviously trolling. Don't ban me. You're fine. I ain't gonna ban you for saying MAGA or anything like that. You're fine, dude. It's good. What do you call it? I've had people do both things in my chat before. I've had people come in and was like, I've had people ask me about what's going on in Gaza and Israel, and I'm like, brother, I don't even know what the crud Gaza is, bro. Like, don't even ask me about that stuff over there. Like, I'm sure it's important, but it's freaking war, and I don't give a crud about war. I mean, I care to an extent, but, like, people will try to put a bunch of political stuff on me, but I always try to be nice with stuff like that, because what do you call it? So no, I'm not gonna ban you for saying MAGA or anything like that, you know. If you came in and said something like, now it depends on, like, how wild it would be, obviously. Like, if you're like a political crazy person and, you know, you just can't keep it tame, then it would probably warrant a ban. But you're good, homie. Let's see. Should be in the loony bin when Jesus comes back from heaven. He ain't running for president. I agree. And that's the cool thing about Jesus, by the way. When he came in to when he came into like the world, everyone thought he was gonna be this like grand, pompous guy who comes in and becomes a king, but he was just a carpenter, a simple man, and walked in, you know, poor. I don't know if he was poor, but he was, you know, an average guy, right? He was like an average guy. And that was what's really cool about that, is that like God didn't use what people were expecting to be, right? God changed it. So I thought it was really cool. He didn't change it, but he circumvented it. He was like, yeah, y'all think I'm gonna have this high and mighty guy, but I'm gonna have a selfless guy who's at the bottom and serves people, which I think is beautiful. Both parties can stink for different reasons, but both can be either saved or unsaved. Big amen. Yep. But yeah, I'm European. I don't care about U.S. politics. Whatever you do, we're gonna be fine. Amen. I understand that. What do you call it? That's kind of where I'm at. I'm even with my own politics of stuff. Like, there's a lot of people who take political stuff way too serious. And they make it their identity. It's the same thing with like sin in the world. Let me go turn my TV on because I'm gonna go back to the game. Is people struggle with that all the time. It's a humanity problem. It's not necessarily a politics problem. It's more of just a humanity problem where it's like they try to find the inkling of hope of certain things to belong to and be accepted to, but they're doing it for the wrong reasons. And that's one of the big things that's important. Why is it? Okay, I was like, where's it at? And it's important. That's why like their identity being on that is not healthy, you know. Alrighty. Taking politics too seriously will only make you angry and miserable. Amen. Because I used to be like that. Not even lying. I was someone who was so like bent up on like politics that I would see like the other person's point of view, and I would instantly think that they were stupid, that they weren't even humans, that they were lower than human. Like, it was wild. But now that I've moved away from that, I don't even like see people for their political viewpoints anymore, which is very fun because I can actually love people and not sit there and be like, I can't believe this. You're a freaking freak. You believe this guy is real? You know, I mean, or something like that. Alpha said Trump got asked if he repented. To paraphrase, he responded, I don't think I have anything to repent for. I'm a nice guy. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, that's just such a, like, listen, I'm going to be real with you. I know he's our president. I'm going to treat him with respect because he's our president. But a comment like that, like, yeah, it's like, you're going to say that? Like, that's a real person would be like, I'm a busted up person. A real Christian would say, I'm busted up. I'm messed up. And, what do you call it? You know, like, I repent when I need to repent, or I do the best to repent when I can, you know, like that's something an honest Christian would say. They wouldn't say, I don't got anything to repent for. I'm a nice guy. Like, what, you know what I mean? Like, that's like, it's like, that's a yikes for me. That's why I'm like, you know, while I understand people are like, dude, guys, that's the Christian man. I'm sitting there like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I also don't like the Department of Faith, by the way. If you guys don't know what the Department of Faith is, there is some Department of Faith in America, and the lead lady in that was like, if you give us $200, we'll give you a blessing from God. I'm like, what the crud? On what authority? You know what I mean? Like, you mean to tell me if I give you $200, my Twitch career will go off? No way, bro. Like, you know, weird stuff. You know what I mean? I just go by policy, not the people. Yeah, it's just really weird stuff. Yeah, I agree. It's how they go about things. It's the things of how it is. It's like, you know, I don't hate Trump. I'll be honest, I don't hate him. But you can't just be like this and just say, hey, I'm a Christian, you know what I mean, and then act and, you know, do that, you know what I mean, like, you know what I mean. I'm not trying to say that, like, I'm not trying to say that you can't be a Christian and struggle. Everyone's a Christian and struggles, right? But, like, to sit there and act like you don't struggle is really, like, alarming to me, you know? $200, I like that Alpha Proto. He's like, huh, $200? That sounds like a pretty good deal. I'm kidding. Let's see. Like, both parties sabotage independent parties to keep it two parties. I agree. I saw so in the past, I saw you know what's funny? I'm so derailed on this stream. We're supposed to be playing Paper Mario today, and I haven't even started yet, which I don't mind. It's fine. I love this conversation. It's great because I think it's healthy. I saw a person I voted for back in the 2020 election. Which I don't mind saying this because she's independent, and there's no way anyone's gonna get mad at me for independent. You know what I mean? What do you call it? But she shared a thing of like, we've got to save ourselves, and it's a bunch of people holding up a fork, and then they're trying to stab a fork through the outlet, and the top outlet says Republican and the bottom outlet says Democrat. And I thought that was so funny. I was like, dude, that's so real though. Like people are like, dude, we got one or the other. We can't choose another. You know what I mean? And it's like, that's not an okay to think about. Okay, thanks. I think it's fine. You know what I mean? But I liked it. I liked it so much. I voted for the person because I'm like, we need somebody who's able to think beyond that. You know, that's a good leader. Like, obviously it's a joke with the meme, but like, we need someone who's able to see the system for what it is. It's like, you don't have to sit there and finite yourself to two options for a president. You know what I mean? Which I know in America, that's like asking for a death wish, because it's either one or the other for a lot of people in America. But yeah, now let me see. As long as you can do a culture war with us versus them, you can do whatever whatever behind the scenes. Yeah, and that's what I think a lot of people do, is that like, but believe it or not, here's the thing. This is a theory, and I don't know if like the CIA is going to come after me or not for this, just letting you know. So just letting y'all know, this is a joke, right? This is a joke. I'm kidding. I don't think I'm a guy on Twitch. I'm not unless I become a problem in the future, y'all can let me know. I think this is like conspiracy brain. This isn't like, real deal. I think a good way to keep money flowing is to keep teeter-tottering back on each side, so that everyone will be like, our country's at stake, and then go back and forth. That's how you make a lot of money, right? You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying, is that like, I'm not trying to say that our system is broken, but what I'm saying is that, yeah, it's just a theory. It's just a theory. But the biggest way to make money would to have both sides think that you better behave yourself. I know, I'm scared. It's a joke, homies. It's a joke. I'm just saying. It's a joke. Listen, FBI at CIA, I'm just joking. I'm just joshing. You know what I mean? But if I were a thinking man, I mean, I am, but if I were a thinking man who was nefarious in my business skills, I would want a system that is always thriving. You know how you do that? You tell both sides the world's going to end if the other one wins, and keep doing that, but keep letting one side win each time. That's kind of smart, It's not good, but it's smart, you know what I mean? So, I'm just saying, now, I'm just saying, that's a joke. Don't come after me. But I'm guessing y'all kind of got the idea of what I'm trying to say, though. Is that stuff like that would make sense. See, it's not right in front of your eyes, so it's harder to see, right? Oftentimes, it's a lot of like how our life is within Christ too. A lot of times, you get these wrong viewpoints of Christ, and they get all like jambled because a lot of the stuff that we have issues with aren't really in plain sight, right? And a lot of the times, that would be one of them, right? Like, that's how you get, like, why do you think a lot of news networks, they always like to post a bunch of negative things? Because negativity rocks the boat. Negativity, like, it makes you go like, it's like, this thing is happening right now. You know what I mean? The reality is that like, the reality is that there's people, more than likely, do this because there's a lot of money in that, right? And good stuff doesn't sell, and it sucks because good stuff is great and it's better for your health. But, yeah, primarily the good stuff doesn't sell, Bro's having an improv God talk. I am, dude. It's crazy. The title of this stream does not make its content. You're right. Excuse me. I'm giving a spooky day today, by the way, homies. And you know what that is? Today's spooky day is I'm talking to y'all about random politics, a lot of Bible lore, and conversations about AI, bro. Like, I'm giving y'all everything right now. It's crazy, you know. Let's see. But you're right, it doesn't match the content. It's funny. I think we'll start it in just a second, though. I think we'll get into it. I just love this conversation, though, we're all having, though, because it's great. I think it's fun. You know, maybe I should just become a just chatting streamer the rest of my life, you know? I don't want to be that, obviously, because I'd like to play games, but, like, I love these conversations. They're great. Like, I think that's why I love the God Talks on Mondays, is that they're fun. You know, like, you know, there's genuine conversation, and I love that, so. I missed stuff real quick. Sorry about that. Dabster says, sounds legit. Give me the link. I'm sorry. I have no idea what the link is, so it's great. I forgot who it was. It was some famous name that it was in charge of. Oh, that's me. Okay. Just letting y'all know. I was like, dude, am I getting an earthquake? I was like, dude, what do you call it? Okay. I thought that was like, I was like, that's not me. What's going on there, guys? Am I getting an earthquake? Is that the FBI? Let's see. Let's see. Let me catch up. I sadly don't have the link, though. No, I know you're joking. You're good, homie. You're good. I'm going to pay for Derpy to like pepper jack cheese. Brother, you'd have to pay me $1 million so I can live on my own. That would be great. Maybe then I'll actually eat pepper jack cheese. Let's see. Okay. Somebody tried to buy a miracle power from the... yeah, exactly. It's great. What you said up there, Justin, was true. Yeah. Like, somebody tried to buy miracle power from the apostles in Acts. The dude got a strong rebuke. Yeah, dude was like, hey, I want to do the thing you're doing. You're out here healing people. You're out here doing that stuff. That stuff sells. Can I get that kind of stuff? Can I give you money to do this? And they were like, brother, what the crud are you freaking talking about? Like, you know what I mean? Like, we do this for free, bro. We ain't doing this for money, bro. You can't just buy your way to heaven, dude. No, let's see. FBI open up, yep. See, people that followed Trump's Twitter probably... yeah, there's a good chance. Like, you know, like, I'm gonna be real with you. Here's the thing. If you invest into people... they're gonna be like on your your paywall and stuff. And I'm not trying to say that I'm not trying to be like this guy's like. I'm not trying to build this big conspiracy on him in particular. I just mean the whole thing itself. But like, you know, I agree. I think that like there's a lot of people who what do you call it? Who've gained money or something just to look like they're portraying or they're endorsing, right? You know, it's kind of wild stuff. You know, here's a wilder theory. The devil is. Keeps it back and forth to keep the controversy and passion alive, to distract people from more important discussion of God. I'm not sure at all about this, but just throwing it out there. You might be right. I ain't gonna lie, because it's always the stuff like what do you call it? What do you call it? It's always it's always stuff that's the small stuff that like you don't see. And the smartest thing a guy can do, by the way, is, you know, like everybody out here is acting like Satan. A lot of people acting like Satan's like this out in the front office, this devil dancing in a little tooth and pitchfork thing or something like that. But no, I mean, like, real evil is sly as crud, like real sly. You know, when people were all about the whole Mark of the Beast thing when COVID came around, like, granted, I wasn't a big fan of the whole COVID shot thing because it made me uncomfortable how like quickly they did that. But like, I wasn't sitting there going, yeah, it's the Mark of the Beast or anything like that. You really think the Mark of the Beast would be like something as obvious as that? It's like, nah. It's like there's different stuff like that. And even though I'm not the biggest Revelation thumper, like it was really wild. Now it's a sketchy practice, right? With like COVID and stuff. It was sketchy, but like it's not like it wasn't that. So like all of that stuff, by the way, all of that stuff that's up here that people are looking at, like the way Satan works isn't always like that. Yes, there's some stuff that's like this. But there's this underground stuff that a lot of people don't see, and I'm not trying to say that I'm in the know of it, obviously, but like real evil is stuff that most people don't see, you know what I mean? And like that's what's wild about it too, is that like, you know, and yeah, like what you said, the big stuff distracts people from the important stuff, right? So yeah. Let's see. What do you mean I can't buy my way to heaven? You want to separate my church? Dude, you're more than welcome to start a brand new denomination and say, yeah, I can buy my way to church. You're good, man. I agree. I got you. That was good. That was good. But yeah, there's a lot of people who do think that if you tithe that you get into heaven, and I think tithing's great, but I don't think tithing's your way to heaven. You know, I mean, you can tithe all you want, but it doesn't mean that you're a good person. You know, a lot of people seem to think that. You know, there's a guy who I like to joke about a lot. His name's Kenneth Copeland. If you ever heard of him, it's funny. His last name's Copeland, by the way. What do you call it? But I will say this: it was just really funny. What do you call it? That he's this real psychopath, but yet people gave him a lot of money because he was like, you know, he was very charismatic. But like when he was asked about like the airplane, like why he uses a private jet instead of an airplane, he literally told the woman asking him, he goes, "It's because it's a tunnel of demons." And I was like, what? I was like, you see people as a tunnel of demons just because there's other people on an airplane with you? How the crud did you get to where you are in power? It is the most random thing. But what's funny about him is he's so freaking crazy. He'll like literally, he's talking to bald people, and he was in one of his like messages. He goes, all right, now I want you to put your hands on your head and say, hair, grow hair. And then you see this like bald black guy. He's like sitting there just looking at him like thinking he's insane. And I'm like, brother, I'm thinking the same thing. What the crud? Like, sure, I believe, like, I'm not going to say that, I'm not saying that God can't do it, but why on this man's random authority is God just going to be like, hey, you know what? This guy's spitting some facts. Let this man have his hair grown, you know? It was really weird, but like, it's so funny with stuff like that, you know what I mean? Luffy straw hat. I actually have a straw hat. I'll get that. Hold on a second. I'll wear that. It's not really a Luffy straw hat, but it's what do you call it? It is it's a fishing straw hat, so it's a little bit bigger, but it kind of counts, so I'll take that. So it's pretty cool. Here, I gotta put this on top of my head first, though. But yeah, that's actually a pretty good one right there, man. I ain't gonna lie. There you go, dude. I got the Luffy straw hat. Now I also have to do this. Oh, dude, it's busted. Oh, it's not busted. I thought it was. This song is so good. Funky to me. There you go. I look mad goofy now. No one's gonna take me seriously now, you know? Now I'm gonna look like Kenneth Copeland, guys. I ain't gonna lie. Alright, so anyway, let's see. Y'all ever seen that, I'm gonna mess things up if I keep doing that, dude. There's something up with that. What is that? Why is that, like... Well, no wonder it's freaking shaking. You know what it makes me think of? It makes me think of that one guy who has the Burger King crown on the plane. I'm not gonna say what he said, but like, it makes me feel like that guy. It makes me feel like that guy. Let's see. Let me catch up real quick. One day it's like 150% tariffs. The other day it's like 10%. Yeah, that's weird too. I don't understand the whole tariff thing. It's freaking weird. It's like, is there something going on? Like, another day 3,000, another day. Yeah. And then you know what? This is what I think, right? I think Nintendo paid America. I think Nintendo paid America. That's what I think. You know why? Because here's the thing. They could have walked up to Trump and was like, all right, listen, I got a theory, right? You claim that you're going to put a bunch of tariffs down so we can raise the price of our games to $80 or $90, right? And then everybody, and then he was like, I like this idea. And then all the game companies rejoiced and were like, yes, more money. I'm just kidding. I have no idea. It's a joke. I have no idea. But that would be really funny if that's the case. But yeah, the whole tariff thing, there's so much information of that. I'm like, I don't know what to trust in that. Let's see, this one, this is one of the places where I don't mind if we never get to the games because the conversations are so good. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you, Ice. I appreciate it. Panic! That's true. It's okay. It was a joke. I already missed that. Dude, the Mark of the Beast stuff was so dumb. I agree. I agree we should be careful of stuff like that. But, like, the COVID epidemic was not, or pandemic, I should say. That was not Mark of the Beast stuff, for sure. Let's see. It's crazy how Christians believe that. Yeah, it's like, man, we can't believe everything that goes our way, especially with, like, to go full circle, like AI. Like, AI stuff's going to come out now, and I guarantee you, people are going to use AI for the most wrong reasons. They're going to sit there and go, like, guys, it's the end of the world, revelation's happening, or some excuse me. Or they're going to say, look at this thing that this person said, and then they're going to fear monger people, and it's going to suck. Just so they can feel significant, you know? I was just like, really, guys? Yeah, it's wild stuff. Let's see. I could still buy and sell without it, so it's not the mark. Yeah, definitely. I planned on playing games. I've been stuck here for 2 hours. You're making me engage for too long. That's the power of having a fun, awesome conversation, dude. I ain't gonna lie. What do you call it? So I'm glad you're having a good conversation, though. Let's see. That's the power of a just chatting streamer. That's true. And you know what's funny too? Sometimes I'll even play the games and I'll just get lost in like conversation. Like literally, when I was playing Expedition 33 on Wednesday, I had this long talk about like how I don't like debates. I think debates aren't very helpful. Because usually people are always mad at them and stuff. And we just talked a good like probably 30 minutes to 45 minutes on it, you know. Let's see. I'd subscribe if I wasn't a poor college student going day by day. You're all right, man. I don't expect a subscription or anything like that. I do this completely for free. So I appreciate the sentiment though. It means a lot though. I appreciate it. That's more like Ace Straw Hat. We take it real, bro. Ace is a cool guy from what I remember. I've only seen the first 50 episodes of One Piece, but I do hear that One Piece is pretty good. I've heard it. I just need to make the time, if that makes sense. They just had the biggest console sold, I believe you. Yeah, exactly. I ain't gonna lie. It could be nefarious, you know? Nefarious Nintendo. They both start with N. I ain't gonna lie. AI is the Antichrist. No way, bro. Dude, you can't spell Antichrist without AI. You can't spell it, dude. You got AI with Antichrist, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I do think that, like, it can be turned into stuff like that, but we'll have to see how AI goes in the future to fully go on to that. But no, I agree. I think it can be used for some really bad reasons for sure. Let's see. You should make a video with you with many hats saying the world is. Oh my lord, that'd be so funny, dude. I'm like, guys, the world is ending. And I put on the fedora. The world is ending. The world is ending. I'm gonna be like that part from that Starset song where he says the preacher man is talking about the end times, and that's what's gonna be. Let's see. You don't like debates? Let's debate why you're wrong. Gosh, freaking dang it, dude. I ain't gonna lie. Let's see. So, let's see. Yo, you don't like me? I'm the atheist debater that comes here once upon a time. In my opinion, we're having a conversation, though. Like, you know, I know that you bring up, like, debate points, for example, but, like, I don't take what we have as a debate, you know? To me, a debate has like a stain to it where it's like you're like if you're trying to pull out a gotcha and be like, ha, you know, I see this. You smelly cheese. You know, I mean, it's kind of like, you know, it's kind of like with a lot of different things, stuff like that. You know what I mean? Is like I don't have an issue with you, homie. You're fine. We're having a good discussion, and you're very open-minded. It'd be different if you were just consistently trying to be like, you know, like, you know what I mean? Like, consistently was like, you know what? I'm gonna prove you wrong. You're a loser, and I'm right. You know, then it'd be a different story. But no, we have a discussion. You're good, homie. So I appreciate it, homie. What do you call it? So no, I like you. I think you're awesome, and a big reason you haven't been banned is because of the fact that you haven't done anything ban-worthy. You know. And if I were to ban you anytime now, it'd be very petty, and that'd be very wrong of me to do that. So, what do you call it? These doors are wide open for anybody, as long as they aren't backcrud insane in a bad way. If they're backcrud insane for content, it's different. But yeah, let's see. See, I told the story a while back, but someone thought a lady checking membership cards at either Sam's Club or Costco had something to do with the mark of the beast. Ticked me off as both a Christian and a retail worker. Yeah, because it's like, dude, it's like, one, you're also lying about Christianity, right? So it's like, you know, you might also be just leading this person astray now because you're like, you're doing the mark of the beast stuff because you're scanning a Costco card, you know, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's already a stain to somebody for, like, you know, their mouth and stuff. Like, well, I don't want to be a part of Christianity. These guys are freaking weirdos, you know? And then you got the other side where it's like, you know, you relating as a retail worker, having that idea of like, this person's just being problematic, causing issues, you know? They're just there to make a spectacle. I don't like spectacles. I like, you know what I mean? Like, I think as a Christian, you should be working to help someone have their heart changed or help them have a better understanding, not to make a spectacle out of them and be like, this is my life and the world is ending and I'm significant now because of this, you know. A lot of the big crazy world ender people are just doing it because they're significant. Yeah, I like you. I like the chat too. Very fun. Well, thank you, Belivar. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you being tame as well, and the homies in chat as well. We've had quite a few people also come by before Belivari, who have had, you know, strong disagreements before and stuff like that. And a lot of the times people have been really homies in here about it, which is really cool. I've had one person call me a demon. I think the most problematic person I had was someone who supposedly was a Christian call me a demon. I thought that was like now I laugh at it, but at the time I almost cried. I'm gonna be real with you, because like it hurt me so much, because I was like, we're supposed to be like, aren't we believing in like the same thing, but you're calling me a demon because I was honest about sinning in my life. And so it really hurt my heart at that time. But now I can laugh at it and be like, yeah, that's the most wildest that's the wildest thing someone's ever done to me, was that like somebody did that to me. I think that was probably the most hurt I've ever been on stream. Like, I think it hurts more when someone supposedly is a believer, and then they do crap like that, and I'm like okay, you know what I mean? So but no, what do you call it, I appreciate it though. I appreciate it because it's fun having a conversation for sure. I'm gonna do the same. Appreciate the convo. No problem, Belivar. You have yourself a good night, and thank you for a rad conversation, homie. Let's see. Yikes, bro. Demon is crazy. Yeah, I agree, but you know, it's been a few years, so it's all good now. But yeah. Alrighty. Do you guys think that we can play some Paper Mario? We have derailed this stream into a God talk for 3 hours. It's fine, though. I don't mind. Some of y'all probably sitting here like, where's the Paper Mario? Where's the Paper Mario? It's still Friday the 13th. It's fine. We can still play Paper Mario anyway. You know what I mean? So, wait a minute. You did this for 3 hours? Yeah, I haven't even gone on the game yet, so the irony in that too, like Belivari was saying that, like, he was like, I was supposed to play some games and I've been here for 2 hours. I'm like, dude, same, bro. I don't mind though. I think having a healthy discussion is way more important. Why did you not change the title? I don't know. I still want to play some Mario today, maybe, you know. Saturday here, bro. All y'all are, that's crazy. Eastern timers are already out of here, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Let me just put this at the start then. Long talk at the start. There you go. There we go. Now I've specified for homies that want to come in that it was a long talk at the start. So, dude, what's up, Game Grotto homies? We literally just got done talking about a lot of stuff. We ain't even started the game yet. We've been talking a lot about the Bible. We've been talking about politics. I'm kidding. I'm not, like, not bad ways, just on an outward field of politics. And we got done talking about like a bunch of random stuff. I ain't gonna lie. It was 3 hours. I basically did a God talk by complete accident, but we had a healthy discussion today. It was very fun. We had some good conversation today. We were literally just about to start the stream, or start playing Paper Mario. I ain't gonna lie. But how was your stream tonight, homies? How was the Mimic game? I hope the Mimic game was omega rad. Y'all should check out the homies at Game Grotto. In 2 weeks, I'm gonna be over there, and I'm gonna be playing some rad gaming with the homies, because they're doing a charity thing, and y'all should definitely go check it out because it's pretty rad and it's for gamer outreach and it's gonna be cool. Also, the homie Cranberry and the homie Armor of Faith will be streaming that as well. So if y'all would like to help out any homies who are in need of some help, especially in regards to hospitalized children, in regards to having some gamer boxes. I remember a little bit of Gamers Outreach having like a gamer kit thing or something like that where they help some kids. Y'all should definitely go over there and check them out. Wait until, hold your money till in 2 weeks though. All right, don't give them money now. It doesn't count. Give them money in 2 weeks. All right, that's what you got to do. Right. I will also be recording the event, by the way, homies. So I will. I don't know when when it would come out, but like I will record it if there's some really funny stuff in there. I will be posting about it for sure. All right, let me catch up real quick. Hiya Wasabi, hiya Cranberry, and hiya Grotto homies as well. I hope y'all are doing omega rad. Just after the 3 hour God talk, we're about to have another 3 hour God talk. It's gonna be pretty great. I'm kidding, I'm not. Let's see. But yeah, I hope you guys are doing rad, by the way, homies. Let's see. We had fun. It's a little different, but we're still intriguing. Okay, cool. So is it still like a pretty good game kind of the deal? Let's see. Big Spoon likes your hat. Tell Big Spoon I said thank you.
Was a man that was sleepy, so the man brewed himself a pot of coffee, but the coffee did not awaken him, so he drank more and more.
That was powerful. I hope you could hear that. I think y'all heard that. That scared me. I was like, who the crud did that? That spooked me for a second. Thank you, Wasabi. I appreciate it. Dude, I ain't gonna lie. I might need some coffee. I ain't gonna lie. Let's see. But yeah, what do you call it? This hat is actually in the fishing video, believe it or not. It's not the one I'm wearing in the fishing video, but by the way, just to let y'all know, I started working on the fishing video today. So I'm going to be working on it some more. I finished 2 of my videos. I finished my Monday video, so I should have enough time to get everything together and make a funny video, hopefully. So, my brothers are wearing this hat. So 2 of my brothers are wearing this hat in the video. I also didn't take the tag off. Where is it at? Where is it at? Why was I so scared I did take the tag off. Oh my gosh, dude. Well, I didn't take the tag off before, so I do now, though. It's a nice hat. I appreciate it. Yeah, for the kids, homies, for the kids. Here, let me also shout out the homie Cranberry as well. But we're about to play Paper Mario, believe it or not. Y'all, I didn't know it was Friday the 13th literally until today. I ain't gonna lie. It's crazy. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, for the kids. Real for the kids, homies. I might step on a mine in the game. I don't know. I ain't gonna lie. Is it okay if I share what game we're playing, or is that a secret until, like, the 2 weeks is over, if you don't mind me asking? The reason I say that is because I don't know if it's a secret or not. And I don't want to be one of those guys that, like, spills a secret too quick. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to be like, guys, I'm doing this. You know what I mean? But anyway, I did say, though, it is a secret. Okay, I won't say anything. I won't say anything. All I will say is I will probably die a lot in the game and blow up. That's probably what I will say. No one will know what that is, all right? Just kidding. We got GTA 6 early, homies. I'm kidding. It's a joke. Next week we'll tell. Awesome. I'm glad I asked before I said anything because I would have doxed it by an accident. Let's see. Let's see. Also, hi, Dragonkin. How you doing tonight, homie? I hope you're doing rad. So anyway, homies, we haven't gotten to Paper Mario yet. It's Friday the 13th. And today's stream was literally called Spooky Day. We're in the spooky place in Mario, and Paper Mario. And guess what? We didn't do any of that, which I don't mind. I had a very fun discussion today. But yeah, we talked a whole lot. Like, I mean, a whole lot. Like, crazy amount, a lot of stuff. Here, let's go over here. But yeah, I'm a fishing man today, homies. Gosh dang it, I can't even zoom in. I'm fine anyway. I don't know where I'm at. I love this song. It's so cool. Let's get on Paper Mario, homies. We got to be on Paper Mario. We've been out here for like 5 years. I guarantee you all the Paper Mario fans are probably like sitting there like, Derpy, I'm probably suffocated. I bet they died. I ain't gonna lie. Luckily, I didn't put Paper Mario in the game, so I just put just chatting. Paper Mario, 1,000-year door. All right. The Lord always works in mysterious ways, homies. I ain't gonna lie. Also, by the way, guys, y'all might not know this. Hold on, let's go back. I'm wearing a Chuck E. Cheese t-shirt, by the way. I bet y'all didn't notice that. It was hard to tell from down here, right? But, like, I'm wearing Chuck E. Cheese, bro. That's like FNAF, right? So I ain't gonna lie. So I forgot I had it. I was like, dude, I've got a Chuck E. Cheese t-shirt, bro. I found this shirt online randomly. I don't remember when. I can't remember when where did I buy this from? I don't know where I bought the shirt from. I bought an I'm Knuff shirt. I bought a pizza shirt, and I bought this from the same place. I don't even know where I bought it from. I bought it from Kohl's. Okay, so like I'm not a Kohl's guy, but like I had Kohl's cash, and I was like, all right, let's use it. And I got like 3 different shirts, and I was like sick. So Chuck E. Cheese was on there, and I was like, that is fire stuff. I gotta have it. That is amazing, bro. Dude, thank you. I appreciate it, homies. Five Nights at Freddy's is like Chuck E. Cheese's in some ways. 1,000-year door is peak Mario. It is. It's the only Paper Mario I've ever played, and I love it already, dude. Also, hi, Fire Shot. How you doing tonight, homie? I'm literally hitting my dang mic stand, bro. I am not going to be able to do this. All right. I don't even know where I'm at. You can't even see. Where am I supposed to put this? Hold on. All right. We're going to be right here. We're going to be right here, I think. Yes. Have y'all noticed that, like, the screen kind of looks pushed in? Like, do y'all see that? Because it looks pushed in for me, too. Is this like the Switch 2, like, upgrade thing or something like that? I don't know what that is. Dude, I remember when I would always go to Chuck E. Cheese when I was a kid. Sadly, I hear it's pretty run down nowadays. Yeah, it's not what it used to be. I remember when I was a kid, I saw the animatronics as a kid, and I saw Chucky, and I cried so hard I hid under a table, and I like wrapped my arms around the table, like the stem of the table, and I would not let go. I was crying, freaking out. I could not handle that. My mom was like trying to get me out from under the table. It was crazy. Dude, that thing traumatized me. I don't know why. Like, now I'm not scared, but when FNAF first came out, I was like, dude, this reminded me instantly of that nightmare, bro. Have you ever played FNAF? I have played the first one. I have played the fourth and the first one. The fourth one's wild. I've played. I have a couple videos of Bandicam on Bandicam on my YouTube channel if you want to check them out. But yeah, I've played a little bit of them. They are definitely. I'm very bad at those games. Just to be honest. Let's see. He said Don used to have birthdays at Chuck E. Cheese. Dude, that's like prime birthday material, bro. I ain't gonna lie. That's based for Don. I ain't gonna lie. I think I used to, but I don't know. But yeah, that's pretty fun. Chuck E. Cheese birthdays were like the bomb. Now I don't know if they're the bomb now, but yeah, it's not what it used to be though. But yeah, Chuck E. Cheese was prime, bro. It was prime. What do you call it? But Derps, we gotta go get some rest. So y'all have fun. You have fun as well, homie, and have a good rest as well. Thanks for the raid as well, homies. I appreciate it. And y'all have a good night. Let's see. I agree. It is awesome, by the way. It is awesome to have a birthday at Chuck E. Cheese. I don't know if it is awesome anymore now or not, but yeah. Let's see. Same here when I was younger. Yeah, definitely. It was wild stuff. Also, by the way, to let you homies know, this is the spooky town. Hold on. This is the spooky town out here. So, let's see. First and fourth are the best in my opinion. Yeah, I think that they are too. The fourth one's really scary just because of how like the animatronics look and stuff. It's wild. We're gonna continue because so from where we left off last, by the way, we found out that there's somebody turning the townsfolk into pigs, and so we gotta help them. We gotta help them out basically. Let's see. If you ever decide to give FNAF a try again, I can tell you how to beat it fairly easy. All right, based. I might try it again at some point. Maybe when I do like a FNAF-a-thon or something like that at some point. I think that would be pretty cool. I also have to remember I can slam down on things too. There's a lot of stuff I don't remember on this game. I ain't gonna lie. It's pretty crazy. I'm gonna open this door. Bro, I gotta remember what vocal cords was I using in this game. Oh man. I know it was a deep voice. I don't know what deep voice I was using though. Was it just regular deep? I think it was.
Hello? Yeah, it is. I haven't been able to buy food for my children since my husband turned into a pig. Now they're all hungry. What should I do? Mommy, I'm hungry. Food, please. Kind traveler, if you have some food to spare, would you share it with us? Dude, yeah.
Yeah, I got plenty of food. Yeah, bro. Yeah, let's share some stuff with them. We got enough in here. We're gonna give them a hot dog and a mushroom fry, bro. That's what we gotta give them, dude. Let's give them a mushroom fry. That looks like something the whole family can eat. You know what I mean? It looks like a whole thing right there, you know? The voice, yeah, the voice fits real well. I like to give them the deep voice because it's spooky, you know? FNAF 1 is probably the easiest of the main games. Yeah, I figured that might be the easier one because it seems to be a lot harder the more you go. I have quite a few FNAF games. I have Security Breach as well, but I haven't played it. We're gonna give them the mushroom fry.
Oh, thank you so much. You've made my children very happy, and me as well. It's not much, but please take this as thanks.
Homie just has a shooting star in her pocket? What the crud? Drops shooting stars on all enemies and does 6 damage. That is beautiful.
Oh, kind traveler, where do you hail?
No! Dude, their mom turned into a pig! Oh my lord. Dude, both their parents are oh no, bro. Dude, I feel bad for these homies. Dude, we gotta save these kids, dude. Both their parents are pigs now. This is literally Spirited Away. I ain't even lying. 2 is definitely the hardest. 3 felt the easiest. That's what I've heard too, is 3 and like 1 were like easy from what I've heard. The little that I've known of them. But yeah, there's a lot of FNAF stuff. I like the FNAF universe. It's funny because, like, you know, as someone who's never really played FNAF a whole lot, I do like its universe. I think it's interesting. Let's see. FNAF 4 can be either hard or easy depending on how good your headphones are and how good you are at listening. Yeah, I agree, because I remember when I excuse me, I remember when I played it, it was freaky for me when I would hear audio and stuff. Also, hi, Blackjack. How you doing tonight, homie? Was their dad's name Crispy by any chance? Dude, Crispy Bacon? He might be. He might have been Crispy Bacon, dude. That'd be so funny if they say that. It's you. It's my boy, Crispy Bacon. Oh.
Mommy, you're a piggy. Hey, fix my mommy. Oh, no. Hey, are pigs good
That's your mother. What do you mean are pigs good eating? This kid don't care, bro. That kid don't care. I'm stuck. I'm literally stuck. I'm stuck. Your mother. Okay, there you go. Dude, this kid's like, I will eat a pig if they're worth eating, bro. Don't eat your parents, brother. I can't believe that. I feel bad for these kids, dude. We're gonna have to make them, we're gonna have to help them out, man. Smoink, bloink, boink, and quoink, oink. Wow. That's their wording right there.
In this village, the moon is really all we can rely on. It can even grant wishes. Don't let me turn into a pig. Don't let me turn into a pig. I'll even give up bacon.
Interesting. He's like, I'll give up bacon. Yeah, you better be giving up bacon because your family and crud's out here, dude. Noink, noink. Oink. I like how they put a lot of different oink sounds for this. This is really funny. Don't eat that pig, at least. Yeah, these pigs are homie pigs. Sniff, sniff. What are you sniffing, bro?
I've been thinking lately, if I'm going to turn into a pig, I want to be a big one. Because that's the point. Because what's the point of being a pipsqueak pig, right? Gotta embrace the pigginess.
I love these mentalities of how these people have to think about what their lives are because they're about to turn into a pig. Also, hi, chess player. How you doing tonight, homie? Oinkle, oinkle. Bro, dude. Also, hi, TK. How you doing tonight, homie? Thank you for coming in from the grotto raid. That's awesome, homie. All right, we're going in here. There's some sniffing going on. The pig. Groik, groik. Dude, they really are just making random noise. Oh, this homie's crying.
Oh, a customer. I'm sorry. We're not open right now. Huh? Why am I crying? My husband's been turned into a pig. A pig. My husband went to the woods yesterday to collect herbs, but no husband came home. Instead, a pig returned. This pig. We got in a fight before he left, and I called him a chauvinist pig. Now he really is a pig. But he has a sweet side too. Like, and when shoppers get rude, my husband. Yeah. So, are you even listening? So, hey, could you figure out some way to restore my husband to normal? I'll do whatever I can to help. You can even take whatever you want from the storeroom if it might help, you know?
Man, I kind of like, this is the first time I have felt really bad for these people in this town. Like the other towns I didn't really feel too bad about, but this one I feel terrible about. Like these people are crying. She's sad because her husband's a pig. Like, you know, these kids' parents turned into pigs and they have no one to feed them. Like, that's sad, bro, you know?
What's that? The storeroom's locked. My husband must have taken the key with him and lost it in the woods.
Okay, so the woods has the storeroom stuff. I got you. See, I'm good, except I got sunburned yesterday. Dude, understandable, man. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Being sunburned kind of sucks. So I hope you had fun, though, at least, though, even though you got sunburned. I understand getting sunburned, for sure. Let's see. She loves him madly, as a wife should. I agree. She likes talking about him, you know. She felt really bad about him, you know, about the whole, like, argument they had. Thankfully, Mario is here to help them. I agree, man. I agree. They're here to help. We'll help your husband, homie. Don't worry. And we gotta go help those kids as well, man. I feel bad for her, man. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, oh, look at that. It's sad, too, because you can hear her crying through the door, bro. That makes me sad, bro. Like she's just going through it, bro. Dude, we'll help you out, homie. Don't worry, man. We're gonna help you out. What the crud? Why is there a pipe here? Oinkle, oinkle. Alright, let's see what this is.
A nasty monster lives in the woods past here. I'm serious. That's what somebody said. If you still want to go through, even after hearing that, you need the mayor's permission.
Oh man, the old monster beyond the town gate thing. Isn't that kind of cliched? You got to be kidding me. Fine, let's go ask. It's funny because this was the same thing that happened over in Petal Meadows, so it's kind of funny. Let's see what's in here first. Yeah, I went to the pool. It was fun. Base, that sounds awesome. Going to the pool sounds rad. What was the use in that? The pipe rejected you. Why did it reject me? Bro, I got rejected, homies. I ain't gonna lie. You know who won't reject you? God. Amen, hallelujah.
Yes, I'm a novelist, and I read several books a day. I read several books a day, not all pop-up books either. I wonder if pigs can read. I'm a bit concerned about it, to be honest.
It kind of stinks, too, because this is like an inevitable thing for these guys. Wait, what? Oh, I can talk to the birds. Caw, caw, caw! Alright, so they say the same thing. Is there something back here? Okay, they almost had me. I almost fell back over there. Wah! By complete accident, I have found another one of those dang things. That is hilarious. Caw, caw, caw. Alright, let's see what these guys gotta say. Caw, 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 caw. Alright, what's going on? Whoa, the bell rang, Gonzalez. Doesn't that mean someone's gonna... Boy, I'm psyched it wasn't my turn to get pigged. Okay. That means somebody... Oh, does that mean the mayor's gonna be a pig? Oh, no. Oh, no, dude. Because here's the thing. Why would they do that? You know? I think this is the mayor. Yep, the mayor's a pig, bro. Whoa, this ain't good. Don't you think this pig is the mayor? What are we gonna do? We need that dude's okay to pass through the gate. Oinky, oinky. All right, well, you know what? I don't know. Maybe we can just go tell him. We'll just be like, guys, this happened here. I can't wait for tomorrow. It's my girlfriend's birthday. Awesome! And I'm stealing her and taking her to a pottery place where you can get where you get to paint different things. That's cool. Like you both get to paint together with that. That sounds fun. That's not a thing that normally people do, but that sounds great. Like I think that's like okay, it is something normally people do, but for a birthday thing, I think that's great. What do you call it? I think that's a fun activity. I think homies, I think she'll like that, dude, for sure. Because then you get to you get to take it home with you and make it yourself. That's cool. I bet that's gonna slap, homie. I bet it's gonna be a fun time. I'm just gonna. Oh no. Bro, the homie over there turned into... Whoa, the gate guy's gone. Oops, nope, not gone. The stubborn dude's a pig. Hey, that's actually pretty sweet for us. No pig's gonna get in our way. Yeah, I guess so. All right, well. There you go, homie. And she loves our... Oh, that's even better, dude. That's awesome, man. Dude, you out here being the prime boyfriend for your girlfriend, bro. That's awesome, dude. That's a great... What the heck is this? I can't open this. This thing's blocked by a rock. It's spooky, homies. We're in a cardboard place. What was the point in breaking that dang thing? I was gonna see if these things like had anything. I guess not. Y'all, do you think we're gonna fight Sephiroth? Is your mom's idea? Dude, your mom is an awesome wingman for that, dude. I ain't gonna lie. There's a Goomba. Don't mess with me. Luckily, he's not brain working. Yeah. We're gamers. All right. Oh, they got a lot of health, homies. They got a lot of health. All right, hold up. Okay, let's get our homie Goombella out so she can use her tattle mechanic. And so we can get this. That's a Hyper Goomba, which means it's a hyperactive Goomba, duh. Max HP is 8, attack is 2, and defense is 0. But if this guy goes Bazow, what is Bazow? And charges up, his attack will be 8 next turn. My gosh, that's dangerous. So you better wipe it out between the time it charges and the time it attacks. Okay. And if you can't beat him, then run away, okay? All right. This is scary, bro. Oh my gosh. My lord. We are having problems here. All right, what's the other star power we got? So we got one called Power Lift. Temporarily increases your party's attack and defense power. That sounds nice. I like that. I ain't gonna lie. Okay, so for sure we can definitely get like one of them dead. But my problem with this is, wait, what is the super hammer? Let's do the super hammer. Yeah, I didn't need to do the super hammer. I think I'll be all right. I gotta remember to do the stylish moves. There's also style moves you gotta do after doing it. Oh my gosh, bro. Alright, let's do the hammer. Stylish. Yeah, there we go. I gotta do the stylish. Bingo time. Alright. Gosh dang it. I gotta do stylish again as well. Boom. Boom. Dude, we're gonna level up in the next fight, too. Alright. Dude, sick. This block's already been hit. You can hit it all you want. There's nothing that will happen. Oh, I forgot I gotta go talk about, like... I meant to go over... Well... Does that mean it's gonna spawn that guy back if I go back over here? Okay, it's not. So, I forgot... But I also can have Goombella talk about the people here. I didn't even think of that. Like, I forgot Goombella will talk about things if need be, you know? That's the gatekeeper who's been pigified. I feel bad. So she can, like, talk to these people. That's a local Twilighter. Are all these people wearing major eyeliner or what? Oh, maybe it's like a local fashion thing. Didn't they get the memo that goth is out? Okay. But yeah, she talks about stuff too. That's the shop manager who's now a pig. Yuck, what a totally awful fate. That's the wife of the Twilight shop manager. They run this place together. She seems like she really loves her husband, you know? That is so sweet. She seems kind of indecisive sometimes, though. Dude, understandable, man. I ain't gonna lie. That's a local Twilighter. He's pretty into how important the moon is here. I gotta admit, it sure is prominent in this dusk, but he still may be a werewolf. Alright. I don't think I'm gonna read all these, but I'm gonna go talk to the lady that has the kids here. That's the middle of the three brothers. The middle child is so middle child, you know? Does that even make sense? I don't know. That's the middle of three brothers. Oh. So is this the one I'm supposed to listen to? That's the oldest of the three brothers. They're all close in age, so he's not much older. And this guy's a psychopath. Get out of the way, mother. That's the youngest of the three brothers. Not that I can really tell just by looking. Okay. I know she didn't turn into a pig to feed her hungry children. That would be too gnarly, but that is some spooky timing, I swear. All right. Let's just go. The reason is because, like, I think she kind of says some stuff that's kind of obvious, you know what I mean? So, but I still need to... Oh, okay, I was a little scared. Oh, he's back again. Oh, no. Okay, that's a lot of damage, actually. Even better, bro. One of them goofball homies was frozen. I want to ground pound that guy. Dude, sick. What is that? He's invisible. Attacks will now miss. Oh, crud. Okay. If the attacks are going to miss now, then we need to go to this guy. I guess you can't really do a move there. I could gulp this one. You know what? Let's gulp, bro. That was an actual waste of time. Oh my lord. I did not have to do that. He's gonna kill me now. My gosh. I tried to parry. It's not gonna work. Alright. Normal jump on this guy. And then ground pound this guy. Yeah, he does 5. That's cool. He does 5. He's busted. And now we're going to level up. Okay, so I remembered I told the homie Cowboy that I would level up my health. So I'm going to level up my health. So my health will be like... My health will be a lot better than what it was before. Yo, I'm working on a thumbnail for my homie. Dude, based? Dude, thumbnail making's fun. I like thumbnail making. I do some thumbnail making for my own content and stuff. It's fun. Punch is 10 HP. That's cool. There's a flying freak. Okay. I need the homie Goombella. After I jump on this guy. Okay, Goombella. Probably should just keep her out. I ain't gonna lie. She's based, though. Alright. I'm sure it's just the same thing, but... he's a Hyper Para Goomba. It's basically just a Hyper Goomba with wings. Let's see. After charging, you'll be dealing with moves that have an attack of power of 8. Once you jump on it, it'll lose its wings and turn into a regular Hyper Goomba. Not that that's all that cool. Even normal Hyper Goombas are dangerous. Okay. Dude, these guys sound wild, bro. The fact that they're like this insane. Great, we got problems. Y'all, I ate some new food today, by the way, just letting y'all know. I ate baked carrots today, and funnily enough, they taste just like sweet potato fries. It's insane. I'm like, how the heck did they do that? It's insane to me. So I like baked carrots. Baked carrots is super based and cool. I like it a lot. I ain't gonna lie. What do you call it? But yeah, sorry, I was just letting y'all know that I found that out today. Let's see. Yeah, I'm still working on it with them, but I think it's sick. Cool, awesome. I think it's really fun to work on thumbnail stuff because it's like making a little like Photoshop. It's not always Photoshop, but sometimes it's like making a fun thing that's just about the video, you know. It's like 1 a.m. You're right, bro. It's 11:52 to be exact. Haha, that's my favorite number right there is 52. Watch me. It's gonna end up changing the moment I try to take a picture of it. It didn't. Okay. There you go. It is crazy, dude. I've been staying up a little too late now. Sometimes now it's kind of like uh-oh, my sleep schedule is going back to where it was used to be. You know what I mean? And I'm kind of iffy about that. But yeah, let's see. All right, let's jump. Okay. Let's stay Goombella, I guess. Okay, so guarding only does 6. Is this an okay thing? Dude, sick. Homie is dizzy, bro. Let's just jump on him. I got a lot of stuff. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Thank you. I wanted to open that. That was it. Die, freak! Great, now he can't jump on these fellas. I gotta use my boy Coops. Whenever I can, anyway. I do like Quake Hammer. I could Quake Hammer this. Yeah, that's Quake Hammer, bro. Dang, I just made it. I made everything a problem for everybody right there. That's funny. All right, Tattle. Let's tattle this guy. I'm bumping everything but the thing I'm supposed to. That's a hyper spiky Goomba. It's a Goomba with a spike on it. It's hyper Goomba with a spike on its head. Its attack is 3 instead of 2. Okay. After charging up, its attack power is rising incredible level of 9. That's scary. Beat it before it attacks you, or you'll be in peril before you know it. Seriously. If only this book listed a way to dodge that attack. I wish I could too, but we might have to use a star power on this. If they're all charging their attack. Okay. Okay, so that guy will die in 1 hit for sure. What's the star power here? I might do Earth Tremor. We're going to do Earth Tremor. Yeah, let's do Earth Tremor here. Hiya, Bardock. How you doing tonight, homie? Hold on just a second. I'm going to look over here. Dude, I somehow nailed that. That was sick. Awesome. Dude, did that number pop up, bro? Oh, dude, I ain't gonna lie. It's the end times. I'm kidding. It's a joke. It's a joke. Let's see. Also, there's a thing I got in my email. It's a design competition for the Hamiltonian play. Is that like, so is that basically like that, like a Hamilton play? Is that kind of what you're talking about? That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool that you got that. Was that like, was it because you were doing some design stuff and all that? That's pretty cool. Okay, sick. Sick. Let's get my boy Iggy Wig out here. Hroink. All right. There's a whole freaking... Can't get through here. Maybe I can use Flurry. Maybe. Oh, I can use Koops, because Koops can just go under with the thing here. Yeah. Let's use Koops. There we go. Sick. That's how we do this. I don't know anything about it. I know a friend who loves it. It might be to put, might be to the Hamilton play. Okay, I got you. Just, I would say in that case, just as long as it's not like a scam or anything, that's pretty cool then, homie. Because there's a lot of cool Hamilton plays that people do and stuff. So that's pretty cool if like, what do you call it? If you're able to be invited to that, or if you're able to participate in that design competition. When I was in college for graphic design stuff, that we'd participate in some design competitions, which I thought was really fun. And it was a really cool thing to just try some stuff out. So yeah, it's pretty cool if you want to ever try something like that. It's worth trying out anyway, you know. Dude, my boy Koops. Koops is so cool. What's back here? Whoa, oh, there's something special here. Okay, I already know what a booze sheet does. Oh, no. Crud. Let's drop a mushroom. Okay, let's go back real quick. I gotta go put stuff in a storage. No sense in fretting, though. I saw the message. Sure wish my husband was back to normal form to help me run the place, you know? Okay. So he needs to come back. Brother, I can't pick this up. I can't pick this up. I need to go find... I need a place to put these things. I gotta store these at a different shop. I've got so much stuff on my hands right now. It's crazy. Here, let me go store some stuff real quick. Let's see. Oh, I meant to put Hamilton play. Oh, instead of Hamiltonian thing. Okay, that's okay, homie. You're good. I'm going to sleep. Have a good night. Have a good night, chess player. Thanks for being here, homie. Okay, that thing's different. No, these guys are weak as crud, bro. I'm just gonna Quake Hammer that. What the heck just happened? That was cool and all, I guess. Okay, that was a waste of my time, homies. I got 1 star point. The goal is simple. I just need to get back to where I'm supposed to. I need to go visit a shop. I assume I can store in a shop, but we'll see. Oh, let's go see if we won anything. 55-10. Let's see. I didn't get nothing. Yeah, I got too many items on me. I assume I can store in here. Can I store in here? Yeah, I'm here to store. Okay. Actually, you know what? Okay, yeah. Storing one life mushroom. Store the ice storm. Peachy Peach. Yeah, I'll get rid of that too. And then I'll turn those other things into a thing there. Sorry, bro. I didn't mean to. Alright. Let's pick this thing up. Let's go turn these things into mushroom thingies. Thanks for the free mushroom. I appreciate it. Alright. Let's go where we're supposed to. And turn those things into, turn these things into something better. That'll be pretty based. Alright, I need you to turn stuff into stuff. I kind of wish I could just, like... Okay. Dude, speaking of zesty, I made a food today that involved some lemon, and they kept saying like zesty. Apparently, like lemons are in quote zesty or some crud. It's really random. I didn't know it was called zesty. Alrighty. Hold on. I'm just checking something real quick. Alrighty. We're good. Do I have another mushroom? I do. I just keep making more of these, bro. Mushroom fries are based. Oh, you can skip? I didn't know you could skip these. That's so sick. Oh my goodness, thank you. I think that's all. And then I'm gonna go store that in the shop over there. Okay. I'm here to store. We're gonna store... I think 2 mushroom fries are fine. Yeah, 2 mushroom fries are fine. Mystery is fun. Fresh juice is fine too, because I think the fresh juice, yeah, that's 5 FP. That's good for me. I'm not exactly sure what else I want to get rid of. Gradual syrup might be one I get rid of. Gradual syrup's great and all. Couldn't I just turn the gradual syrup into fresh juice? I don't know if I can turn that into fresh juice. I don't want to risk it. Let's just get rid of gradual syrup, yeah. That's all for me. Sorry, brother. Alright, now let's get to where we're supposed to. Gosh dang it. Triple gosh dang it. I gotta go back up there again. I can't ground pound either. We're gamers. It's funny how these, like, this is similar to Expedition 33. But yeah, I had some food today that I thought was really cool. I made some pork chop stuff. I don't like pork chops, y'all. I've never been a big fan of, like, I like pork stuff. I just don't like the pork that I was eating. It just felt like I was eating some, like, weird version of steak or something. But I like this thing called couscous or something, I think it's called, which is really cool. And the baked carrots was really good. I love pork chops, at least the way we make them. I got you. I don't know if mine were pork chops. It seems like it was a pork chop thing, but I made it on the pan. So I don't know how to explain it. I have a picture of it, but like it's not like... I don't know what you would call it. It just says pork. You know what I mean? I would assume pork... It's like pork chop. Oh my gosh, please, please. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce that. Couscous or something like that. Yeah, I had that, which to me, it's just circle rice. You know, like that's what it tastes like. It tastes like circle rice. I had that today. You said cold? It's not necessarily that it was cold. But like it felt like it was undone, if that makes sense. Like I didn't have it done. Entirely, because there was some pink in it too, but like it wasn't super pink, but yeah, I don't know, like it wasn't super bad. I didn't know how to cook it right, let's just say. But I was making it dark. I thought it was cool. Here, I'll see if I can pull a picture up if y'all want to see it real quick. I posted it in quite a few channels of the image stuff. I think it was it image stuff? Man, I meant to post this in the cooking one. I have a cooking channel for this. What the crud? I can actually just pull open my stream. Oh, not this one. Here, I'll show you guys real quick. this is what I made. So I made that. So up here you can see like look, it looks like the pork was done pretty well. You know what I mean? The pork was done pretty good. I even made a cruddy sauce. The chunks you see on top are garlic because I didn't chop the garlic good enough. So the garlic didn't really blend in very well. It's just chunks of garlic. So that was really funny. But dude, I'm not gonna lie, the baked carrots was pretty good. It tasted just like sweet potato fries. If I can make carrots like that and I can eat my vegetables, dude. I think I can eat some carrots. So that's the first time I ate some carrots. I don't think I've ever eaten actual carrots other than this, but I ate carrots before, but I like it being baked just tastes better. I say it like couscous. Okay, couscous. Couscous, so yeah, something like that. So like, yeah, it's not rice, but it looks like rice. That's what that couscous thing is, and it tastes like rice too. So it's like I don't really know what that is, but yeah, solid meal. Thank you, homies. Nice stuff. I appreciate it. I had fun making it, but yeah, my least favorite part was the pork, and the pork looked good, don't it? Like the pork looked good, but I started biting into it, and I'm like, yeah, I didn't cook that very well enough, you know. So I ain't gonna lie. I never tried baked carrots. If you've had sweet potato fries, they taste literally the same in my opinion. I put pepper and salt on top of them too. All of these have pepper and salt on top of them, which is funny. The pork had paprika, which I don't even know what paprika tastes like, but I assume it was somewhere on the pork. But the pork had paprika and salt and pepper as well. All these had salt and pepper on them as well. But yeah, if it's your first time, you're learning. That's true. I've been making some food by myself so far because my mom bought this every plate thing because my brother had it, and I was making some of the foods that were on it. The other one I had made another one. My mom and I made this one. I'll show you real quick. My mom and I made this one. This is my favorite. It's a stir fry because I love stir fry. It was way too spicy though because we put like chili sauce in it. But I love rice. Like rice is great. And so I put it's chicken, so it's a chicken stir fry, which is even better. I let the rice, so with it being spicy too, I let the rice kind of have the sauce for a little bit, so it like lessens the spice, and it helped out a lot. But it seeps in, like if you get the sauce to seep in to the rice, it's so good. I love having the rice, like the rice being seeped in, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like when the rice has the sauce, it's great. That's good that you're able to make some food for yourself. I agree. It was really fun to do so. It was really wild, but it wasn't as hectic as the other stuff before as well. And the first thing I made, which I still have a little bit of leftover on, is this. So as you can tell, when I was using the buns on that, you could tell I burned the top of the buns, but like I didn't know what I was doing. I never put buns inside a frying pan before, and that's what they told me to do, so I was like, all right. But this is potato wedges, and this has caramelized onions and some ketchup that I put in there as well, and on a burger, which it was pretty good. I like these. So potato wedge, yeah, potatoes were pretty good too. I didn't drizzle any like oil on them or anything, but they were pretty good. I think they're pretty good. So this was definitely, you could definitely tell this was the first one. My favorite's the stir fry. I still liked trying the couscous thing for the first time. I thought that was really cool, you know. You're making me hungry, Derpy. Dude, I ain't gonna lie. I agree, man. I'm making myself hungry with that. It's some good food, though, man. It's called Every Plate. My mom got one of those things, and they just put the ingredients in this just giant bag, and you just kind of put them together, you know. Well, I have enough for burgers, basically. And I put the leftovers because I have 2 more pork chops and more couscous and some carrots in a little container in the fridge as well. Let's see. I'm a sucker for chicken stir fry. It was my first chicken stir fry. I made a pork stir fry I want to say a year or so ago. And that pork stir fry was so good because there was a pondu sauce that like sunk into the rice, and it was really good. My brother even told me, he said, "I think you're a better chef than our other brother," and I was like, oh, "No way, bro!" So it was really cool. Let's see. I can't do spicy these days. I can usually never do spicy. I hate pepper jack cheese, so it says a lot. But that one wasn't too bad with the spice. It was like a little bit, you know what I mean? Highest Starved Guitars, am I too late? Honestly, I'm gonna be real. I think we're all the ones that are too late here because like we just started playing the game like maybe less than an hour ago. We had like a long talk and discussion at the start of stream. We had a very fun talk and discussion earlier today, so so you're not late. We're the ones that are late actually, so you're good. No, you're not late at all, homie. You're right on time, bro. Little buns are a little toasted, too toasted. Yeah, I didn't taste it though when I ate them, but yes, definitely they were a bit toasted for sure. Also, yeah, let me get in there. I usually toast inside of the buns, not the outside. Yeah, that's what I didn't know. I was like, how did they do this? But yeah, I probably should do the inside of the buns. I did both. I flipped it over like it was a patty or something. It's kind of funny. All right, let's go over here. First off, let's we're gonna get a we're gonna go get a the in coupon. There's an in coupon. Is it in here? Where did the in coupon come from? I assume it was in here. Yeah, it was in here probably. Yeah, it's right there. All right. Pepper jack cheese isn't spicy at all though. See, that's what they want you to think, right? Well, when I'll tell you what, when I had pepper jack cheese, I bit into it and I was like getting a lake of fire. It was crazy. 50 FP, are you freaking kidding me? That's crazy. Defense plus badge. Dude, sick. But yeah, that's what they want you to think. All right. They're trying to disguise it. I don't like pepper jack cheese just because of that. Dude, defense plus is literally 5 of these. Oh my gosh, dude, that's crazy. Charge. I don't even use charge. Get this out of here. FP plus, I don't mind that. Quick change is definitely important. Happy heart. Don't mind that. Let's see. It's the truth. Pepper jack cheese feels refreshing on the tongue. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what y'all are talking about. Y'all are saying some what? Hold up, wait, who's there? I just heard a voice. There's no way that people could be here. Seriously, that's just so unlikely. What about me? Uh-huh, what you say? You've seen a chest like this before? Get out of here. No. I'm not like those chests, I promise. Look at my eyes. I'm not lying. I'm not. Seriously, get me out of here. You'll see. Don't make me beg. What? Come on. You know how ridiculous you sound right now. I'm laughing in here. You honestly think I'm going to curse you when I get out? Curse you? Well, I didn't plan on doing something to you, but it's not. But it's not. I did plan on doing something to you, but it's not as so much a curse as a, well, a really wonderful new ability that will allow you to go to special places. Doesn't that sound nice? Sounds kind of scary to me. Doesn't even find it slightly spicy. Dude, I ain't gonna lie. Listen, when I bit into that, I was like, this is not the cheese for me. That was me, dude. That was, I think my pepper jack, whatever I had the rawest form of it. I can never be a pepper jack liker. One day, Derpy will accept the truth of the pepper jack. The truth that it sucks and it burns people to death, bro. Lake of fire, that's what we're talking about, bro. I'm kidding. Let's see. Oh, come on, please. Just find this key and open the chest, okay? I know it's near this town somewhere. I just can't look for it myself because I'm in here. So pretty please. Bro, that guy right there, he likes pepper jack cheese, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. He's gonna curse me. When did they add the shop items here? What the heck? I don't want any of this. What's his bag? A spite pouch. Temporarily does half damage to all foes who attack directly. Okay. So I gotta find a key out here, guys. Or am I gonna find a key? I'll be eating a lot of keys. Not keys, cheese. What am I talking about? Where's that dang key at, homies? Excuse me. Where's that key? You just have absolutely no spice tolerance at all. You are exactly correct about that. I ain't gonna lie. I am not a spice tolerant man. Tolerant? I don't even tolerate it, bro. I get out of I take it outside and I start spraying water on it, bro. I'm kidding. I don't even know what that means. I start spraying water on that pepper jack cheese, bro. Oh yeah, I need to go in here. Let's go in here. Oh, I gotta go here. I'll use an end coupon. That's me. That's me sleeping in my channel. See, what makes you decide whether to use your PNG or your camera? You're not gonna believe this. It's usually because sometimes I'm not as energetic as I am right now. So I sometimes it's more fun to do it that way because I don't want to be this like husk of a guy like being tired like this and just playing the game. And I feel like especially during the week if I'm like tired, I'll end up using the PNG just because I'm a little tired, and it's like it's kind of like a big brain strat, if that makes sense, where it's like I know that if I'm looking like I'm bored and not entertained and not talking to anybody for a while, it's not as approachable. But if I am tired and I have the PNG on, for example, usually I think, at least in my brain, I think I'm promoting a better environment that way, where it's like I'm not suffocating like bored or on my screen kind of the deal. Like, I don't know why, but Mondays and Fridays I don't have that issue. I think it's because on Mondays I have like a genuine God talk, and then Fridays are like a little all over the place, but usually it's kind of generally the same thing, where it's like I'm playing a game or I'm having a reason to be energetic. Like playing this is an energetic thing. And I usually, depending on how energetic the game is, I want to have my face on it. So if I'm playing something like Persona, it doesn't really garner like my face needing to be on there, but it just really depends. Depends on what I'm playing, if I want to play it. Now, if I got bigger, for example, and I was like, you know, doing this as a job, then I would probably be like, I'd probably use my face cam primarily, but it just depends, you know. It also depends on what would do better too, though, you know, personally. But I'm also, you know, I obviously want to be a big homie at some point, but at the same time, though, I'm also like, you know, I also don't want to like, I also want to treat it right too, and you know, be the best that I can, you know, with that. But yeah, let's see. Water would probably make the spice activated. Yeah, you're right. You know, I didn't think of that. It's like electricity. Like if you just put water on electricity, it starts to spark. I bet to say it's the same thing. You know what I mean? Let's see. I've never heard anyone who finds pepper jack spicy. Well, today is a brand new day. I'm not gonna lie. Excuse me. Today is the day you find out that I am this man that has done that very thing. It is like a fire to my soul, but in a bad way because it burns. Acidic foods are what tame spice, like milk and bread. You're right. Milk does a tame spice. I also had the two flame Zaxby's flame thing with my dad, and I told him, I said, I bet I can handle that because my dad got a 1 flame, and I said, I'm gonna do it higher than you, and it was so spicy. I had to drink milk. I had to put ranch over that dang thing. I hate ranch. I'm not a ranch guy. It made me cry. Celery, I ate some of that, and it kind of helped, but still, it didn't. Just nothing stopped that pain from the heat. I will say though, if I raised a lot of money for charity, I would definitely eat some spicy stuff for sure. I think it'd be fun, you know. Let's see. I'm on mobile and lying down, so forgive any typos. You are a-okay, homie. I definitely don't mind at all. Let's see. For sure. Hopefully, we can help you get there, man. Well, no problem at all if not able to. Obviously, it's up to the Lord. But I will say, it's I've come a lot longer of a way than I have before in my life, so it's really fun, you know. Back when I first started Twitch, it really wasn't moving a whole lot, but it started going a lot more when I started talking more about God and just being honest about my heart and stuff about stuff. So it really helped a lot in that regard. But yeah, what do you call it? But even if God doesn't do it, I still love to do this though, you know. Let's see. PNG kind of reminds me of Gur, dude. Sick. He's got some pretty fun energy. I love Gur. I think he's awesome. The homie Cherry made that for me. If you want to check out the homie Cherry here, I'll shout her out real quick. She is a very, very talented artist and singer as well. I almost said shout instead of shout out. And she does a lot of really good art as well. She's a homie of the channel as well. What do you call it? She made that PNG for me as well, and it's really fun because I liked its energy, and she also made like a whole character sheet, and she was like she made this little fella, and I was like, yo dog, can I just use this for like what do you call it? Can I use this for like a PNG? And she was just all cool with it. So I was like, sick. Dude, I like that. Okay, there was something that's so funny, dude. This is so hilarious, dude. All right, so what's really funny is Splat's doing a re-debut, and bro, like, dude, I find that very funny because I thought this was like really hilarious, but looking at it, I'm like, that's funny. I like it. She was doing like a re-debut, and her model is funny. I like it. Let's see. I was watching her earlier today. Met her from Kaori stream. Cool. Like, I will be honest with you. Me and Jerry and Ubu. I was gonna say if I could name other people. I don't know what I was gonna say. I was gonna be like, what do you call it? Yeah, like why is my brain frying? Well, I met them through a homie named Abby, is what I was trying to say. So like, so I don't know if you know who Abby is, but Abby was an awesome VTuber homie who's in the community, and I met one of my homies, Ubu, who's an awesome homie of mine, and the homie Cherry from Abby, and it was really cool. That she was very good at connecting a lot of other people. What do you call it? And it was just a kind of a blast, you know. I came in through an Abby raid one time for Cherry, and it was really cool. She was playing Control, and I was like, "What the heck is this?" And then I saw John Arbuckle doing a dance, and I was like, "This is hilarious. This is content, bro." You know. So there was another red-headed VTuber lady out there who is awesome. I do kind of miss her still. Like, I miss her, but like, you know, I know that she's probably just doing something different now. What do you call it? But, what do you call it? I still heavily respect her though. She was an awesome homie for sure. I had people coming to my YouTube channel and they were like, dude, Derpy, I ain't gonna lie. I'm trying to figure out what happened to Abby and you were her editor. And I'm like, I don't know what happened to Abby. I'm like, I'm pretty sure God's just doing some stuff in her life, and she's doing a rad job. I heavily don't know what it is, but I heavily doubt it's anything bad, you know. So it's like I get it though. Like you'd think the editor would know, but like homies, I haven't edited for her in like a long time, so I wouldn't have known, but. What do you call it? Because recently, around the time, I also stopped editing for people a whole lot, just because I felt like editing my own stuff was just better for me, you know. Let's see. Cherry died by the hands of Charita today. I saw some of that today, and I literally typed in chat. It was really funny. I said, "Sorry, Charita, being evil's not on my resume, right?" Because apparently, I think she's trying to take over the world or some crud, you know. So it's really funny, by the way, that was kind of going on. And then like homies were trying to convince me to join the Void or something like that. Like, dude, they're like, dude, Derpy, we can join forces and stuff. then Charita had the wonderful idea to be like, well, why don't you want to join me? And I was like, brother, that woman, I'm telling you right now, that freaking woman said 50 disgusting on her stream in spite of me. It wasn't a whole like, you know, like, oh, it was like an accident. That was in spite of moment, bro. I knew it. I knew like this. I don't remember when it was, but I knew for a fact that short 6-year-old child, whatever the heck that is a vile creature, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. So like and then like the homie was like, what, like, you know, was what do you call it? Then the homie was like, what would it take to get you to join the void? And I named so many different lists off. It was hilarious. I was like, I went from like, all right, is there going to be fish in the void? And then I was like, all right, well, I will join, but here's the thing. I need to bring Zimbabwe, the entire country, with me. And then I was like, and this is why I said, I was like, yo, dog, listen, if you want me to join the void, right? I'm a 1 in a million man, and I need a 1 in a million compromise if you're really wanting me to be a part of this team of the world enders, you know what I mean? So it was really funny though, but then I had to go because I was like, dude, it's already like 7:30 and I need to stream. But yeah, it was really funny. I said, meanwhile, Zaxby's first opened here. I asked for their insane sauce to see if it was spicy. It wasn't, and I scared one of the employees with how nonchalant I ate the sauce. Jeez, dude, maybe you have an extremely high spice intolerance. Or wait, no, your spice is insanely tolerant. You know what I mean? Let's see. I heard of Cherry through Derpy first, but found her through stream through Natrix. Funnily enough, that is pretty funny, by the way. That like, you know, because Natrix and Nata like were referred to as like the DLC for Cherry, and like it's funny that you found Cherry through the DLC technically there, which is really cool, you know. Natrix is also really cool. Like if you get the opportunity, if she ever streams again, she is an awesome streamer. Talks about God like a boss. She is like on fire, bro. Like it's good stuff. Let's see. Abby brought so many of us together. I agree, man. I agree, dude. I honestly, like, here's the thing. This is what I see. We ought to be more connecting with like people like how she was, dude. Like that was great, dude. Like that was awesome stuff, dude. That sucks that she didn't stay in contact with any of you guys. Yeah, I think she's got her own purpose. Like she's got her own reasons for that. You know what I mean? So I think that might be the reason, is that like, you know, like I don't know a whole lot, obviously, and I'm not going to be one that speaks over somebody's life, but this is just something that it seems like, at least for me, like for me, from seeing a lot of behind the scenes stuff, this makes it sound worse, I shouldn't even say this, from me seeing a lot of stuff that like didn't really have anything to do with her, but seeing stuff that going on behind the scenes of like, just how people react to like big people, you know what I mean? Like, and I'm not trying to say that like this has nothing to do with Abby. I just mean people in general. Like me, as I've gotten bigger and I've been talking with people and stuff. There's gonna be times where like there's some stuff that happens that I don't agree with, and I'm not saying this is the case for her, and I'm not speaking this over her life, but as someone, for me, like there's a lot of anxiety in that, you know what I mean? And I think that like a lot of that too is, if you're not careful, it could cause a lot of stress. And there is a I think that there's just a big thing that goes on like behind the scenes with stuff like that, you know. So like for an example, I won't go into the biggest of details of this, but like, you know, there are people that'll be like, dude, if I could just get this one person on my stream, or dude, if I could just get this thing a part of my event thing, this would be awesome. And it's like, you know, I think behind the scenes there's a lot of stuff like that where it's like, ooh, who can catch the biggest fish or something like that. And I think that creates a lot of anxiety. I'm not saying that's the case for her, like I said, but from how I've seen other people react in that circle of things, if that makes sense, I can understand that like that is that not being the reason, but like there's a lot of anxiety stuff, if that makes sense. And I think that like I like to believe that God at the end of the day has his purpose in that, and I think at the end of the day, I think it's a good thing, at least for her, just because I don't know, I don't know anything about it or about her. in regards to like, you know, on the behind the scenes area of things. But from what I know, working with her and editing for her and stuff like that, she's a very awesome homie. You know what I mean? What do you call it? Some of the stuff that she had said, even with on her streams and stuff that she used to do, really hit hard with me a lot. Cause like there was one time she said something really cool that was awesome. I really liked that she had said something about teachers being held more accountable. And I didn't really think about that a whole lot because I was always wanting to be this guy that talked about God on streams in the past, but I never really understood that like me as a person could be leading people astray if I'm not doing it for the right reasons. And a lot in the past, I used to do things for just because I used to tell people things just to keep them around and be like, hey, I used to tell people what I thought they wanted to hear rather than what they needed to hear. And hearing, you know, teachers being held more accountable really helped me out. And it made me have a better retrospect over that. So I have a lot of respect for her. I think she's an awesome homie. And I think that like, I think that that's a big thing that kind of goes on. So, and in regards to that, I don't feel that now as I'm getting to where I am. Like I've gotten over 1,000 something followers now on Twitch, and it's always been steadily growing. You know, I don't feel that, but just seeing from the outside perspective of someone who's kind of like a semi-small streamer, seeing how the bigger industry-esque stuff people act like towards people or are towards people, like I said, the whole biggest fish thing, I can understand that like there could be probably a lot of anxiety in that. So like I said, I don't understand the full reason. I don't know the full reason, but from an outside perspective of just how people react and stuff and are, what do you call it? I do think that is something that could lead to something like this, if that makes sense. Because there's a lot of stuff I overthink about and have anxiety about. Like there's big event stuff that happens, and I'm like, I question if I should even be a part of them sometimes. You know what I mean? So it really depends. But yeah, it's a lot of pressure, I think. But she did a great job. I want to say this, like she did an amazing job. And if she ever came back, dude, awesome. That'd be awesome. But yeah, I had a blast just being able to meet her and stuff. Because what do you call it? I was just kind of like, you know, it's really funny, but like I was surrounded by a bunch of people who weren't good. You know, when I was growing up in like Twitch community and stuff, I was surrounded by people who were very drama heavy and very like very cutthroat when it came to anybody thinking differently than them. So it was really cool that like when I decided to leave them, that God had moved her to like be able to connect me with other people, if that makes sense. And it was just really cool. That's where I met a lot of my homies. Obviously, like Ubu, for example, one of my best friends that I've had. Even went to a convention with him. Like that was awesome. And a big reason of me even meeting him was because of Abby. Like I wouldn't have met him because if it weren't for Abby just showing up one day. I thought she was a bot one day too, because I saw her like check mark. I ain't never seen a partnered person in my life. And I was like, "You're not a bot, are you?" And then I saw her her emote was Dabagale, which I thought was funny, and I was like, "All right, this homie's pretty sick." So, what do you call it? So she is pretty cool. She is pretty cool. I ain't gonna lie. But yeah, if she ever comes back and you get the chance to meet her, she's awesome. You know. But yeah, I edited for her and a couple other streamer homies as well. It was really fun. It does stink though. I will say in this world that we are in with like Christian streamers and stuff like that, there's barely anybody that's a freaking editor out here. The reason I say that is because I get messages from people asking me about editing, and I'm like, I would love to help. I would love to help. If you need any advice, I will be glad to help you, but I can't be the one that edits for everybody. You know what I mean? That's kind of where I'm at. Which is really funny, but I still, like, you know, the homies I did work with, I'm still thankful for it, but I've had other people message as well. I'm not in the know on a lot of video editors, sadly, but I would, it would be awesome to find some, but let me catch up. But yeah, so I'm not upset or anything that like, she's not like talked to a lot of people kind of the deal. I think it's probably for the best, just because, you know, I think it's probably better just for her as a person, you know what I mean? So But hey, you know what? At any day, you know, or at some point, you know, I think that if she does come back, it'll be really awesome. If not, well, at the end of the day, she did an awesome thing while she was here, you know. Let's see. Dabster, you said she was doing mission work or something like that. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, like she was also helping out with her church too. So it's like, you know, it's not worth overthinking about or freaking out about. I know a lot of people who were very adamant on her. They were like, "Where is she? Where is she?" Like Batman with what's her name or whatever, I can't remember, where he yells, "Where is she?" or something like that. But like, it's like, man, it's like, you know, it's not people were trying to make it their own responsibility to be like, "Oh my gosh, dude, where is she at, bro? We gotta figure out this mystery." It's like, well, do you really need to? Like it's not, you're not going to be this savior point for whatever this thing you think's happens going on, you know? Like it's really weird. So what do you call it? But you know, that's kind of how it is though. I think that's how it is the bigger you get, you're gonna have more psychopaths kind of go around and be like, you know, because the moment I said anything to the people that came in looking for Abby and stuff like that, the moment I said, I think it's better off you just let her be herself and stop worrying about like trying to find her or something like that, they stopped talking to me. So it's like, they didn't want to hear a voice of reason, I guess. But like, yeah, I was just like, you know, it's just, I was just saying this, God's obviously got something for her life. It's not our job to be like, oh, we gotta find out, you know, just let her live in peace, man. You know, like, I think that's a big thing, you know? So, let's see. But yeah, so I'm not upset with that, but yeah, I can understand why that being the case, you know? Let's see. Sounds like a Charita activity. Yeah, I agree. Saying 50 disgusting, instant Charita activity, bro. Let's see. Bardock, you said, do you think prostitution deserves respect? I know a meme like prostitution is not a profession. No, I don't think it deserves respect, but I also think we should be loving, right? So we shouldn't be like, oh, I respect the job of prostitution. You know, I don't think we should respect that. I think we should encourage people to not sell their bodies to make money and have a more meaningful way of getting money, and that's not involving, you know, resulting to that kind of behavior, if that makes sense. So that's kind of where I'm at on that, where it's like, you know, like we should respect the person, not the profession, because it's not really a profession in general, you know. But yeah, that's my heart on that, is that like, what do you call it? That's just something that's like, what do you call it? That's something where it's like, I'm not going to promote somebody, you know, who does that kind of stuff, but like, I'm going to sit there and still be loving to someone who struggles with that and want to encourage them to live a better life, if that makes sense. So I don't think you should humiliate people, though. I do think that's messed up. It's not I don't think it's a profession at all. But I also don't think we should humiliate people and call them those things, because it's like you're basically telling them what they think about themselves, and it's not very nice, you know what I mean? So, and I agree, everyone should be treated with decency and respect. Yeah, it doesn't mean that we should respect, like, it doesn't mean that we should like glorify or, you know, condone their actions, but we should still be loving towards them, so that we're able to at least promote a difference in their life. That way they don't have to resort to these things, because nowhere, like, people want to say it's an all right thing to do, but it's not, though. Like, either one, you're damaging yourself, or two, you're taking advantage of other people, you know? So it's like, it's a both thing, where it's like, I think that, like, it's not something to respect, but it's also not something to humiliate people about too, you know? Because that's not going to keep like, if you humiliate them for it, they're just going to be like, well, it pays me, so, and oftentimes I think it just deepens people into their sins. So, I hope Nature Extremes again. Her streams were so fun. I agree. Not only were they fun, but they were also like godly. You know, like a big mix of fun and godly. I was like, dude, it was so funny, dude. I remember the roach or something crawled out and she freaked out. That was so funny, dude. There's so much funny content, bro. Let's see. I also ate some wings that I had that I had gone at a different time, that I had if I had gone at a different time, and asked I would have gotten my name on a board or something. Oh, okay, because it was part of a challenge. That's cool then that like you could have been a part of the challenge. And well, that stinks you didn't do it at the time that it was the challenge, but that's all right. That sounds cool though. Excuse me. Yes, I have a very high spice tolerance. Interesting. So yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I mine is extremely low, bro. Like you could probably just put a drop of hot sauce, and I'll think the entire mouth, my entire mouth is melting. So you can put a lot of pressure on someone for sure. Yeah, I think that could be the case too. Like obviously, like I said, I don't know the case, but I think that like that might be a thing. You know, that falls into that. You know, I'm not saying there's some sharks in the whole streamer thing, but there are a lot of shark-like people, if that makes sense. No pun intended, because I know that there is a shark streamer girl that's a VTuber, but there are shark-like people out there, which I'm not trying to say that like is like a thing to be scared of or anything like that. It's just that it's hard to be a loving example of Christ, especially when there's so much like stuff around, if that makes sense. And that's just coming from me myself. I'm not saying that's the case for out there. Let's see. I think that people who have gone astray and ended up as prostitutes, we need to pray. Yeah, we need to pray for them a lot. I agree completely, Bardock. Yes, definitely. It's definitely worth praying for these homies for sure. See, I remember the story about that group. Yeah, definitely. And I've moved on from that group a whole lot now. It's definitely been like what, 5 years? It's been 5 years since I was a part of that other group that I was with, and I'm thankful for it though, because this community is 1,000 times better than my old community, and I'm who I am. I'm sharing God's word and also having fun with this. It's a blast. I love doing that, you know. It's something I'm incredibly thankful for, and thankful for all of you being here as well. Let's see. I get where people come from if there's like no clarification and the person you watch this appears, but yeah, should respect their privacy. Yeah, like I think that like while I obviously don't know like where she is or anything like that, I think you know, their privacy, you know, her privacy should be respected, and just like, hey, if she doesn't want to be on the internet, don't be like, I've got to be this man who cracks the case. It could be as just simple as God's got something different in her life, you know. Excuse me. It was cool to know her for the little bit that I did, and I thought it was really cool. Let's see. The job, not the person. Yes, I got you. Yeah. I heard she still streams under a different name. I don't know. I don't know. That's maybe. I don't know though. It's not. It's one of those things where it's like, I feel like it'd be a little obvious, you know what I mean? But I don't think that's the case. If that's a rumor that's going around, I feel like that's someone trying to talk about it rather than I don't know. Then again, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not in the know, right? I'm just out here like, you know, rambling off my mouth or something like that. But I don't think she is. But if she is, that's cool and all. But I don't know. It doesn't feel like something that would be the case. But because I don't know. I just feel like there isn't a whole purpose of that. But there might be a reason. I don't know. But yeah, I need to go see where this key is because I'm lost in that. But yeah. Let's see. Hate the sinner, not the sin. No. I worded that. Hate the sin, not the sinner. You're right. Amen. Amen. Where is that dang key? I know it's near this town somewhere. I just can't look for it myself. Okay, so it says it's in the town. But where the crud is it in the town? I guess I'm gonna have to go find. Oh, wait, hold up. Hate the sinner, not the sin. Yeah, I'm already breaking the rules, bro. Y'all, I'm already about to get canceled. Let's see. I say hate in quotations because you're not supposed to hate in general. Yeah, I agree. Just because it ain't good for your heart. That's how it be. Yeah, I don't know where it's at, homies. I might just have to look up where the key is. I'm gonna look up where the chest key is. Let's see real quick. Where is the chest key in Twilight Town. Paper Mario 1000-Year Door. Okay, I need to move a boulder. Okay, hold on. I guess I gotta go the other way. So I was gonna go this way, but I didn't know. Yusuke is so oblivious. Dude, he is. He is very funny. I agree. So apparently this is what I'm supposed to do. How is I gonna know that? What the crud? Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my gosh, dude. I just conveniently did that. I didn't even know I could push the dang thing. All right, that makes more sense now. Maybe there was just a... All right, homies, we got it now. It was as simple as that. You know, it's crazy. All right, I guess we're getting a new ability now, homies. Oh, thank goodness you're going to let me out. Oh, happy day. Wee-hee-hee-hee-hee. All right, let me get my voice out here. Let's see. Is it this one? No, it's
not this one. I already know. Wait. Hey, that might work. All right, we'll say that. Wee-hee-hee-hee. Fools. What were you expecting? Did you think a lovely lady would pop out or something? Now you're going to get hit. Now I'm going to hit you with the king of curses, the cursiest curse ever. Fear my terrible power. You will know the pain of having your body roll up real small. Be cursed. Wee. Now you're cursed, loser. Savor your suffering. When this curse strikes you, you won't even be able to walk. You'll be forced to roll around as a tacky tube. Wee. Your suffering amuses me, and so I laugh. Now show me your cursed plight so I can laugh all the more. Just press and hold ZR and rotate repeatedly. What the heck? Wee! Your pathetic misery thrills me to the core. You're in that form. When you're in that form, you must roll everywhere like an embarrassing extruded wheel. I want to get a good long look at you in this pitiful form. Now roll like a dropped butterscotch on the sidewalk. Alright. Wee. Well, do you see how pitiful and tubular you are? When the suffering becomes too much, press B to revert to your normal self. Don't forget. Wow. So tell me, do you understand your eternal cylindrical agony? I understand. I leave you to suffer, fools. Wee.
Oh, that was random. That was the most, like, what the heck am I looking at thing ever in my life. That's crazy. Alright, well now I have this. Look at that. I can roll around now, homies. That's so cool. I can now go under things. If it's too low, guess what? I can just roll. Crud, I got a message. All right, let's see. RDM issue 3. Rogueport today. At noon today, the Express ran late for the first time in 10 years as a suspicious incident activated station's security measures. Area youth and huge train enthusiast Lockie was found taking pictures in an employee-only area near the Express and was gang tackled by local Samaritans. Oh my lord, dude. What the crud's going on out here, man? In the words of the great comedian Tim Hawkins, I hate that guy, but I love what he's doing. Amen. Amen, dude. Amen. Let's see. Let's see. I understand how much people are into trains, but we've got safety and security measures to uphold. Blustered the train engineer. The youth was released with just a warning this time. The Astral Express. Dude, the Astral Express showed up and people were beating up this one random guy, bro. Dude, Lakitu was like, what the crud, bro? Shop reporter, go. This week we highlight Glitzville Souvenir Shop. Though they've never attracted as many customers as the nearby hot dog stand, the proprietor is certain that any day now, people will in fact notice that his shop exists. Early on in our interview, the owner of the nearby hot dog stand cornered our reporter and had this to say. The souvenir shop is irrelevant to the true hot dog connoisseur with 10 coins to spin. A minor scuffle broke out shortly thereafter, but we're happy to report that no one was seriously injured. Apparently, everyone in Glitzville knows how to roll with a punch. Okay. Cooking for rookies. Hey there, rookies. Flex your bendy straws because today's recipe is for fresh juice. Just blend honey syrup until you reach a nice frothy texture and enjoy. Try one in the morning to start your day off right. Editor's note, we're just getting started, people. Wait until you see the next glorious issue. Published by Rogueport Restoration Committee. All right. There you go. That's the news. I just read y'all the news, homies. There seems to be a lot of stuff going on right there. That's the kind of news I'll listen to. I ain't gonna lie. All right, Iggy Wig, we're in danger, brother. I don't think we can make it through, Iggy Wig. Iggy Wig. Iggy Wig. Iggy Wig. Oh my gosh, Iggy Wig. Iggy Wig. All right, Iggy Wig. We're in danger. Iggy Wig, what are we gonna do, brother? We gotta jump on him. All right. We gotta ground pound this guy. Let's ground pound him. Dude, speaking of the Astral Express, I need to get on. I haven't gotten on Honkai Star Rail in a bit. I still didn't get on Genshin either, dude. Man, there's so much I need to get on to right now. That guy's going to murder us. Dude, that was such a rough move right there. He damaged my boy a whole lot with that. Dude, based. Good thing is that I'll always, it'll always be there. You're right, you're right. That's true. Honkai Star Rail's always gonna be there. I thought you said you'll always be there, and I was like, that's actually pretty cool then if you're always gonna be there, because that means you'll always be there for the stuff, you know. Next character coming is gonna have the most shonen ult, though. He's the guy I was wanting since the New World. Interesting, dude. The shonen ult thing sounds pretty sick. When are they gonna do that Fate thing? Even though I would have preferred them to have the Berserker guy from I forgot which one that is. Is it Zero? Oh, I didn't see this over here. Let me get that. I think it's Fate Zero. I'm not familiar. There's something sus going on here. Hold up. Yep, I thought so. Based. Let's go in here. is in the second half of the next patch. Okay, cool. Whoa. Oh no, there's a flower, homies. Alright, I hit it. We gotta strategically look at this flower. That was such a long jump, bro. Alright, tactics. I wonder what characters they're gonna add for the Fate event, though. That would be really cool if it's, like, cool. Alright, let's look in this. We gotta see what this happy flower fella is. See, that's a crazy daisy. No way, bro. It may look totally cute, but it's a serious foe. Its HP is 7, its attack is 2, and defense is 0. What you gotta worry about is its lullaby. That tune will totally zonk you out. Oh my gosh. If you manage to guard well, though, you might not pass out. Try to learn the timing, okay? Oh, and when its HP runs low, it runs away. So try to KO it in one fell swoop. Okay. Oh my gosh, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. There is no hope. I'm gonna die. Homies, we're so dead. We are so cooked. My gosh. That was the most rough experience in my entire life right there. Let's see. Be Saber and Archer for banners at least. Okay, I got you. Saber's a given. Yeah, I feel like Saber would be one. Nah, I'm not much of a Fate kind of guy. But Saber did. I know a little bit of like Saber's one. I wish they would add like the Lancelot. Dude's sick. If they added Lancelot like Berserker, I think that would be sick. Because I don't know. I just think he looks so freaking cool, man. I wonder if I can find a gif of him and show y'all. But he looks so cool. I also need to restore some of my health out here, homies. I ain't gonna lie. Alright. Yeah, dude, my homie Goombella needs this. Yeah, she needed that. Alright, or you show me, he looks sick. Yeah, he's an awesome character. I think he's just deranged. I think he's very Akechi like. He's very Akechi. Like, and I think that would be really cool if oh, you can't view GIFs online. That's so cringe, bro. Alright, hold on. Berserker Fate Zero. I guess it's Fate Zero. I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely Fate Zero for sure. Like, he's so cool. He's so cool. I don't know if this is a spoiler. Sorry, homies, but you're about to see what I'm seeing. Yeah, like, this guy right here is so sick. Like, he is awesome. Like, I'm not the biggest black and red guy. Be real with you, I'm not the biggest black and red guy, but this guy, he is awesome, bro. Like, he is insanely sick. And I just think he'd be so cool. But they're doing a different, like, Fate than the one he's from. But still, I'm like, man, when I see that, I was like, dude, they could have cooked so hard with this guy. They could have said, hey, man, let's add this guy in just for funs and giggles. I would so have him. Like, I would use him every time. Because he's so freaking awesome. Like, I need to find the video of it. Like, look at this. Yeah, the audio sucks. Sorry, homies, but... Oh, the audio is so bad. But like, look at that. Yeah, the audio sucks. It sucks, but like, look. Like, look at that. Like, dude, look at that. Like, that is so cool, bro. Like, brother literally, like, it happened so fast. Like that thing happened so fast. People just thought he exploded, bro. Like, they thought he exploded. But then the one guy who's the writer, dude, he's like, oh, no, I saw the whole thing happen. And then you slowly see, like, him dodging the freaking sword, grabbing it, then using his own sword that he shot at him to, like, block the other weapon is, like, he has aura. Yeah, he is awesome, dude. And now I want to go rewatch the Fate series. This is the only one I've primarily seen. This is the only one I've seen, and I didn't watch all of it, but, dude, the Berserker guy was, like, one of my favorite parts. I also like that he's standing up to the Gilgamesh guy here, who's the, he's like I think he's the caster guy or some crud. I don't know. And he's like this, like, you know, he's very prideful, but he's the underdog. I'm always an underdog fan. I like the underdog vibe of stuff, so. I'm a big underdog fan. Yeah, like, he's just, look how cool this guy is, dude. Like, he's so sick. Look at that, bro. Like, brother is so cracked, bro. So yeah, this is one of my, like, favorite things. And, like, you know, and he also knocks him down the peg, you know, it's like, it's very symbolic of, like, he's knocking him down some pegs. You know, he's like, bro, I don't care how high and mighty you feel, bro. Even though this Berserker is just deranged, but. And the audio sucks because of just how it is. They should have put this guy in the event, bro. And then right here, I don't think that there's a whole lot in this other than, like, you know, he's just, and he looms too whenever Gilgamesh leaves. So the Gilgamesh guy, he leaves because he's called back, and he just sits there. It's the freakiest thing ever, dude. Imagine just being like, imagine witnessing that happening in front of you, and then you realize you're there with him. And he just sits there. He just stands there and just looks. He seriously just sits there, and it's just freaky. Let's see. But yeah, this is Fate Zero, I think. I liked Fate Zero. I never watched the other Fate anime stuff, but I know that Fate Stay Night, I think's the other one. I hear it's pretty good. It must be pretty good that it's got a, you know, collab on Honkai, you know. Let's see. Fun fact, Lancelot is one of the few who could 1v1 against Gilgamesh. Yeah, and I think that's pretty interesting because I hear, like, okay, so you said Archer. He's not whatever I called him. I can't, a caster. I hear Archer is always overpowered. Like, I hear, like, if you're against an Archer or something like that, you're OP. And so from what I know, apparently Gilgamesh is insanely OP. But dude, I tell you, dude, I'm a big fan of the Lancelot here, because Lancelot guy here is pretty sick. You see, like, he just sat there and stared, and then he starts shaking, and that made me think of Akechi. By the way, this entire, like, thing right here, this is so Akechi. Like, that's Akechi. Like, that's Akechi. And bro grabs a freaking pole and just starts trying to hit this person just out of nowhere. Goes right after the saber. And the audio kind of be grody here. And then essentially, you know, this guy, Hunter, I think is what they call this guy. I'm not sure. He essentially, like, protected her, and then And then the other guy did that. But yeah, so anyway, that's who he is basically, is that's who Berserker is. Like that's my favorite thing in all of Fate. I barely know anything of Fate, but that was so sick. And there's also another part later in there where apparently Brother just decides to start going after Gilgamesh and stuff, and he's just flying after him or some crud. It is the most wild thing ever. He is insane. Let's see. Black Aura is sick. I agree. Yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool. So I've never been a fan of, like, this is the first character I've ever been a fan of that, like, it looks pretty, like, evil, but, like, looks sick. Yeah, Stay Night is the light novel, and Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works and Heavens Feel are two different routes in the light novel that were animated. Okay, so they have two different, like, Stay Nights? I didn't know they had two different Stay Nights. That's cool. So what the heck is Zero then? Is Zero just like some random move or random thing out of nowhere? Not that I have an issue with that. I just think it's kind of funny that that's the case. Bro, Earthquake? Dude, sick. That made me think of a song. Oh, crud. It's the freaking flower. Okay, I'm gonna hit this homie with the hammer. Oh, that's even better. All right. So I need to I'm gonna swap with Iggy Wig. Why did I throw it at them? I wanted to throw it at the sunflower. Dude, sick. I'm a freaking legend. Let's see. Yeah, it does look like a catchy Showtime. It does, yeah. There are 3 routes. The first route is the Fate route. Okay. Fate Zero is a prequel, I believe. Okay, so Fate Zero is kind of like the start of it, kind of the deal then. I'd have to rewatch it again because when I watched it, I was young. Like, I was like a teenager kind of the deal. So, like, my brain can function a lot better than it did before. So I'm gonna see if I can, well, not see if I can, but I want to see if, I can understand what I'm watching now. You know what I mean? And if they both charge, I'll be fine in this case. Not completely sure, but I know for sure it's before the main series. I got you. Maybe it's like the concept, I guess. Okay, so I can't choose my hammer here, so I'm gonna have to swap out Iggy Wig. Let's do the ground pound here. And then Mario can just go up and hit the hammer. We're gamers, homies. What time is it? It's already 1:13. I might have to end up ending streaming a little bit. I'm getting a little tired. My eyes be in that droopy mode. Oh, so this was the way I was supposed to go. Well, let's go and get this thingy. Well, yeah, I can't wait to try out some of this other stuff as well. It just hit me, man. Dude, no way. Yeah, the tiredness, yeah. I understand that as well. I might just find a save point and chill out for the rest of the night so I don't stay up too late. Oh, crud. Waiting for a video to finish uploading and I'm out. Understandable, homie. Do I already have that guy? I don't. Okay. Well, first off, let's do this. I'll swap over here. And then Tattle. I just zoned out. Okay, that's a Hyper Cleft. It's basically a Cleft that uses charged up moves. Max HP is 4, defense is 3. When it charges up, its attack power raises to 9. Couple its rock hardness with its ability to charge up, and things get scary. If you're confident, you may want to try doing super guards to send its attacks back. If you can't, you'd better use some items, or you'd better hightail it out of here. Okay. So this guy's gonna be a problem, is what he's saying. Gosh dang it. I'm gonna have to do the super guard. I can do a normal hammer attack at least. I was like, man, he's really trying to figure out those stats. Yeah, I had a hardcore zone out. Sometimes I have like ADD, like I have ADD. Or I should say I was diagnosed with it when I was younger. But also being tired also like zones me like out instantly. Let's do Coops. Okay, Coops is a waste of my time right there. Okay, I do 1 damage. I have to do something that equates to 4 damage. I don't know if I have anything that can deal 4 damage. I mean, I have an Iggy Wig. He can chew and spit him out. We can do Gulp. I don't know if it'll hurt him though, but we'll do Gulp. Nice! Gulp does do something. Cool. Okay, so we'll use Gulp on him. If we run into these guys, we'll use Gulp on them. Oh, man. Yeah, I can definitely tell that, like, when we get to the next save point, your boy might have to do a different thing. Also, I should have went back to Hammer Throw badge. Damage enemies from a distance with a hammer toss that ignores distance. Is this a badge I could do with my regular hammer? Oh, of course it uses 2 FP. No, I don't know. I like Hammer Throw, though. Hammer Throw might be useful. Does it do the same damage, though? Damages them regardless of their defense. Wearing 2 more of these. I know you can have multiple of those. Can I go this way? Nope. Okay, so I gotta go somewhere over here. Oh, I forgot I can roll around. I might need to roll. I don't think rolling's gonna help me here. It might help me, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I'm a little lost here. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. Maybe Goombella can help me. This tree is split. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, so I guess she has to blow the tree down. I wouldn't have been able to tell that. Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to tell. I guess we're going this way. We're going deep in this forest, homies. Ooh. Well, if I can't push it, then maybe I can force it. When you're in a bind, be sure to keep an eye on the ground. Oh, you're right. You're right. Okay, thank you. Dude, sick. We're going somewhere different, homies. What the heck? That's wild. We in that spooky town. It's like a warping hole thing. I did not see that guy right there. How many of them are there? Oh, there's 3 of them of all things. Okay. Okay. I need to use the gulp. Okay, we got 2 of them. Oh, I was close. All I have is mini egg, man. Earthquake. I could do earthquake, but I don't want to do that. That's too easy. Let's do that. Nice. I didn't even have to use that. Sick. Yeah, homies, I think whenever we get a new save spot, I think we'll be heading out because I am getting tired and my brain is slowly like turning into mush. And we just keep going everywhere. Dude, there's a cutscene. I guess we're getting close to the bell. Creepy steeple. No way, bro. Dude. Yeah, this is creepy steeple. That nasty monster's place. This place wigs me out. Look, Gonzalez, let's just get that crystal star and get out of here fast. Alright, well, 1. I guess we should check around what's over here first. Okay, you can just roll to get in there, I guess. Curious what this is. I want to go back. I did not know that this would take us somewhere else. Okay, this looks like a secret place. Considering you can just roll your way in up that way. Alright, let's go fight this thing. Let's fight it first. I do no damage. What the heck is this thing? That's a Buzzy Beetle. Aw, it's kind of cute. Max HP is 5. Defense is 4. My gosh, dude. It's got pretty good defense. And fire and explosions don't hurt it whatsoever. But if you jump on it, you can flip it and it drops its defense to 0. Oh, okay. Then it's at our mercy. Ha, don't jump. Don't hesitate. Jump, 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 jump. All right. I'm jumping right now. I'll jump as well. Yup. Dude, I got 52 star points. I gotta take a picture. I gotta take a picture. I gotta take a picture. I took a picture. Yes. Dude, that'd be even crazier if I had a 52 up here. Nah, I didn't have a 52. That's all right though. That's pretty cool. All right, let's get this. Boom, 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 boom. So let's see what's in here, and if it's too much stuff, homies, should I even do that? Homies, look how many there are. Oh my gosh. All right. I shouldn't have stayed in there. What was I thinking, homies? Luckily, we got head bonk powers for these guys, so I done goofed up. Nice. I'm gonna keep doing that. They seem friendly. Yeah, they seemed like they were quite the friendly homies, you know. All right, it's after the star. It's after the star. Oh. Dude, I love super guarding. Okay, I messed up, but that's all right. I almost had that. There we go. Dude, they be chunking my health. And that stinks too, is I think I'd only be clearing one part of this. No, dude, I'm a legend, homies. Probably execute action commands to deal extra damage to all midair foes. Dude, sick. Get me out of here, bro. Okay, still. That was actually really good, though. Me jumping on the head first. Alright, and then we'll go back up there, and I think we'll be, I guess, done for the night. I do like this game. This is really fun. I'm kind of tempted. I feel like I should fight these guys, you know? No, I shouldn't. I shouldn't fight them because they got spikes on their heads, dude. They got spikes on their heads, but then I won't come back down here to fight them, though. Oh my gosh. This is torture. All right, hold on. Let's see. We got items as well. How many of them have spikes? Oh, it's just one of them. Okay. I say, let's try to use Earth Tremor. I want to fight them all now. Just because I might get... Oh, I should have... We'll do that for the second one then. All right, there we go. So I have to focus. I have to also make sure I'm over there. Okay, so he dies in one hit. That's good. I feel like now the next one we do, we gotta make sure that she tattles on him. So let's... Dude, if they all jumped in on it, that'd be insane. Oh, there's two of them. Actually, that doesn't matter. She can tattle one of them. So let's tattle. That's a spike top. It's a buzzy beetle with a spike on its back. Max HP is attackers 3. Like other buzzies, fires and explosions have absolutely no effect on it, but you can flip it over. But you can flip it over to drop its defense to 0. I'm sure you know this already, but try not to jump on it. That spike hurts. How would you even flip these guys over? I don't know. That's why we're gonna do this. Earth Tremor again. All right, here we go. Hold on. I'm going to die. Okay, if I can super guard it, then I'll be fine, but what am I gonna do here? I just goofed that up so hard. I knew I was gonna goof it up too. I just felt it. I felt that I was gonna goof that up hardcore. All right. Now fire doesn't work though. Earthquake can though. Well, we'll do earthquake. Yeah, just because I was not willing to risk dying right there. Oh man. I'll take that. That's a free heart. Dude, thank you. Okay, after we clear these turtle things out, we're gonna be done. They just give a lot of coin, and I'm like, that's kind of sick. It's kind of sick to me. Oh, I should have jumped. I didn't mean to do that. Oh my. I need to somehow flip these guys. Okay, that's good, actually. That's like really good for me. I would assume jumping on the ice fella will still harm me, but I guess we'll have to test that theory. I think I tried that one time and it failed, so I don't want to try it. Okay, we got one more. Okay, how are we gonna flip this guy over? Sweet treat, which is good, but can probably use Flurry's attack. Actually, wait, Iggy Wig can gulp it. Let's see if he can gulp this. Did he just give up? Like, does it not work? I guess he can't eat those. That stinks. I like that. That's pretty fun. Hi, Adria. How you doing tonight, homie? It's been a little while. I hope you're doing well. I'm playing some Paper Mario. All right, let's just do this piercing blow thing. I'm glad it still worked. I ain't gonna lie, it's fine. Alright, I think we have discovered this whole thing. We have killed every little turtle freak down here. I didn't even know I could do this. What is this? What the crud's the use in this? Hold up. So he can hold it. That's weird. That's weird. Good. It's been a minute for sure. I'm hardly on Twitch anymore. I got you, homie, dude. I understand life be kind of like, you know, life has its stuff going on, you know. So I get that, homie, for sure. What do you call it? But I'm doing good. I'm tired at the moment, but I've been doing pretty rad. I ain't gonna lie. I became a substitute again. But your boy was helping out with special ed, and the special ed stuff was pretty fun. I ain't gonna lie. It was kind of wild, though. I got bit 3 times, which wasn't super bad, but I was still like, dang, bro, I got bit 3 times, so I was kind of wild, but... What's the point in having this right here? Yeah, like, it's just... I ain't got nothing to keep it there. Only thing I got is Coops, though, so... Why does this feel like a crazy thing? I have no idea. As so much, the kids are great. I agree, they are great. Even being bit 3 times is fine. So daily bruises, nah. He just like, he kind of like, you know, it's like a... It's not a bite like chomp, but it was like a grandma bite, you know what I mean? It didn't affect me a whole lot, but yeah, he wasn't a big fan of that way I was making him not roll in the chair a lot, because I don't want him to get hurt and stuff. And but he's a pretty good kid though overall. I helped him with his water park thing for the last day of school, or on the last week of school. It was really cool. And he's gotten a lot better at talking too, so that's awesome. Whoa, there's so much stuff in here. I probably need to go to bed though in a second, but I see a key over there, so I'm gonna take it. I was taught to push towards their mouth if they latch on, because it opens their mouth more. Oh, okay, I got you. Interesting. That'll be useful information for the future if that's something that I'm be doing. I ended up having to be a substitute. What the heck? My friends have been taken away. So lonely. Okay. Yeah, I ain't gonna be in here, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Don't leave me alone. What the crud, bro? What the heck is this man doing? All right, let me get out of here. All right. But yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Like, if you push towards their mouths and stuff. Well, hopefully, no, that doesn't happen at least. But you know. But yeah, I was a substitute teacher, and then I went to being a special ed assistant, fully hired, and then like a month later, before the insurance kicked in, they ended up finding a substitute teacher or a special ed teacher, and I was like, gosh dang it. But there was no issue with that. I thought it was pretty fun and super cool. I've heard that for dogs. Interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, that's something I didn't really know about, but it's been fun being a substitute teacher, you know what I mean? But yeah, I'm hoping something different happens though. I'll be honest, I kind of blew a shot. I blew a full-time position by an accident, if that makes sense. And because I really wanted to do something else, and by the time I was nervous, and the time I sat there and said, all right, I'll take the job, was the day I found out it closed, and I was like, dang it. So I would have been able to be an assistant in a different position, but I didn't apply for it, and yeah. So I guess I kind of blew that, but I could still be a substitute. It's just that's something I'm gonna have to work things out, and I know God's got it regardless. But yeah, that do be what be going on. I ain't gonna lie. What do you call it? I'm a B-list star, by the way, you know. Yeah, maybe something will pop up in the summer for sure. You're right. That would be pretty cool. So right now, at the moment, I'm not gonna worry too much about it. I still got like another month and a half to go. But yeah, what do you call it? Because I was kind of I was kind of goofing up about it, and then I had like this moment of clarity where I was like, all right, dude, I'm gonna take it. And then it just went by, and I was like, bro, that was crazy. So but yeah, I agree at some point something might happen, so that's cool. But yeah, and I'm planning to go to a convention in August, because I got a homie that I'll be going with and stuff. So, but I've been saving my money though, so I'm not like going poor. But let me put this up. I'm about to fall over myself. Also, have a good night, Zero. I appreciate you being here, homie. But yeah, I'm also gonna probably have to end up heading out myself as well. It's already almost 2 a.m. for me. Excuse me, and your boy is still tired. I still used to be able to stay up late, but my sleep schedule's still kind of busted, and since it's already almost 2 a.m., I probably need to be heading to sleep. But let me see real quick. Excuse me, I wanted to see if there is anybody on, because I got some homies here today, so I wouldn't mind if there is somebody on. But dude, I'm like hearing myself all over the place there. I don't know if there's anybody at the moment. But yeah, I think I'm gonna end the stream, homies, just cause I'm pretty tired and there's nobody on at the moment, you know what I mean? So I'll try to be awake and stuff. I mean, I will be awake and stuff, but yeah. And I will have my fishing video uploaded at some point, homies. I'll be working on it some tomorrow. So I hope y'all have a good night. I'm gonna try to catch the next stream. No problem, homie. I appreciate you coming by, and I hope that you've been doing Omega Rad as well, homie. What do you call it? If I wasn't so tired, It'd be all right, but I hope you have a good night. God bless you as well, and I hope y'all have a good night as well, homies. Trying to think if there's something else. I'm gonna be on the homie Ubu's channel tomorrow. He's gonna be doing a what do you call it? He's gonna be doing a Lego building stream. I'm gonna help him out in his chat if y'all want to check him out. He's Omega Rad and super cool. And yeah, I hope y'all have a good night. God bless y'all, and I will see y'all Monday for the God Talk. So I'll see you, homies. Good night, homies. Excuse me. Also on Ubu's Twitch channel for the homies.